Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake out the ground. Have you seen a phoenix rise? Rising up above the deep blue open skies, knowing that the way is right, guided by the secrets of an undiscovered life. Have you heard the ocean cry? Shallow waters carrying silent goodbye, diving deeper than the sea. What you find is what you get, and I found a part of it in me. Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. About to explode, nobody knows. Coming the way like a renegade. Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, I got nothing to lose. as the sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. That's how I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows, follow me. Forget all your troubles and trust me. We'll do it together in harmony. Let it go and set your mind free. You lit me up as the sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. That's how I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows. Right here in the shadows. In the shadows. Right here in the shadows. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath 'cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. Have you seen a phoenix rise? Rising up above the deep blue open skies. Knowing that the way is right. Guided by the secrets of an undiscovered life. Have you heard the ocean cry? Shallow waters carry silent goodbye. Diving deeper than the sea. What you find is what you get, and I found a part of it in me. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath 'cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. About to explode, nobody knows. Coming the way like a renegade. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, I got nothing to lose. as the sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. That's how I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows. Right here in the shadows. In the shadows. Right here in the shadows. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath 'cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. Have you seen a phoenix rise? Rising up above the deep blue open skies. Knowing that the way is right. Guided by the secrets of an undiscovered life. Have you heard the ocean cry? Shallow waters carry silent goodbye. Diving deeper than the sea. What you find is what you get, and I found a part of it in me. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath 'cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. About to explode, nobody knows. Coming the way like a renegade. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, I got nothing to lose. Lose. Da da ba da ba da. Lose. Lose. Da da ba da ba da. Have you felt a human grow? Open up and step right out of the shadow. Wondering what is left.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Pag pinanghihinaan na tayo ng loob, where do we go? We go where our power lies. With Go Plus 99. 8 gigs for all sites, plus 8 gigs for our favorite apps. Let's own the future with Globe Prepaid.
Running wild.
Count that big slam.
Double kill turns to three. The team secret. Take him down. He don't have the damage. SBTC.
이거 또 die.
Welcome to the WCS Philippines. It is day 2 of week 4, guys. The game days leading up to the playoffs are numbered. You can now count them on one hand. As of today. Yeah, as of today, you can now count them on one hand. You can now count I had to double check that. Now I'm second guessing myself. It's only the start of the show. I'm already second guessing myself. Mika Fabs here leading the panel with Autolus and Deadeye alongside me. And we have a lot to discuss actually, because other than the days of the regular season being numbered, we actually also have the days of this current patch of Wildrift are also numbered. So we're gonna relish how the game looks like right now, because this is like, you know, we have last remaining days, and then when we come back next week, we're probably gonna have to reset, like everybody, players, talent, everybody, and everybody who's playing Wildrift as well. First up, though, of course, we have the highlights, the headlines from yesterday's matches, and I think the first one, Autolus being, you know, the win of Fennel Adversity against their age-old nemesis, their age-old rivals, Oasis Gaming.
I saw the post of Dash. It's about they named Oasis as the kryptonite of FLA. And he said the Superman still lives on because they were able to beat their arch nemesis in Oasis, and it was back of them just playing their style. And what's fun is on the third game, the clincher, they played the strategy that Oasis played against them during the CBO qualifiers finals. We knew that, you know, this series in specific will have a very heavy contest on the Gragas, and it actually influenced all the succeeding series, because we saw Gragas and Jays being a very pivotal picks that are being left open because of the necessity to ban the Lulu and of course the Yumi. So I expect, you know, the next set of days, which is day 2 and day 3, the last days that we will be on the patch, to still be the same. Very heavy contest on the Gragas and on the Jays, because they are just very flexible.
Yeah, and Deadeye, how did you like Team Secret, of course, back in full form, with an homage to the Team Secret of old?
Yeah, basically Team Secret. This is what I want to see from this team, despite the disappointment, despite the chaotic team play they have performed on the first round robin. Now they are back on track. So I'm looking forward for Team Secret to continue this run, to continue this momentum, especially we are now nearing in the playoffs. But of course, a new patch is coming here. I think this is going to be a big reset as well for all the teams. But then again, Team Secret really needed this win.
Yeah, it's gonna be very, very interesting for sure, because it is dropping next week. So these teams only have, you know, a few game days to adjust, a 1 week to adjust, and it's gonna be playoffs. So it's like, you know, I'm gonna throw this question to you guys later on in our standings. It's like, right now it's like, okay, we have Team Underground on top, you know, Oasis Gaming doing well. I wonder how it's going to how the faction is going to affect all those standings, or all, you know, the power rankings of all those teams when it does drop, because we do know this, it's going to be huge. It's going to take several days, I think, actually, for us to break it down. Of course, there's a lot to unpack in that patch, but of course, you know, it's good at least that we have a huge support system here at PPGL backing us up. So thank you so much to the largest multi-game esports league in the country, together with Riot Games, Autolus. Who else do we have backing us up?
Yeah, we have our favorite mobile partner in Xiaomi. The hashtag Redmi Note 11 is equipped with 90Hz AMOLED dot display, making it possible for you to enjoy powerful and responsive Wildrift. Less waiting time with 33 watts pro fast charging enabled by the all-new MMT technology, and a 6nm Snapdragon 680 for high performance while improving battery life. More information about the Redmi Note 11 is available at the Xiaomi Philippines Facebook page.
And you can have the best time in the Rift with Globe Prepaids Go Plus 99. Get wild with 7 days of 8 gigs of data for all gaming apps, 8 gigs data for all sites, and only all net text. So you can always be prepared to take up the challenge in the Wild Rift. Download the new Globe One app now to register. And I have a little tip for you guys. I know it's confusing because I got confused. There are 2 Globe One apps. And the new one is the one with the light blue circle in the middle and then the red.
Really?
There's like red, yes. There's 2. I got confused. When I was like using it last time. I was like, wait, that's the new one. So there are like 3 colors. The new one. Just a little, just in case somebody else got confused out there as well. And of course, this tournament is under the supervision of the Games and Amusement Board. And guess what, guys? I know the panel predictions have been a whole thing this season. You guys get to join in as well, but instead of facing the consequences, you'll actually get a reward. You may get a chance to win a Timu or a Pengu pop socket, and all you have to do is guess the winning team. Oh, we have a graphic now. That's how it looks like. Aww, it looks so cute. Oh, I want one now. You have to guess the winning team of our featured matches, predict the score, and comment on our post in the WCSPH page with your most creative answers, along with the hashtag WCSPH. The top 5 best entries will receive these adorable pop sockets. Well, one of your choice. One of your choice. Winners will be announced at the end of the broadcast week, so that is tomorrow. So stay tuned. And our featured match of the day will actually be our first match of the day, which is Grindsky Esports versus Cerebrum Wildrift. So, I didn't realize this is how they look. I want the Pengu one. It's so
I already
cute.
have the emo one. I keep
do?
saying that. Yeah. But it's not, a pop socket.
Oh
So
yeah,
so
because
I need the Pengu.
it was the keychain. Now I want one. I'm like I don't have a pop socket yet. Now I want one. I don't think we can join though because we are not rewarded here on the panel. We face the consequences in our little zipline. I actually wonder, what's it gonna be today? What's it gonna be today? Of course, we also have our tournament format. So just to remind you guys what is at stake here at the WCSPH, we have a prize pool of 160,000 US dollars. That roughly converts to, as of today, a little over 8 million pesos. Yeah, you have a daily conversion here at the WCS too. We can check that for you every day. But yes, that is a little over 8 million pesos, Philippine pesos. So this is going to be very tight indeed. And our playoffs, just a few days away. It begins on April 1. It's not a joke. The only joke here will be coming from us over here on the panel because we're thinking about it already. We're trying to have some
My prediction
little
scores
stuff. Yeah,
is a joke.
prediction scores. We might be, I don't know, maybe we'll be drawing on our faces on this day. I know it's the first day of the playoffs, but who knows? It's April 1 and we've been all with the proud pranks all season, so I think we have to pay homage to that date, of course. And our standings. So I was gonna throw this question to you, Atalus. This standing right now, of course, we have our top 6 teams over here that look like they're going, they have the ticket all the way to the playoffs. When the new patch drops, though, there's going to be a lot of adjustment. Yesterday, you mentioned that the teams with a big support staff will probably be the ones quickest to adjust. But in terms of like how the teams play right now, we know that this patch is going to probably be very, very, fighter friendly. So to say. So, which teams do you think have the edge based on how they play right now?
The Dragon Soul actually does favor those teams that are really very aggressive because, the more dragons that goes into your team, the better the chance that you will win. So I'm looking at Team Underground and Oasis Gaming as both of the, teams that are very good in putting in the pressure. But another team that Rico did mention that is very good with adjustments is actually Team Secret. Team Secret chooses their fights very well, and that's actually one way to counter the change that is going to happen in the future. If you pick your fights, if you only participate in fights that you know that you can win, then you can basically just make sure that you will win regardless of the dragons that goes over to the other side. But it will be very interesting, to say the least. That I actually would love to have your opinion on this same question that was thrown at me.
Yeah.
Who do you think will be, most impacted by the change?
For me, the flexibility is a big factor as well. So we have seen Team Underground flexing their draft picks. They are one of the flexible teams here with regards to the new patch affecting the whole gameplay of our current competition. I think Team Underground here could easily adjust as well. It's not only about, of course, the fastest, who is the fastest to adjust or to know the new patch, but also the individual players on the comfort champion picks as well. So we have to consider this one. I think UDG will be having this edge as well compared to other teams.
Yeah, and we only just started adjusting to the Yumi, and of course, there are other champions coming in as well, which we'll probably see in the playoffs. So it's gonna be exciting. It's gonna be us on the talent pool. We already were discussing it last night. It looks like there's a lot of reviewing that needs to be done because it is massive indeed. It's going to be very exciting. Now, of course, we do have our first match of the day, and that is our featured match of the day. So once again, if you want to win those adorable pop sockets, the Timo and the Pengu, I was going to say Timu and the Pengu, mixing it up. If you want to win those, do send in your predictions for our first match of the day, Grindsky versus Cerebrum, and get a little creative with your answers. I actually I'm gonna probably check out what people have been saying because I do love the creative answers. I know
They've
we're
been
very
academic,
here.
actually. I read
Really?
that. Yeah, they've been trying to analyze and being the fourth panel that we have here, applying for our jobs here.
Okay, okay. Yeah.
I mean, the way I
like
answered this, it was that I think that I already have my curse lifted because I went to the church already.
Oh, yeah.
So,
yeah.
sometimes you just have to be creative. No.
Yeah, I think creative answers are very, very much welcome. So if you have something that might be able to show off your witty side, I think that's also acceptable. I'm gonna enjoy it for sure. But again, that is for our first series of the day: Grindsky Esports versus Cerebrum Wildrift. Now, in my opinion, any matchup with Cerebrum Wildrift is interesting because we know there's just something here because impossible things just happen in the Rift when you play Cerebrum. But Oculus, Grindsky, they have been getting really creative lately, and I feel like it's somewhat your fault.
I hope it is, and I hope this is the series that they bring out. More flavorful picks. We did say that Grindsky Esports, when you play against them, you play against a 7-man roster. If you need, because you really have to include the support staff, the coaching staff. I feel that this team is willing to play around their jungler if needs be, and also the side lane. So that's just the variety that they play. Do not forget that they also have tactical invo in the bot lane. The last time that Grindsky and Cerebrum did actually meet each other, it was the dragon lane and the support that really carried the heavy duty in that previous series. Now, there's also, of course, a player that I would like to highlight, and that's going to be Tante. Tante, you know about this, Mika. I did mention this yesterday during our meeting. The Tante, I believe, was recently hospitalized. So I hope that this guy, will feel a lot better now. And you could see that there is a very interesting champion, a Dogo at that. All right, Nasus is one of the champions that he has played. That is a Tante pick. Zed also a Tante pick. But I believe his most picked champions are still, the Skirmish, the Renekton, the Riven. And yeah, it will be interesting if there will be a contest on the Nasus because, again, the originator or the original Dogo is the Baron lane on the other side, which is Ivalice. So, Dante, I'll look at you.
Yep, gonna be a very interesting head-to-head for sure. And in all seriousness, we really do hope that Tante is feeling a lot better. I mean, it's no joke, of course, when somebody feels a little ill, especially during these times. And the fact that he was hospitalized and he's still here, he's still competing. We really do wish him well, and we wish that he recovers fully, really, really quickly. Hopefully, he's feeling a lot better now. I mean, I know the commitment to the grind and everything is very, very important to Grindsky Esports. But of course, Tante, hope you're feeling a lot better. And of course, as our featured player of the day, we're gonna look very closely at your performance. On the other side, though, Oculus, you did bring up the doggo over there, the doggo, and it's going to be very interesting indeed because Cerebrum Wildrift, they kind of make this sort of like a little bit of their mascot, one of their mascots at least. So Deadeye, this team, they just really play their own game, and they're really just unafraid to just push for something if they believe in it, even if it's a Nasus.
Exactly, Miss Mika. They are playing their own game. So, man, what more can I say about Cerebrum Esports? That they're just a team that plays to what's comfortable for them. They do love team fights, though, and probably if not the only the team rather who has the highest first bloods in the competition. So basically, their gameplay revolves around Zaupi on the carry jungler, dish out the damage later on, while the rest will provide the space needed through early game aggression and objective takedowns. So the only thing I'm concerned for this team, they have become predictable to their drafts, to their gameplay. But you know what? This consistency is what makes this team improve their gameplay as well. So same drafts, better performance each and every game they play. It is actually their strength, but also their weakness as well as a team. So expect there's gonna be an APC and aggressive support bot side, carry jungler, assassin or bruiser mid. But to mention, of course, the top side, we are going to look at this guy, Ivalice. So basically, of course, as Otolus said, Ivalice is, of course, debuts the Nasus pick in the competition. But on the perma bans by the opposing teams right now on his Nasus, he's now transitioning into this Lulu top utility champion. So I think this player used Lulu 5 times on his 7 games, recent 7 games. And usually we see a Lulu coming in from Ivalice. There's gonna be a Jax jungler pick to complement it. So Apple mentioned this one that this laning is not as efficient compared to what Grindsky was doing, which is putting Lulu in the mid instead and having a solid bottom laner to protect the weak side. But this Lulu top, I think, enables as well opposing bottom laners to go online. So if there will be bans on that Lulu here in the series, I think Ivalice will be forced to go to his traditional champion picks.
And that's gonna make our head-to-head very, very interesting. I mean, you have Ivalice over here, with his picks, and then you have Grindsky over here that have been taking requests as to their draft, of course. So Otolus, I mean, like, what kind of matchup are we expecting here in the Baron lane?
I mean, looking at the numbers, they're very close to each other. If there will be an advantage for Ivalice, that is going to be him utilizing his jungler more. Remember, yesterday they tried to camp Azar. And Tante isn't as patient as Azar, I would say. Tante really loves to play aggressive and will be advancing his lane, which will open up the path for the jungler to really go for, the game-changing ganks. And if Tante plays aggressive, gets rewarded off the high-risk, high-reward play, then I would say that, GS will get upper hand. However, if that will get punished by Cerebrum with their big brain moves, then things could go to the way of Cerebrum.
Deadeye, any additional thoughts on this head-to-head?
Expect Ivalice on the Lulu or Nasus.
I think, we have 2 games over here. It could go either way, but I think Grindsky is they're gonna be watching that really carefully. Ivalice is definitely one of the players on the side of Cerebrum Wildrift that will be targeted, of course, when it comes to the draft. Now, speaking of targets over here, we at the panel are, of course, targeted by these consequences that I have over here in my little bag. And before we get into our predictions, I'm gonna draw our little consequence for the day. I got this one. It's live. Just so you know, I'm not. I didn't draw it like before. Oh, okay. This is interesting. I believe this was sent in by Potch Spice before. Call the other panelists Master. So this will be for the entire post show. That's okay. Pretty mild. But yeah, there's a spirit of, like, you are the authority. So I like it. Okay. It's pretty simple. It's safe. It's okay.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Casters are also included in this one.
Restam, let's go.
Well, I think that's gonna be a challenge, I guess, on the side of the shoutcasting. Just looking at how that might go. I think that's gonna be the real challenge.
I will be watching,
That will be fun. That will be
Cyrus
fun
calling
indeed.
Spearmaster.
Master, yeah.
Spear.
Master Spear.
After every, I think it's gonna be very, 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 very fun. So we'll see how we can incorporate that, and that gives you an excuse to tune in to the final series of the day, of course. But before that, we have our first one and our featured one of the day: Grindsky Esports versus Cerebrum Wildrift. Deadeye, we're gonna start with you for our predictions.
Okay.
Which way is it go?
Okay. To be honest, the difference between these two is Grindsky is evolving their gameplay, their draft, their decision making here. Cerebrum on the other side, just focusing mainly on their guns, sticking to the guns rather, just cleaning it after every shot, and then they just don't care about the opposing team's gameplay and draft as well. So this adjustment is going to be an advantage here on the side of Grindsky. It's going to be their series win 2-0 against Cerebrum.
Nautilus?
If yesterday's series against CE was any indication, I believe Grindsky will go for fun picks in this series. So the winner will be us mostly because we will get our requests be considered or be granted. But aside from that, I believe that Grindsky Esports at their current form, again surprising almost everyone, still will be able to handle the business of getting this win against CE. I mean, the only wild card right now is how they're feeling as a team right now, because if I'm the one playing and I'm not really at 100%, it really would affect my mental and my performance. So still, my prediction will be a clean 2-0 in favor of GS.
And I am the same. I also think this is going to be a 2-0 in favor of Grindsky. I have another interesting prediction to throw your way, panelists. So which can give me one champion that you think we're seeing today that is a totally unconventional pick, similar to the Shyvana that we saw last time? Deadeye, what do you think? What are we seeing today that we probably have never seen before?
Never seen before.
Or have rarely seen?
It's really difficult because Cerebrum Esports gonna pick the same, so I'll go with Grindsky Timo this time around.
Coming out, huh? That's gonna be an appearance already. And they said that they were like maybe in the playoffs,
Yeah,
Nautilus?
Dr. Mundo.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you're still pushing that.
It's still it's going to show up one way or another, at least before the next patch, because I've been playing it. I see the potential in it, and Coach Shrek is the one to listen to people. He saw the potential of Shyvana already, and I think Dr. Mundo. He was also on record saying that Dr. Mundo is very strong in the battle lane. So Dante could be picking the Doctor.
And Dante needs a doctor.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So maybe that's there.
Get well,
Dante,
Dante.
in all seriousness, I hope you're feeling a lot better today. Of course, I hope you're feeling a lot better. Yes. And again, I'm so amazed that there was that news that he was hospitalized indeed, and he's still here today, competing at the highest level of Wildrift. It's insane, and the dedication of these players. So, just got so much respect to them, and I think that might be another case as to why the Dr. Mundo might be making an appearance over there. A little bit of a real life inspiring sort of the in game, and as Nautilus mentioned, Coach Rek did already hint quite a bit about what kind of tricks Grindsky has up their sleeve, and Cerebrum, there's still a lot on their end that is very, very unpredictable. So this is going to be exciting indeed. And Timo in the playoffs, Grindsky did mention as well. Maybe. I'm really not sure if they're joking or not.
That's just
I
so
mean,
hard.
I wouldn't put it past them to try. At least it would be.
What would be a surprise? How picking a marksman? How has he
Oh,
picked
yeah.
a
Instead of the
marksman
love.
at all
Exactly.
for the entire
That's
Yeah.
true.
generation?
That's true.
And if
Since
they
he's-
give over tactical his quirky, tactical will just have a field day.
Well, we're gonna see who has the field day over here. Which of these players will have the field day, and which team as we enter our first series of the day: Grindsky Esports versus Cerebrum Wildrift. Casters, take us into the rift.
Welcome everyone to the day 2 of this week's WCS Philippines. I'm Infinity and with me is Crazy Apple. And Crazy Apple, we're in for a banger of a start here between Grindsky Esports and CE, two of the teams that has placed unconventional champions here in WCS.
Yeah, a lot of unconventional champions between the two teams, but I think in terms of being unconventional, these champions are, for both of these teams, are very common. Nasus and Lulu have been some of the more common picks between Grindsky and CE. Just a different flex on the Lulu, going instead on the mid lane for Grindsky, while on the other hand for CE, it's going to the top side of the map. So yeah, we're gonna expect, Infinity, a lot of maybe weird picks here coming to the series.
Yeah, I'd love to see it happen. I mean, the panel already discussed what will be the expectations here, and Deadeye was like Timo, and then Dr. Mundo from Autolus. So if ever it comes up, I'm really excited to see like what will be the result of that match, because Grindsky Esports, as you've stated, has already released the Dragon in the Rift, has released Giovanna, has won them 2 times already, 100% win rate as far as I know. Here currently in WCS, such an amazing player. Janice won from GS, and I'm excited for the series. Crazy Apple. And now we're gonna start off with a big question here. Any expectations in the draft of the series 1?
I expect Nasus to be open, to be honest. We have been seeing the coaches have been banning Nasus away from Ivalice. I do want to see it being open because I think in the past couple of weeks, the coaches from Grindsky have been very good at making these like traps in the pick and ban phase, and having a lot of counters prepared. So I do think they might have something to trap Ivalice with the Nasus pick, or maybe even the Lulu pick could also be open coming to this pick and ban.
Well, with those expectations set, we're now here in the draft. It's all eyes on the screen because it's CE versus Grindsky for the game 1.
Yeah, coming into this, I do want to see both the Lulu and the Nasus open, just because I think it's gonna be more of a fun match that we're gonna see here between these two teams. Although it's still very much crucial for Cerebrum because they are fighting for that 6th spot in the playoffs. They need to get every win that they can so that they could still keep things close towards their own fate, rather than relying on teams to lose their series so that other teams could give them that chance to get in. While for Grindsky, in terms of getting to the playoffs, it's less on them to get a lot more wins. Here it could be very much a pick-me-up match for them, maybe try out some strategies that they want to maybe bring coming into playoffs. So we'll see here if that is the case for these teams, because right now the two champions that we mentioned are still not bad.
Yeah, absolutely, and it is exciting to see these bans because Thresh is the most picked champion of Bo, and Oriana is a champion that is picked by Tactical with a 100% win rate in the bottom lane. So a lot of champions and respect here from CE. And now we sped through the first phase ban. Shoutouts to Thresh, Oriana, Corky, Camille, Rakan, and Jace.
Yeah, a lot of the more stronger general picks that we have been seeing on the meta, but on the side of CE, their bans have really been more focused on Tactical and Bo. So they're really trying to stop the early game, or rather the comfort picks coming from the side of Grindsky. It is the set first pick for the side of CE, so that champion usually goes to the hands of Ivalice. I do expect that would be the pick. That would be the assignment for that set on the hands of CE.
Yeah, and remember, Lulu is already picked by Grindsky, so no more Lulu for Ivalice this time around. And when it comes to set, this is an interesting point because Ivalice has used this before and Floor hasn't. So this is an expectation set here for this game 1. With Riven and Ziggs locked in, now Grindsky can opt to go for Bane or something else.
Yeah, they can go for Vayne, and I don't think we have seen that yet in the hands of Tactical. But usually the style of Grindsky is when they do pick that Lulu. Lulu goes usually into the hands of Bambi. I don't believe Bo has ever used it. I think it has been mentioned. And at the same time, they usually go for these carry junglers. But with that Galio pick, I feel like we're gonna see Cerebrum banning out a lot of the junglers that Chinese could use.
Yeah, and with Lulu coming through for Grindsky, there is an expectations for CE to ban away Jax, because if they don't, it's a Lulu Jax combo, right? So it's gonna mean to be so obnoxious in the Rift. So if CE leaves this open, it would be an evergreen champion for Grindsky to pick up. But Grindsky has already banned away Gragas, so this is a flexible ban away from CE.
Yeah, I think the Gragas ban is mostly they're trying to take away a lot of these more flexible champions inside of CE, because if you look at the picks, the Ziggs and the Riven, Ziggs, will be most probably going to the hands of How, I mean, but the Riven can still go in the hands of Pego, can still go in the hands of Zalpi. So taking away some of the jungle options for Zalpi is I think a good way to take these out. You mentioned Jax still hasn't been banned. Let's see if it's going to be picked here by Grindsky.
Yeah, it is an option for Grindsky. However, you also have a lot more junglers to consider because Lee Sin is available, right? Kha'Zix is available, Rengar is available. So there are a lot of champions that Grindsky can pick up for their jungle. And I think this is much more clever for Grindsky to pick up a Lucian first because CE has already Riven. And this is expected to go to Zhao P if ever it comes down to it, as it has been picked 5 times by Zhao P as their jungler.
I agree. And yeah, taking away the Lucian takes away one of the good mid lane options for Pego. Since we have been seeing a lot of Lucian lately, Lucian has been good at taking control of the early laning phase because usually he's going to be matched up against a more melee champion there in the mid lane. And with the picks right now from CE, rounding it out with the Janna and the Fiora, it looks like it's going to be a mid lane Riven for the side of CE.
Yeah, that is an option for CE. They're going in for the untraditional type of lineup here, going for a melee mid laner. And now Grindsky Esports still has their jungler missing. And I'm curious, what would that be, especially now that they're going in for the Graves instead. They're going in for late game.
Yeah, they're going in for more of a late game. It's mostly gonna be AD damage coming from Grindsky. Looking at the lineup for CE, they do have the set, and Ivalice has been, I think, one of the players that has been very creative with his item builds. He had a game where he just kept building on health, stacking health on his set. I do expect that with Ivalice's experience and also his creativity in item building, we might see a lot more armor stacking on his side, especially a priority on an early Bramble Vest, which will very much help him in the matchup against Darius, but it will also help him if he goes against the Graves and the Lucian when we see him in the team fights.
Yeah, I like how you pointed those out because do remember, Ivalice Nasus, he is the one that brought in the Fimble Winter for a Nasus and went in full tank. So those are the considerations here for this player on the top lane. And now with the draft locked in here, Crazy Apple, paint me a picture when it comes to the winning condition of both these teams.
Right. I kind of got confused as well. Just wanted to catch this out first off with Grindsky. It is the Lucian going into the Dragon lane rather than going to the mid lane because there are 2 supports. It's not going to work out well if it's going to be a Lulu Galio. So good adjustment right there for Grindsky. Yeah, it's going to be hard. But yeah, in terms of what we could see here, I think at this we might see a similar gameplay from CE from yesterday when they went against Team Secret. Also, another adjustment is they are going with a Fiora here in the mid lane with Pego.
All right, expectations are set here when it comes to the winning conditions and also some early plays from both teams. But welcome everyone to this game 1 between Cerebrum Esports versus Grindsky Esports.
I had to stop a bit there, Infinity, because you saw it looked like there might have been a fight if there were more members of Grindsky. But yeah, going back into win conditions of these teams, in terms of late game, they're kind of similar in terms of late game strength. It's just that there are 2 marksmen on the side of Grindsky. So if you think of it that way, it's kind of easier for them to be able to navigate these late game fights because they have 2 ranged champions. On the other hand, from CE, they do have a bit of damage on their side with the Fiora and the Riven, but they're both melee champions. And as we've seen, it's hard as a melee champion, especially if you're not a tank, to just go forwards towards the Graves, because the Graves can just hit you with his buckshots and just die immediately from the burst damage from his crit. So I think it's going to be a dance here between the both of these teams, but I'm giving the slight edge in terms of the late game towards Grindsky.
Yeah, and if you're considering that analogy, right, why bring a sword in a gunfight? Why bring a sword in a gunfight? So we'll see how that will work for this specific game. CE and Grindsky are going in for a bit of a standard, while Chinese One goes for the blue buff invade. But look at bot lane.
Oh yeah, it looks like there's gonna be a dive right here. 4 members of CE are here, but Grindsky is moving Scott fast right away from this tower. Both of them are coming back though.
Yeah. So a lot of pressure though from CE onto this bottom side of the map, and Grindsky knows that they're currently on the weak side because this is a 3v2 while their jungler is on top side, and Ivalice is very low. Chinese Swan went in for a flash. It might be a first blood, but Ignite is not there. Neither will the red buff be able to kill Ivalice. So no first blood for Grindsky, and Pego just went in for the right timing.
Yeah, both teams trying to make plays on the opposite sides of the map. As you mentioned, Grindsky knows that they had the weak side of the map, so their jungler went to the top side, going on Ivas. Ivas had a good back right there, but the first blood, though, goes to the side of CE. I believe it could have been maybe getting hit by the tornado. I do hope if we have if any of our observers caught that on the replay to see how that first blood came out. But at the end of that, that fight that happened between these two teams, it's CE coming out on top because they got the first blood.
Yeah. And a bit of a caveat though, it's Floor who got the first blood. It's not Hao. But nevertheless, they still got that first blood. So a lot of gold injection for this specific team. And when you're looking at the gold disadvantage, right? It's now tactical having to be at an 800 gold deficit in an individual matchup in the bot lane. So this is going to be really obnoxious to fight against Hao for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, and if you think about it, denying gold from the dragon laners, from the dual lane, is more important because two champions are getting left behind in terms of gold. So in that regard, CE had already a bit of an advantage by really punishing the Lucian and the Galio earlier on, and even getting more of that first blood. It's just really emphasizing right now that advantage that the CE bot lane has, and Floor is just being very much of a nuisance here. But because of those advantages, CE right now is trying to take control over this Infernal Drake when we get to the 4-minute mark.
Yeah, it's 20 seconds to that Infernal Drake and for that Rift Herald. And now, what would happen here, Crazy Apple? Is this going to be an all-in contest for the Infernal Drake, considering that it is one of the most priority dragons? Or is this going to be a handshake, as we've seen so far in the recent matches in WCS?
I feel like in terms of the next objective, CE would be the one who would really want to punish Grindsky. In terms of if Grindsky would contest, I doubt that they would try hard to contest because they're kind of off tempo in terms of items. Yes, they are now starting this Infernal Drake, but I do think CE would try very hard to contest any objective Grindsky is trying to take here.
Yeah, we'll see. As Grindsky Esports, we've taken note a while ago that this is a late game comp. They want that Infernal Dragon, but look at the Mega Inferno Bomb connecting onto two. A lot of damage has brought down. Bo went in for the hero's entrance. Not going to be enough though, as Grindsky has lost their Infernal Drake. CE has stolen it away from GS, and now Riven comes in on front. Stuns up onto 3. That will be one man down from GS. Make it 2 for 1 as Grindsky made it back. Darius went in for the Noxian Guillotine, not be enough to get the kill, but 3 for 1, huge gold from GS. Now Floor in the front lines going for some CC. No. Apprehend is going to be very nice, and now Ivalice is very low. Seth went through, not gonna be enough, and GS has brought in the crown with 5 kills from that fight.
I believe 5 for 2 or 5 for 2 was the exchange right there. Grindsky winning it out, eventually grinding out that fight, being able to kite the members from CE. I was mentioning that I think CE would be the one who was trying to contest. They did, but the thing was the ultimates were already used before the fight even started. Zalpi used his ultimate on the Riven to be able to secure the Drake. Yes, they did steal the Infernal Drake, but a lot of the damage that they could have thrown towards the members of Grindsky weren't there because they initially threw it when they were trying to take the dragon, and just because of that, CE wasn't able to win that fight.
Yeah, now Zalpeak went in, double stun, but Tante just has too much damage with that Black Cleaver with a 501 KDA. But interestingly enough here, Crazy Apple, even despite that 4-kill lead by GS, the gold isn't that far.
Right. The gold isn't that far because a lot of discrepancy right now is in the bot side of the map. But GS could easily make up for that, getting the first turret here in the top side.
Yeah, absolutely. This Tower First Blood gives you an extra gold for each individual person. 1 for 1 is there, but GS has taken that Tower First Blood.
And the trade right there for CE in terms of a macro thinking, it is a bit of an advantage on their side because it would be easier for them now to put wards into the both sides of the jungle of Grindsky. But since Grindsky still has a bit of that tempo in the top side of the map, they were able to transition it now, taking the first repair out of the game for themselves. They could easily trade this out with the mid lane turret if CE will not be here on time for the defense.
Yeah, GS pressuring mid. With a Rift Herald spawn, it's Hal, it's Floor, it's Ivalice defending. Rift Herald charge, 150 HP, not gonna be enough to put it down. But like I said, went in for the ult, over the wall. Bo went in for the hero's entrance as well, but will not connect onto anyone. The Wild Growth has been forced on Chinese 1. No kills will be done, no towers for GS in mid lane.
Yeah, no tower yet, but the tower is very low. The pings right now for CE are on the Baron lane because their wave is there. It's gonna crash into the tower. It is a bit of a small wave. I don't think they would have enough to destroy this while Grindsky is running here to defend.
Yeah, Chinese 1 is there as well. Both tactical to respond. This is a 3v3. CE doesn't want to force because if they do and they get punished, the goal difference would be too far apart if that happens. But Grindsky Esports just defending, pushing the wave back.
And with a lot of these fights, Infinity, I think we could have a bit of a breathing room right here since a lot of the objectives are down. A lot of the waves right now are on more of a state of where they can't really push. Let's go back at what happened after that first dragon fight that we saw. Tonte got a lot of kills there. He was the guy. He was the member from Grindsky where Grindsky was really putting a lot of resources on. They tried to go for the tower dive earlier on in Ivalice, and they were rewarded with that. Him having that phase rush as well has helped him chase down a lot of the kills there in the Dragon Pit. He's now 5-0-1, about to complete a Sterak's cage along with already a Proto Belt enchant, but another picker in the bot side.
Yeah, but just a bit of a play fun here by Zhao P and also Bo.
Yeah,
not gonna pull through it and all in here.
Yeah, so no kill right there. But yeah, Tonte right now is in a very good position to carry the members of Grindsky. That's why Pego has been the one assigned to the top side of the map instead of Ivals. We usually see Baron laners versus Baron laners in the side lanes. But with the Ocean Drake coming up right now, and with Tonte already on the way, going here into the Drake, we might see a fight here with CE trying to poke out members of Grindsky.
Yeah, and Tonte is on his way to the mid lane to support if ever a fight occurs. But he's going back on top. He doesn't want Fiora to just split push. And I think that's clever because now CE doesn't want to force that Ocean Dragon. And GS is playing very, very macro level here. Now it's a 1v1. Tonte versus Pego. Outhand is nice. Pego just hit that ultimate on Tonte, but the knockup from Bo secures it. 1 kill for GS.
But at the Dragon right now though.
Yeah, Bo went in for the ultimate. Going for the CC 2-man knockup. Good kill. Ivalice is very low. Half HP. Grindsky is catching up, but they're happy with that kill. A 1-for-1, an objective for a kill trade. But Bo went in, over the wall, over the turret as well. Stuns coming in from Ribbon. It's a Mega Inferno Bomb connecting onto 2. Ivalice went in for the backline to set, but he is polymorph, and that is important to take note. He doesn't have any CC apprehension. He saves Bo's life, and now it's how next. It's Ziggs, just lone survivor here in the bot lane, as that will be the double kill for Chinese 1. GS gets the trade.
GS gets I believe almost an ace right there in terms of the timing. It's just a bit off, but looks like Grindsky will try to go for the recall right here. If Cerebrum really tries to force this, Grindsky will just dive them under this turret.
Yeah, Bo is there, ready to respond. Tonte is there as well. It's a 5-man roam from GS. I don't know if they can take that turret with that 5-man going in for a push.
It would have been a very sketchy defense right there from CE, but at the end of everything that happened, I feel like we're going to the replay right here where the fight all started. The thing right here, if Bo was able to get the taunt on a member of CE, the fight would have gone much shorter, and Grindsky could have rotated towards the mid lane and maybe put a lot of damage or even destroy the mid lane's second tier turret, and that would have been really devastating for the side of CE. With CE giving up their lives right there, they were able to at least just give up an outer tier turret. So in terms of a macro point of view, it's not as devastating, but giving up more kills, more gold for the side of Grindsky would really deter them right now. Even the Rift Herald now being taken by Grindsky.
Yeah, Grindsky has taken the objective. CE is just around the corner. They wanted to respond. It's now the ultimate from Seth. They're going, but not gonna be enough. The CC chain GS. Now Bo is very low. Wild Growth would save him by some time, but not gonna be there to put him alive. And now it's Driven taking the kill. It's a 2-for-2 trade But Bambi Tactical's there. Tante in the front lines, going for the Noxian Guillotine. Double kill already. And now he's going to mid lane. It's Hao and Pago in there to support each other. It's a 2v1 if ever it comes down to it. But not going to be forcing a fight from GS.
Yeah. Right, and Tante going legendary in that fight. This guy, as mentioned by the panel, just came back from the hospital I think a couple of days ago, and you could see him here playing at a very high level. Does it even seem like this guy was sick a couple of days ago? Right now, he's 803 on this there. So going to the replay right here, a lot of damage was thrown initially by Cerebrum. The showstopper, along with the Mega Inferno Bomb, really chunked on a lot of members of Grindsky, and that's the key to their composition. They have the showstopper, they have the follow-up damage from Ribbon, along with the poke coming from Hao. It's that I think that is the formula that they need to find in these fights. It's just that Grindsky hasn't been giving that to them, because Grindsky very well knows that is also one thing that CE needs to do. And with the composition right now from Grindsky being the Galio being the tank, trying to CC members of CE, also along with Bambi just using the knockups, using the polymorphs to stop a lot of the engages. But for that, Pago getting caught out here.
Knock off taunt, but easy away over the hill. So he's back to safety there, Crazy Apple. But 20 seconds on the Baron Nashor. This is going to be scary later on.
Yeah, it's going to be very scary for both teams, because with, as we mentioned earlier, how we were thinking about the team fight from CE, they want members of Grindsky to be, oh yeah, that crush right there.
Wildrift is there to save Chinese one. The bow, Heroes Everyone's is there to go for the CC, but too late. And it's now Bambi very low, Bow very low as well. CE might just take the triple here, and they do. It's a 3-4 null from CE.
Good job right there from CE. Now, though, they're still transitioning it in the mid lane. Let's see if they can get another catch here.
Tante, that vital points hurt so much, and now the showstopper is there. CC is there. Tante, Tactical 2v1, but Tactical goes away with 1 HP, and Tante is just too tanky with a GA. He's gonna be safe, and they're back.
Yeah, CE burning a bit of time right there, but because of the time that they burned there in the jungle, they were able to sneak this dragon. Now 3 Drakes are all on the side of CE. And earlier on Infinity, you asked me which team would be better, or what are the win conditions, and I told you that late game looks like it's going to be slightly in favor of Grindsky. With these 3 dragon takes, CE is making that very, very close at this point, because these Drakes are scaling. These Drakes later on will be very pivotal for Grindsky to challenge when the Elder Drake comes up. And with how we were narrating the team fight that CE loves to do, it's to be the one engaging when the members of Grindsky are clumped up. And usually your team is clumped up when you're taking objectives. So that could very well be the team fight that CE will be looking for later in this game.
Yeah, Zhao P going in, but just too late. Chinese one recall at the right moment, and Zhao P missed that opportunity to take that kill. Although it is also significant to take note when we're talking about winning conditions here. When it comes to the late game, Pago is there as a Fiora to split push if ever it comes down into that winning condition.
Right, and CE could very well pull this map right now into pull Grindsky very much thin in this map right now, just because of they do have all 3 Drakes. If they get the Elder Cloud Drake, it's gonna help them a lot more. Shelly right now though in the mid lane looks like Grindsky looking for a siege.
Yeah, Rift Herald can push, can take that tier 2 turret, as that will be half HP, so GS takes that easily. But 3k gold, the difference here from CE, and they're actually steadily catching up, because a while ago it was 5k gold deficit. From 4k gold deficit, now it's 3k gold deficit, and you've taken note of the Elder Cloud Dragon. That's gonna give them so much speed boost if ever CE takes it down.
Right, and at this point in time, Grindsky is feeling that they're gonna have a hard time right now in taking the team fights against CE. So they're grouping up more members. They were getting picked off earlier, which really started off the momentum shifting towards the side of CE. So right now they're trying to group, trying to look for fights where CE would go in 1 by 1. And as we know, CE is very methodical as well. I don't think CE would be giving them those fights at this point in the game.
Yeah, and just look at the split push from Pago, right? He knows that he is so mobile. He knows that he has the capabilities to do so, because he already has Triforce, he already has BRK, and now the Mortal Reminder as well. So that penetration is going to hurt, especially with Tante going in for some armor, Gaio going in for some armor. So this is the reason why Pago just went through for that aspect and also just a respect onto Lulu for that grievous wounds. But the Baron Nashor being set up by CE, clearing the wards, is a good point to start off from Cerebrum Esports.
Yeah, taking out the wards, taking out the vision will make Grindsky feel a bit uneasy right here. That's why Grindsky right now is looking for the check. It might just brew into a 5v5 here, Infinity.
Yeah, set in the front line. There's Alpi as well. Bo went in for the hero's entrance. Goes for two-man knockup. Fiora is now dead. The 1-4-0. GS is pulling through. Pushing Ivalis back. And now it's Tante in the front lines. Getting a kill down. It's a 3-4 null. And now How is forced to go away. And Tactical is here. Floor is very low. They're pushed in the turret. In the base. And now it's How with 1 HP. Bo as well though. As that will be Floor taking the kill onto the support of GS.
Yeah, and Grindsky right now transitioning this to a Baron take. They still have 4 members, although Tante went back. Not sure if he's buying a teleport enchant here on his boots, but right now 3k HP on this Baron. 2 members of CE here.
Yeah, DS is very low. Ziggs can burst them down. That will be 1 man. A Tactical got bursted from Ziggs. A Mega Inferno Bomb pushed Chinese 1 over the wall to safety. Bambi is very low as well. The double comes through from How, but the trade is there from Chinese 1. Gets the 2 for 2.
Grindsky needs to go for a reset right now because the Elder Ring is about to come up, but it looks like the decision is from Qeon is to shove this side of the map. It doesn't look like he's going to be cancelled in terms of his recall. 2 members up right now for Grindsky on the side of CE. There are 2 members right now running towards the Elder Cloud Drake Infinity. We are putting a lot of importance right now on this Elder Drake because CE has 3 Drakes on their side. Let's see if which team will be getting this.
The tap randomness, but Ivalis taking a lot of damage coming in from Tante, as this will be a 2v1, make it to 3v1, as Chinese 1 is very low. Tante proto build in, and it's now Zhao P dead with an ace for GS.
And Grindsky just showing their presence, showing their dominance right now on this map with a continued legendary streak there for Tante, and the Elder Cloud Drake has been secured by Grindsky along with that Baron buff. Right now, it just seems like Grindsky would be taking the first win of this series.
Yeah, absolutely. Now the TPs are coming up for the mid lane. They want to finish this game. They're going in for the end gaming push. 20 seconds on the clock for CE to come back up. It's now Cerebrum Esports on the edge of their seats. GS pushing that mid lane inhibitor.
10 seconds.
The Nexus is now open. Calling, zoning away How in this fight. They're going in for the Nexus. Tante don't care about those damage. And now with the Nexus down, it's GS taking the advantage in the series.
Yeah, Grindsky takes the first game of this series against CE, and what a great game right there from Grindsky. They knew very well what was objective coming from CE. CE got a couple of good engages, especially that last fight. They started it out with the showstopper coming from Ivalis alongside with the layering of the AoE damage from the Ziggs and the Riven, but it just wasn't enough. If you remember the health bars right there from Grindsky, they were very, very low. I believe like 4 members were glowing red, so they're about like 20 to 10% of their HP left, but just that small amount of damage wasn't able to be thrown by CE to be able to execute members of Grindsky. And you can attribute that to which member was playing very much on the weak side, and that was for the whole game Ivalis. Ivalis was behind so much in gold in that game. I think his gold total was similar to Bambi, and not discrediting Ivalis' skill, it's just that he was put on the back foot right there based on the strategy that CE was playing.
Yeah, because in the early game, right, we focused on Tactical having the gold deficit at around 1k for the whole early phase of the game against How. But when it comes to top side, it was like 3k gold advantage for Tante. So what else do you want? You have that prio on bot lane for CE, but when it comes to top side, it's a landslide. So Tante just proved a lot of things from that top lane to be able to win that fights for GS. And if you're looking at the standing, right, 501 KDA for Tante alone.
Yeah, at this part in the game. And the panel highlighted that this is the featured matchup between these two teams. Ivalis and Tante, both of them play the Nasus. Both of them play a lot of these Juggernaut picks that we've been seeing. And we were kind of caught by surprise, I believe, when we were looking at the picks and bans, because both of them played very, not unique champions on the set, and the Darius both very contested in a lot of the picks and bans here in the WCS. But it shows here that I think Tante deserves a Darius ban because he has been playing out of his mind whenever he gets the hands on this champion.
Yeah, and just look at Tante, right? A lot of damage coming through, but where's the damage? Where's the damage?
Right.
Tante is still half HP. Noxian Guillotine consistently getting those 3 kills.
Yeah,
Just so tanky.
there's not enough here, and I think that's one of the weaknesses when you don't have like a consistent damage dealer like a marksman on your team. You really need to grind the fight out. But the thing was with CE's composition, they don't have enough of that luxury to really stay in clump up position, because Grindsky picked Graves, and Graves just pops you when he gets his items. And at this point in time, I know Qeon has completed 3 items. He had the Black Lever, Bloodthirster, and the Solari Charge. So he's just gonna make mincemeat out of the members of CE at that point.
Yeah, just consider the amount of shred that the Black Lever provides, the Bloodthirster sustain, plus the Solari Charge Blade to up the ante when it comes to the damage aspect, and such a wonderful play there. And speaking of play, the Globe prepaid player of the game is Tante with that Darius top lane difference from that game 1.
Yeah, and this is very much well-deserved a player of the game from Tante. He was making plays, he was starting fights out. He was also even there to end fights as well. He's both the alpha and the omega of the team right there. And Tante coming from, you would say he was a bit feeling under the weather, or feeling a bit under the weather is a bit underwhelming term. He was hospitalized the past week, and now coming back strong here. This is more of a statement game from this guy.
Yeah, I mean, it's a quick refresh, right? Tante just proved to be really, really strong, and with that Black Lever, with the Sterix Gauge, he was playing for the team basically. He went in for more on the front line tank bruiser role rather than going full on damage, despite the gold advantage that he was able to take. That was just such a wonderful play from GS.
Yeah, and I can't stop myself to talk enough of Tante. We have heard a lot of the stories from Grindsky that this guy wakes up, plays Wildrift, and before and he sleeps just after finishing a game. This guy grinds the game very, very hard, and right now we're really seeing the fruits of his labor showing here in this series against CE.
With a fantastic play from Grindsky Esports, and now with GS on the edge of this game with that match point. We're now here later on for that game number 2 between these two teams. I'm Infinity and this is Crazy Apple. For those of you guys that are watching, don't go away. When we come back, it's match point for GS.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Pag pinanghihinaan na tayo ng loob, where do we go? We go where our power lies. With Go Plus 99. 8 gigs for all sites, plus 8 gigs for our favorite apps. Let's own the future with Globe Prepaid.
Welcome back, everyone, to the WCS Philippines with Qeon, the untraditional rivals. I just made that up. Contributed to their untraditional champion pool. Of course, I'm Infinity and there's a Crazy Apple, and we're the Crazy Infinity duo here, joined for the cast today.
Let's go!
And Crazy Apple, what a fantastic game number 1 from Grindsky Esports, and now CE is on the edge of the seat because Grindsky Esports is 1 game away from that series win.
Right. And it's gonna be really on CE at this point because their playoff lives are on the line here. They're really winning a lot, the next couple of games, I believe. Counting today, they have 5 series left, and it's gonna be very hard pressed on them to be able to get a lot more of these points to be able to be in the top 6. And CE needs to make an adjustment because you saw that Infinity and Grace able to deflect a lot of the punches that was coming from the CE, and Grindsky just kept playing their game. And yeah, coming into, I believe, we've heard that we're gonna see a substitution here in Infinity.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting sub in the Grindsky Esports' team because we have heard from the production that there would be a switch on Tante to Az. This is going to be interesting as game number 1 was mainly focused on bringing the throne for GS. And now with Aspen coming in, what would be that changes coming through from this this draft. Especially, we've heard from Oculus a while ago that Aspen's favorite champion is Darius.
Yeah, and we saw Dante earlier playing the Darius, so I mean, Grindsky is very much a team right now known to really play with Tante, really try to get him ahead. And if it's the same formula with Aspen, and Aspen does get his hands on the Darius, you can just see a repeat of Tante's performance earlier on a different player for the side of Grindsky.
Yeah, but same bands coming through for the first couple of bands here from CE and Grindsky Esports. Thresh, Oriana, Rakan banned away.
And the couple of bans right here from CE are the usual, banning out tactical. If it's going to be the same from game 1, I believe it's going to be a Corki ban as their third ban for CE. While on the other side for Grindsky, they're mainly banning out a lot of these more traditionally strong champions. Also, Rakan being more of a respect ban right now on the hands of Fleur, because Fleur is just really, really good on Rakan, although Bo also plays his champion very effectively. Taking one of those comfort picks away from Fleur is really something that I think a lot of teams now have been aiming at when it comes to the draft phase against CE.
Yeah, Jace and Galio available for Grindsky Esports. It's an option for them to take into consideration, as we have Grindsky Esports going into the first phase pick with Set being prioritized by CE, and that is it. We've called it through and through. Jay is going to be the priority here for Grindsky.
Yeah, it's a bit different now for Grindsky. They are picking up that Jace. Jace wasn't in game 1, but I believe it was also open, I think, in terms of at least for the first picks. But still, the Lulu, high chance again that it's going to go into the hands of Bambi there in the mid lane. So do expect Grindsky to also pick a carry jungler, maybe the Graves again, or maybe a Jax. It's gonna be dependent on the lineup from CE if they're gonna have a lot of those melee champions that Graves could just really easily pick out of.
Yeah, and it is already expected for Lulu to come mid lane because Bo has never used it thus far from week 1 to week 3. We're now in week 4. Might change things up. In all know Grindsky Esports on the champion pool here. But that third pick is the one missing. But for now, CE has locked in onto Ziggs, has locked in onto Lee Sin. So an early game expectations here for that roam from Zhao Pi.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
So the
early
Vayne.
game. Yeah, the Vayne. Early game champion Lee Sin. Let's put it there first before we see the other picks from CE. Vayne though, from the side of Grindsky, I do believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Infinity, this is the first time the Tactical will be using this champion here. In the WCS, or has it been?
He has picked it 2 times already, but has won 0 times.
Okay,
Has
so
won
that's
0
why.
times to the Vayne. Yeah.
That's why we don't remember it well, because there's not a lot of fond memories for Grindsky in terms of that champion. But right now they're bringing out the Lulu Vayne combination, which kind of tells me right now that Grindsky should be picking more of a utility champion, the hands of Chinese. I thought it's gonna be weird to have that. Oh yeah, the Pantheon being banned out could have been very much well used by Chinese.
Now here's the thing, because Jace was left open by Grindsky Esports, it is one of the pick champion for Bambi as well. So they were like, we'll go Jace, we'll go Lulu, so let's put Jace onto the mid lane instead and Vayne on bot lane alongside with Lulu as a very strong duo. So maybe that's why we have this first 3 picks coming in from the side of for Grindsky Esports, and at the cost of remove some of the strong junglers away from this specific ban phase, with Riven out of the way, with Pantheon out of the way, and Kha'Zix as well. So the remaining junglers will be dependent on Rengar, will be dependent on Shyvana, and as such, we'll see how that would turn Grindsky Esports.
I think there's still one more champion that maybe Grindsky could pick here would be the Gragas. Still open right now as a jungler, could still be an option for Chieni since CE has already picked their jungler. It's a good tactic right now coming from Grindsky to pick out a champion that's not in the jungle. It's going to be the Darius, and as we mentioned earlier, Darius is also a comfort pick for Aspen.
Yeah. Rengar has been locked in before. It can happen again. Jax has been locked in as well, and Fiora too. But Fiora has been banned. Pantheon, Kha'Zix has been banned. So a lot of champions removed from Chinese 1 at this point in time, with Lucian and Nami being the last picks here from CE.
Yeah, Lucian and Nami. Do expect Lucian to be going to the hands of Pego in the mid lane, and that Ziggs going to the hands of Hao, so that it would still be the usual AP champion on the hands of Hao in CE. But for the side of Grindsky, I am right now of the opinion that they should be picking more of an economical jungler, a jungler that does not need a lot of items, because if they pick a carry champion on the hands of Qeonese, it's gonna be too much resources that they will need to, try to take from each other. Gragas is, I think, the right pick here, giving a bit of that engage with the body slam alongside the pick potential from explosive cast, as well as a disengage if you do see the Set and the Lee Sin coming into their team.
Yeah, and Gragas is a champion that one of the casters prior has discussed yesterday in the watch party, wherein Gragas is an underrated champion, an underrated jungler at that point, because no one knows, but Gragas actually has a very fast clear time in their camps. And we can expect later on for a full bot side clear or a top side gank for that Gragas to continue for Grindsky Esports. And with that at stake, we could actually state that Gragas is a really good pick here, especially with that body slam with a lot of CCs.
Yeah, Gragas is just really a good champion, has a lot to offer in any role that you put him in. If you put him in the jungle, he has a fast clear. Also is weirdly mobile. Like you don't think of it when you see the champion looking like that, but he is very mobile for what for his size. And Gragas is just a really strong champion because he also has a bit of durability, has a lot of damage if you really build him AP, which is one thing that I would be expecting here coming from Qeonese. Although right now, though, I wanted, as we started the game, I'm looking at his keystone. He has the Aftershock on the Gragas.
Yeah, let's see, Aftershock, so a lot of defensive capabilities there later on. So an expectations to go Roa first to be one of the frontliners for Grindsky Esports. But welcome everyone to game number 2 for the match point for GS, 1 game away for the series win.
Yeah, Grindsky started things out very slowly, more of a default setup right here. One ward was taken, I believe, by Grindsky on the bot side. So a gold lead immediately for Grindsky right there, just counting the gold coming from that ward take. But I do think here in the early part of the game, we are gonna have our eyes again at the top side of the map, because Aspen could very well be helped out right here by Qeonese, seeing as he's on a champion who's also very good at ganking early at the hands of Zalpi, though he also has the Lee Sin, which is also a very good early game jungler. But with how things go, and if I'm CE, I know this guy Aspen's coming in very, very cold, you could say, because he is, I think, his first game here in the WCS.
Yeah.
And also he's subbed in for game 2, so he's not gonna come in as hot as Dante. If I was CE, I would gank him immediately, but Zalpi going to the bot side.
Yeah, Zalpi early game extension here. Tactical is very, very low, but Bo is there as well to defend. The barrier and the flash has been burned by Tactical, and 2 summoner spells as well from Bo.
Yeah, all of the summoners in the Dragon Lane have been burned for the side of Grindsky. Aspen right now not looking that good. Ooh, almost the kill right there from Ivalis. But yeah, both sides of the map, both ends of the map, I mean the Dragon Lane and the Baron Lane are now being taken control by CE.
Yeah, look at Gragas though. It is a top side strong side of the map for Grindsky Esports at the moment, but because of Aspen's HP at a very low stake, Chinese Swan can't really do anything but more so defend. And with the ward there, Ivalis, hey, someone's there looking outside, so we have to go back.
Yeah, he saw the Gragas running, just going, trying to take a pick there. But yeah, ward, great placement right there from Ivalis, was able to spot out, so no aggression comes to the side of Grindsky. Still in this early game, first blood hasn't been dropped for any of these teams, although it's looking right now slightly in favor of CE just because of the summoner's burn earlier on. But we also have to look at what are the win conditions, what are the teams right now. Although topside of Qeon is going for a gank.
Yeah, Chinese one. Aspen is here, no flash for Ivalis, and the barrier has been forced. Very, very low. Aspen doesn't have his ultimate, but Ivalis has actually survived, getting the 1-for-1 trade back as both of them got killed in the Baron lane.
Yeah, both of them were both Baron laners are down, but Bo was taken down to the bot side of the map. Zalpi is there, and looks like there's a lot of damage being put down on the Dragon Lane first tier turret. But yeah, let's go back to the top side. Great job right there for Ivalis getting at least that 1-for-1. At that point in time, if you're getting ganked and you still get the 1-for-1, that's a good thing for you, especially if you're killing the enemy, your counterpart, because he won't be getting more XP than you. He won't be getting the lane minion, so you're definitely gonna be ahead in that trade.
Yeah, and just looking at the moment, ooh, the tidal wave missed though. Anyways, going back into the items, Bambi is going for a Mana Muni first item, so there is a heavy expectations here for Grindsky to go late game, especially with a Vayne, especially with this first pick item from Bambi.
Yeah, and it kind of also goes towards to where this current map state is. They haven't gotten a good control over the top side. Yeah, Qeon's got a good gank there, but it was at the expense of Aspen falling. In the bot side of the map, they have a weaker lane because of the Vayne Lulu. Yes, Vayne Lulu is very strong, but not during the laning phase because they don't have poke. They don't have a lot of sustain there. There's gonna be only the shields coming from the Lulu, and if you're going against a Nami Ziggs, which has a lot of poke, also heals and a lot of speed ups from the Nami, it's just going to be a matchup that's going to be very much more in favor of CE. That's why bot lane right now is fallen in terms of towers. Dragon and Herald are being taken by both teams.
Yeah, this is expected. This Grindsky Esports, once again, is going late for the viewers watching at home just tuned in. So they want that Dragon to scale in the late game, and CE wants to finish this early with Zalpi as their jungler.
Yeah, but on the top side though, Aspen getting jumped.
2v1, getting kicked. Aspen is very low. Apprehend is very nice. That Noxian Guillotine might just take it, but Ivalis forced the flash away, so 1 for null trade, top side of the map.
And right now, C is just in so much control of this game. They have taken both towers in the top side and the bot side of the map. They can now transition this Herald that's being carried by Zalpi to the mid lane and take all of the outer tier turrets of Grindsky.
There it is. The Rift Herald spawned in mid lane. So might just secure it. The Grindsky Esports wants to trade on bot side.
But 4 members right here.
However, that's going to be very dangerous. A tidal wave already connected onto 2. The explosive cast has been forced. Pago is running away. Ivalis is there. CC and now Chinese 1 is down. Both to follow up. It is a 1v4 as Tactical followed through with CE taking 3 kills away from GS.
Oh my god, CE is doing it this game to Infinity. We were saying that this is their make or break game. They need to get these wins because they're going to be put in a spot in the standings where it's going to be very hard for them to get into the top 6. And we're seeing right here in game 2, CE making a lot of the right plays, getting the bot lane first, getting that ahead, transitioning that to the top side, and Ivalis getting a bit of that advantage, then even destroying the outer tier third in the mid lane, along with the gank in the bot side, getting 3 more kills. This has resulted right now with a 6k gold lead for CE.
Ivalis is waiting on bottom lane as it is a 1v1 against Aspen, but not going to pull through with an all-in as it is very dangerous. Although CE has huge vision on that right quadrant jungle.
Yeah, and with the vision of CE, oh no, another tower is going to fall here.
Might just be it. Grindsky doesn't have enough manpower to push back CE's early game aggression.
Yeah, and even they're so local at the top side of the map. Grindsky is just falling here. It looks like they're very much out of sorts. He's just keep on pushing the tempo.
Flash body slam from Chinese. 1-0 follow up. Now explosive cast pulling back in. 4 is dead. And now Grindsky Esports is taking 1 kill. And Tactical with a wild growth as there will be a lot of damage. But Zalpi's just too strong in this early game advantage. And now GS has to play it safe. And the red buff has been lost to the side for CE.
Yeah, and CE a bit of an overextension there on the top side. They were feeling very, very hyped. They really want to force the issue against Grindsky, seeing that they're getting a lot of advantages across the map. But good punish from Grindsky. They were able to force CE away. Qeon is using the body slam flash to catch out members of CE right there. So it's now giving Grindsky a bit more space. But because of these turrets falling for the side of Grindsky, even the mid lane second tier turret is down. It's gonna be hard right now for Grindsky to go for their win condition. Their win condition is for the late game, for this Vayne. And when all of these towers are down, you have less control on your jungle, less resources that you're gonna get on your jungler and your marksman. It's just gonna be hard right now for Grindsky to be able to get to that point. where CE is at this point.
Yeah, it's a map control that is so hard for GS at the moment, but they're really forcing out that trade in turrets. However, when we're looking at the map, CE has it when it comes to the 4-man roam top side to trade as well. Tactical is there. It's a 4-man roam from GS versus Evilis, the only one remaining in bot side, as that will be secured kill. However, look at the top side.
Right.
It is being pushed by CE. A lot of turrets being taken down in the gold for Zalpi once more.
Yeah, that's not a... You could say that wasn't a worth trade for Grindsky, simply because it was a second-tier turret being given on the top side of the map. But at this point in time, at how far behind Grindsky is, you take what you can get. And at least Grindsky getting a bit more gold, trying to get a bit more resources on their vein. Rip Herald, though, being started out by CE. Grindsky looking to
Shock
contest.
blast. Information for GS, body slam over the wall. It's now Chinese one trying to get the Rift Herald, but CE secures it. And now it's GS playing very conservatively. They don't want to force a fight, especially with a CE having that 7k gold lead.
And that's what happens when you're that far behind. You can't really contest these objectives. Qeon is getting caught out here.
Release with a showstopper. Chinese one is very low against Fennel bomb. A lot of damage coming through, and Chinese one is 1 HP remaining, as that will be secured kill for Evilis. And now Bambi has to use the flash over the wall to safety, as everyone has been minced up by CE.
And CE showing that they are just that strong in this part of the game. Pago 3-4 up right here, fancying another fight, but at this point in time, CE, they just need to back away, need to get those backs, need to get those items to be able to get secure this Ocean Drake. Looking at the items though now, Infinity. Look at Zalpi. Yeah. He has a Triforce and the Yobus Ghostblade. This guy is just snowballing out of control on this pick. Really wants to push the tempo, buying a lot of these more expensive but strong items on his side. Also looking as well at very much big difference from Ivalis' build on the set. We were mentioning before in game 1, he builds a lot of HP, but now he's looking for the split push. CE looking for a pick here as GS looks to contest.
Yeah, it's a general consensus. The Triforce is not ideal, but considering the amount of advantage that CE has, it's actually given with so much damage built into this. So we'll see how that would turn out for them, as they have the damage advantage at the moment. And Grindsky Esports is being pushed back away. Zalpi with a flash has the kick with the Dragon Rage onto Bo. Not the ideal situation for GS, as they are forced back under the tier 2 turret. With that gone, and with that out the way, it's now going to be CE forcing again the fight. And now Bambi is gone. No long range engage coming from Grindsky Esports. And now they have to go back into farming and let go of the Ocean Drake.
Yeah, Ocean Drake is being secured right now by CE. Bambi stepping a bit too far into that brush. It was warded for CE, so very good bubble right there for Floor. Was able to catch member of Grindsky being just a bit too far. And right now, with the side lane, top side being shoved by Grindsky, the bot side is being shoved on the other side for CE. CE might be looking to get some tower damage here.
They have to defend this. If they have to let this go, this will be full map control from CE. So good call there from Grindsky, going for bot lane defense.
Yeah, they know also as well. The Herald was on Zalpi, so if CE was able to take that tower to take the first plate, they were able to summon just a Herald, and the Herald would take it, and that would have been 6 towers down for the side of Grindsky, which would make even the map a lot smaller though. Ival's getting got out here.
Chinese one with a flash body slam onto Ivalis alongside with Tactical going for the stun. That buys some time, and now Showstopper goes for it, but Ivalis is dead, and now that is a 1 for 0. Tactical is very low. Against for the bomb secures the kill onto the ADC of GS, the most important champion from Grindsky.
Yeah, but CE is not over yet. They still want to go for this fight.
I don't think so. This is very deep into the jungle for Grindsky Esports with Zalpi here. This changes things up, and now GS forced to retreat.
GS didn't want any more part of that fight, although Pago might be catching out Bambi. Seeds really just pushing the tempo. Even though they are also a man down on their side, they know that they are stronger at this point. They have more gold, they have more items, they can poke out members of Grindsky while trying to take this inhibitor turret.
Yeah, now the turret is being targeted. Grindsky Esports is low at every aspect, as that will put down Chinese one. That will not secure the turret though, but still a good trade from CE.
Oh, another one!
Oh! A Mega Inferno Bomb from How. Such an obnoxious ult, killing off Bo.
Yeah, and that's just how throwing it into the heavens, getting one more kill on their side, but 2 members right now of Grindsky are down. Zalpi going in.
Dragon Rage onto Tactical, still gonna be safe with that redemption in. Tactical very low, and that tidal wave just secures the zone from Grindsky Esports. Now, it is 2-man left from Grindsky, and CE has taken 2 inhibitor turrets.
Yeah, it looks like this is going to be the game. Infinity CE looking to siege down the Nexus.
Yeah, now Showstopper is there alongside with his ultimate, as that will be Chinese one, disintegrating the HP of Evilis, as he doesn't have any more armor to go and depend on with the BRK and Black Cleaver. So this delays this game number 2 here, Crazy Apple.
It delays it a bit. You saw the idea right there from Ivalis going in, but as soon as he went in, the members of Cerebrum was about to get out of the base because they were gonna elect to go out, to get out. We didn't really know this, but it's only been 13 minutes. It feels like it's been like 18 to 20 minutes at this point because of how much CE has been just deleting the structures from Grindsky. Grindsky only has 2 towers left, and all of them are in the Dragon lane. So in terms of mid lane and the Baron lane, a lot of the super minions are just gonna flood into the base of Grindsky. This does give a bit of more gold for Grindsky if they're able to pick up these waves, but it's a lot of pressure on these lanes for them.
Yeah, if Grindsky Esports loses that Baron Nashor, this is game over. Now with the Blast Cone there as well, good setup from CE. They're baiting this Baron Nashor, no vision from GS.
Yeah, no vision. A lot of the blue wards, though, if you look at the map, CE has them. They can spot out Grindsky as soon as they come in. CE really wants to get a pick as Grindsky trying to poke their heads into the Baron pit. Little does CE know that there is one ward in the Baron pit. So Grindsky has full knowledge that this Baron hasn't been started. We do expect that when CE starts out this Baron, Grindsky would come running here to try to contest, but the Cloud Drake is about to come up.
Yeah, and Grindsky Esports is just waiting for CE to start it. Because if they are the one who started, it could be CE getting that steal, but with the Cloud Dragon being prioritized by CE, it's Grindsky Esports waiting and patiently trying to decipher what's going on in this match. With that Dragon secured, powered by Glow Prepaid, it's Grindsky Esports at the huge deficit at the moment.
Yeah, huge deficit. CE just also still respecting the potential from Grindsky because they still have a lot of damage. It's at full AP. Gragas, the Jace still has a lot of damage. Lulu, the Vayne, I mean, has still a lot of damage. So if CE makes a wrong engage right here, Grindsky could take advantage of that. That's why this has been very methodical for the side of CE, taking one more tower away from Grindsky. Grindsky only has 1 tower left in this game.
Yeah, and that's the inhib turret in the dual lane. Grindsky Esports is going for just defense. It's a tower defense game at the moment for Grindsky with only 1 turret left. And when it comes to CE, they are the ones pushing Grindsky Esports towards the Nexus. A lot of damage coming from Howl. Bambi has to retreat.
At this point, Grindsky really just needs to wait for CE to make a mistake. It's a lot right now on the hands of CE. Aspen trying to go for that engage. Didn't happen though. So again, CE just really playing this out very methodically. But at this point, they should try and take control more over that Baron. They have a lot of poke on their side. Although, getting caught out.
Castia's there, actually nice play as now Lucian is dead. GS has the numbers in disadvantage, but not now. As Chinese one falls down. Aspen is very low. It's double kill already for Giant Sky. Ivalis is down for the count as Floor forced to flash away. This is the timing that Giant Sky wants, but the Nexus is now down low. It is CE with a natural lane pressure having that advantage.
Yeah. In terms of pressure, it's still all on Grindsky, but with that mistake from Pago, Grindsky was able to buy themselves more time. They do have the Vayne late game win condition at this point. We are reaching 16 and a half minutes into this game, Infinity, and if you look at the items of Tactical, he needs just 1 more to complete the set at this point. Grindsky, if they get a good fight, if they could get, again, 1 more mistake coming from CE, they can still turn this around.
And yeah, and the interesting part is he has Darren Duan's Omen for Tactical, but looking at the instant replay here, that was a nice engage from Chinese One. Such a nice play to go for the cast and then the body slam onto Pago, then followed up by Aspen to just smack down CE.
Yeah, it was a really good catch. You could really see Qeon is still one of the best junglers here in the Philippines, and even though he's not in his more traditional carry role at this point, he's still building a lot of that damage, and still making a lot of plays on that Gragas. And right now, CE is going back into the siege, trying to look again for any chinks in the armor of Grindsky while still respecting the damage output coming from this team. It's going to be the same play, Infinity. Grindsky going to look for a mistake coming from CE.
Yeah, we'll see about that. As at the moment, CE is all about lane control. They're just pushing the waves towards the base, and when it comes to a mistake, it's going to be very hard for Grindsky Esports at the moment. But Chinese One once again has the explosive cast if he wants to go for the same tactic that he did just a while ago.
Yeah, and while CE is looking for that mistake, Grindsky is still on the timer. Baron is up. The Elder Drake's going to come up in 30 seconds. And if CE pulls back, goes for these objectives, it's going to be sure that Grindsky will look for where CE is. CE very well knows this. They're starting out the Baron.
Yeah, and with Evilist there on bot side, they could just split push. Tidal Wave is there. It's 4-man zone from CE. They're really wanting to zone away Grindsky Esports, but Chinese One is there. They're going for the explosive cast, and now CE secures the Baron Napster. They have lost this objective, and now Grindsky Esports has to respect it. But Tactical is on the front line, with Zalpi going in for the Dragon's Rage. This forces Tactical to go over the hill, and now with Zalpi there, forcing out the flash. He's going to be safe, but Chinese One is very low as well. That will be a kill towards CE, and Grindsky Esports has lost their last turret. And now it's Evilist just there on the Nexus, pushing all the waves with that Baron buff. It's Aspen trying to defend. Evilist is down low. It's going to take that kill, but the Nexus is under 500 HP. The TVs are there. CE is pulling through the mid lane. Bo is very low. Grindsky Esports is defending if they could. But this is a dangerous situation. It's CE so going for the push, and the Nexus is there. This is going to game 3 for this series.
Oh my god, Infinity! That last series of events went towards in favor of Cerebrum Wildrift, and they're still in this series. They still can take control of their own fate in the WCS. It's gonna be 1-1 here in our series, Infinity, and man, that was that feels like such a nail biter ending.
Yeah. And it's all about how CE went in for their early game win con. You have Zalpi with that Lee Sin, right? Lee Sin is one of the best early game junglers, if not the best early game champion for the whole champion pool in Wild Rift. And that just placed him at a huge advantage in this early game state that placed a lot of gold for every single one from CE.
Yeah, the early game gank from Zalpi in the bot lane was just really put a lot of the members of Grindsky behind there as well. And I do remember as well, it was being talked about in the panel that, yeah, the top lane is where we're looking at in terms of the matchup, but it's very much influenced by the jungle matchup as well between Qeon and Zalpi, because CE has a lot of compositions where they play around Zalpi. This is different for CE because Zalpi is not on the carry jungler. He is on the utility on the Lee Sin. So it gives him a different role on the team, gives him more a playmaking ability, which is also what Qeon was doing throughout the game. But at the same time, the advantages that CE was able to get across the map in the early stages of the game and just take control of it and never letting go was the key here on how CE was able to get this win in this game.
Yeah, and the thing is, if you're fighting an early game win con for a team and you're all late game scaling, if you lose that early game, it's already over. CE has already locked in onto their winning condition of securing that early game. And you're seeing how Grindsky Esports was stalling this as much as they could.
Right.
But already in 12 minutes mark of this matchup, it was already all tier 2 turrets except that bot lane turret down. And with inhib in top lane and mid lane down as well, this gives a huge amount of gold for the side of Cerebrum Esports, right? If you're looking at a gold advantage, it's what, 11, 12k gold lead for CE?
Yeah, and you could really see as well, like the macro decisions from CE. They didn't force the issue on Grindsky because they were an early game team and they were very much ahead. They were at the point where they needed to be as that early game team, but you couldn't take Grindsky away yet from the game because Tactical was still the win condition for Grindsky. Tactical got ahead. You can see how aggressive Tactical was playing at the later stages, and they still needed to respect Grindsky's strength at that point, and it just shows as well how good the communication is, and also the understanding of the game coming from CE.
Absolutely, a respect for respect. The Glow Prepaid Player of the Game, the MVP, is Zhao P with that Lee Sin with fantastic kicks from Game 2.
Yeah, Zhao P, this guy, he's not only a carry jungler. He carried this game, but in a different way. It's not about being him dealing most of the damage. It's not being him always in the fight, but it's him being the playmaker for the team, being that guy that would start things out for CE. And it is even in the weird build. We both agree here that Triforce is not the most efficient item, but at that point where they were, Triforce you could say was expensive, not the most efficient. But at where they were, if you could afford a slightly better item, even though it is not as efficient in terms of gold of what you get out of, it's gonna be a tool that this player with that champion could very well use.
Yeah, as well as how many skills that he can proc Triforce with? 6 skills?
Right.
Because you can have that double amount from his skill kit. So such an obnoxious item for Lee Sin with that great lead in the early game. So we'll see if CE can replicate their early game advantage to win game number 3, as now it is 1 game away for both teams into game 3 after this short break. I'm Infinity and Crazy Apple. Don't go away.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Pag pinanghihinaan na tayo ng loob, where do we go? We go where our power lies. With Go Plus 99, 8 gigs for all sites plus 8 gigs for our favorite apps. Let's own the future with Globe Prepaid.
Welcome everyone to the WCS Philippines, and we're back for game number 3. One game away for both teams to take this series away for themselves. I'm Infinity and this is Crazy Apple, and we're back for the cast. And this is such an exciting moment here, Crazy Apple, because Grindsky Esports is now down for the count. Earlier, we saw them take game 1, but CE took it back for game 2.
Yeah, and CE just playing it out really, really well. They were able to, take their win condition early game fights against a late game team composition like the Vayne against Grindsky, and CE, man, just able to really play their hearts out here in our series, and they were able to just take one more away from Grindsky.
Yeah, and I'm excited though. What will be the champions that are banned away? What will be the champions that are picked up? These are the interesting things that I'm looking for. Like, what will be happening in game number 3? Are they now going to respect that Lee Sin or picking it up for themselves? Chinese One has picked Lee Sin 3 times already from week 1 into week 3 and won it 2 times. So we'll see what those changes are for GS for this game 3.
Yeah, I do expect one difference that we're gonna see, as mentioned by the production, is that Grindsky would be putting Tante back in out Aspen. So do you expect the Tante, the guy who really carried Grindsky in game 1, be back here in game 3? And yeah, it might be another Darius, but they have other things. We'll see here if Grindsky can close the series out with a win here against CE.
Yeah, absolutely. As now we are in the draft for both teams, for Grindsky Esports and Cerebrum Esports. But something to take note that Grindsky is now on the blue side and Cerebrum is now on the red side. So the interesting fact for this one is that Grindsky is now the first pick, and now CE is on the second pick here for game number 3.
Yeah, and we see this often. A lot of teams who are the red side would continue being the red side when they win game 1, and it's just a lot of blue side priority for these teams because you get the first pick. You can usually dictate the pace of the pick and ban and the draft on what you do. So it's a really more powerful side to be in. And for Grindsky now to choosing that side means that they will be prioritizing a pick. Earlier on, it was the set being opened by CE, and they were prioritizing that. Do expect Grindsky to maybe have the same priority, either a set or maybe another Darius for comfort for Tante.
Yeah, and now at this point in time, since GS is now on the blue side selection, they don't need to prio ban the Camille. They have to ban away these 2 champions that might be obnoxious for Cerebrum Esports to pick up for their first priority picks. But with that said and done though, shoutouts to Ziggs, Rakon, Olaf, and Tresh, banned away by GS and CE.
Shoutouts, because we won't be seeing you guys here in game 3 of the series, and we have seen Ziggs twice already on How. And I feel at this point, if Grindsky would ban it, it will be forcing How into some of his more comfort picks, which is going to be the Lux. So do expect How to be CE to be picking up that Lux later on if it's not banned in the second part of our pick and ban phase. It is a bit of a different bans right here from CE. I'm not seeing some of the like the set.
Sorry, throw you off.
The Z
because
sorry,
is still open.
yeah, the set is still open. But yeah, we're not seeing some of the bans like the Forky as well from CE. They have elected to go for the Camille and the Olaf. So kind of a different flavor here coming from CE.
Yeah, and that flavor is set for Grindsky Esports, right? We talked about set being left open because CE prioritized Camille, Olaf, and Tresh. So Grindsky picks it up immediately, and we could expect that Bo, or not Bo, but rather Grindsky Esports picking it up as a strong Baron lane that could flex into support or mid lane here for Grindsky, even in the jungle as we've seen in the past. But Darius and Morgana locked in by CE.
Yeah, Morgana has been going under the radar, I feel, especially here in week 4 of the WCS. We haven't seen her as often in terms of the pick and ban phase, and right now she is being picked here by CE. That's gonna be most likely in the hands of How, because of how CE has been operating the past couple of weeks. Is that How gets an AP champion, Pago will get an AD champion in the mid lane. So do expect that Morgana to go into the hands of How.
Yeah, and you know what? The interesting part of picking up a Zed, as far as I know, that Grindsky has not used Set from week 1 into week number 3. So an interesting selection here, but with Orianna locked in, we could expect that it can go bot lane and Jace and mid lane.
Yeah, we can expect those assignments for these champions, although still it can feel a bit up in the air. I think we've seen Bambi play Orianna, or was it a different mid laner? I'm kind of confused.
He
right?
played it one time.
Yeah,
in the mid lane. Yeah.
Right, so Bambi could still very well use this. There could still be a lot of differences on the side of Grindsky. You could still pick the Corki since it's still not banned if it's left open by CE. Set could still go into the bot lane on Bo. The Jace could still go into the hands of Tante in the top side. Could be a better matchup against the Darius on Ivalis's hand. So a lot of flexibility still in the hands of Grindsky.
Although Jace has not been picked up by Bambi. Rather, Jace has not been picked up by Tactical nor Tante. So, an interesting selection here, and even Chinese one as well. So, those are the expectations coming in for the draft. But we're jumping into the second phase bans, wherein Lulu and Lucian is banned away.
And Lulu, just taking it away just because there could be the Vayne Lulu still being picked up by Grindsky. You could still see some shenanigans of Vayne Lulu with a Set, maybe jungle or top side of the map. But at the same time, I doubt it if I was Grindsky, because that would be a very resource-heavy composition. Taking away as well the Lulu takes away a possibility from Grindsky to picking a more carry champion in the jungle for Qeon. So I think that's a very good ban in the second phase for CE.
Yeah. And with that said and done, I like how you mentioned about the support pool with the Lulu ban from CE and what the potentials are, because at the moment, a Galio is still available in this match, and any of these two can pick it up. If Morgana wants to go mid lane, then Galio can fit into CE's draft, but if not, GS can pick it up for themselves, with Caitlyn being picked up by CE.
Is this it, Infinity? Is this it? The first
first time
marksman game coming from How, unless this is a total left
yeah,
field.
it's the first time. It's the
Okay.
first time. Yeah.
It still remains to be seen, Infinity, because we don't know what shenanigans can go. I have this weird thought that Caitlyn's gonna go mid, even though that's a worse. I think that's a bad thing that C could do, but it's still Morgana Caitlyn. This is a classic duel here we're seeing. It's very oppressive when you get ahead. And earlier this game, we have been seeing How and Fleur bullying out Tactical and Bo in the bot lane. This could very well be a combination that CE could just use to bully out the Dragon lane from Grindsky, and that could become their win condition here.
Oh, a Janna instead of a Galio. Interesting selection there by Grindsky Esports, but Janna has seen 100% win rate for CE, so rather giving it away, pick it up for yourselves for Grindsky Esports. So we'll see how that would turn out. But when you're playing with Caitlyn, you want that early aggression because of the range that Caitlyn has. And the interesting fact you stated a while ago, being the first marksman by How, and probably one of the first times, if not the first time, we've seen a Caitlyn in WCS Philippines. It's such an interesting thing to happen in WCS.
Yeah, and this is the second Caitlyn pick that we've seen in the WCS. The first was played by Larawan, Lara 1 in UDG. And I think here, we before the series started, before game 1 started, we were highlighting the draft. And I was praising the coaching staff of Grindsky. And I think this came so much on left field for them that they might have not taken into account that it could be a Caitlyn Morgana on the bot side of the map. Because I feel like Janna as a pick is a bit of a miss pick here for Grindsky. I think Galio would have been a better choice. Just specifically because one of the weaknesses for me with what CE has right now is if you have a lot of CC, there's only going to be one block with the Black Shield. And if you have the Galio, you can take away the front line of CE, that Caitlyn's going to have a hard time dealing out her damage.
Yeah. So we'll see how that will turn out for Grindsky Esports as they pick that Janna Enchantress support in the dual lane. And with Caitlyn and Morgana in the same draft, it's all about Hulk Mayhem here for the side of CE, as now we are entering into the Rift for game number 3 of the series.
Yeah, and starting things out, it looks like there's going to be some default starts here in Infinity. So do expect we're going to see a lot more of these early game trying to look for scuttles for each of their sides. Giannis on the Kazakhs is very adept at getting isolated targets. So do expect that Grindsky will try to give him that control. With the mid lane matchup here between the Zed and the Jace, in the early parts of the game, Jace would have that slight edge because, as you can see right here, being showcased by our observers, he has 2 abilities. And he also has a range, both a range and a melee form. So it's very easy for him to shove the lanes. Because of that, he could elect to put a lot of deep wards earlier on, although he just put it a bit shallowly here in the river.
Yeah. And you know what else is interesting? Looking at Grindsky, the same team that you just recently talked about with Bambi in mid lane, is tactical. Because if you're looking at the runes, he went in for phase rush.
Right. Usually you see phase rushes on Oriana's in the mid lane because it provides a lot of safety. You can proc it and get away immediately. But here in the bot lane, I feel like sometimes Conqueror or Aerie could be better because it provides a better trade, and you do have a support that provides a bit more of that disengage. But at the same time, having that right out tactical could make him more of an independent champion as the game goes.
And this is what we're talking about when it comes to a Caitlyn Morgana duo bot lane. It's all about that pokes, and it's now tactical having a hard time to maneuver around and get those CS.
Yeah, and it's just going to be very oppressive, especially with these 2 champs. They have a lot of range on them. Yeah, Morgana doesn't have the longest in terms of auto attack range, but she has a long range with her snare. Bambi getting very low here. It seems like there was a huge fight there in the mid lane, but in terms of that fight being a bit even for both of these teams right now, Scuttle looks to be just evenly distributed between the 2 junglers.
Yeah, although unfortunately, Bambi has lost the Flash and the Ignite, only traded for the Ignite from Pago. So that is a summoner spell disadvantage from Grindsky Esports. And looking at Zhao P at the moment,
right,
he's patting himself down low in that bot side.
He spotted though
from Grindsky. Yeah.
Right. He spotted it with the ward. Good ward right there from Grindsky, anticipating a possible gank from Zhao P, which is gonna give up some of the Krugs right here. Bambi's here though.
Yeah, and Caitlyn and Morgana is not there, so this is PB1. Exos is down low already for Zhao P, the first blood for GS.
Good exhaust. Good answer right there from Grindsky. With the wards, we're able to spot out Zhao P being there. It should have been just a clean invade from Zhao P. I believe he was also thinking he was going to get level 5 when he got those Krugs, but since experience was shared and some of the smaller Krugs were stolen away by Grindsky, he wasn't able to hit level 5, wasn't able to use the Dragon's Rage to knock people up to get away. And yeah, because of that, right now, first blood does go to the side of Grindsky.
As they say, thank you for the leash, CE. But yeah, Grindsky Esports has denied that level 5 from Zhao P. And that first blood gave them that 1k goal lead at the moment in the first 3 minutes of this game. And the question is, what will happen once again when the Mountain Dragon and the Rift Herald comes up, especially with Zhao P being that first death in Chinese 1, getting a bit of an advantage there when it comes to gold.
The thing is, in these objective fights, it's going to be CE to try to go for the first engage. A bit of a miss snare right there, so no fight going to happen at the bot side of the map. But going back, CE should be the ones who are first inside the objective, in the river, because they need to put down the wards, they need to put down the traps coming from how if they're able to set up the traps from Caitlyn, it can make it harder for Grindsky to get in. That would make it easier for the Morgana to hit her snares. But the thing is, with how the momentum has been going right now for the side of Grindsky, it looks like the Mountain Drake will be going into their hands.
Yeah, although a lot of flashes has been used already by Grindsky Esports, so that Dark Binding might just connect constantly from floor. So it is such a scary moment for Grindsky Esports, but considering how much Grindsky has secured in this early game, CE is playing it a bit conservatively in this early game stage, especially with Zhao P prioritizing the Yumi's Ghostblade build path instead of a GA.
Yeah. In terms of where we are right now, Infinity, I feel like CE was getting a bit of that momentum, especially in the bot side of the map. But with Zalpi dying early and with How and Fleur not being there to back him up, it just feels like CE is taking is a bit on the back foot from where we are. Pig goes though almost falling.
Chinese one's just waiting on the corner. Bambi is here to secure the kill. That will be Grindsky Esports taking their second kill of this game.
Yeah, I think it's an Ignite that killed him as soon as he popped out from that death mark. But right now, CE, bit of a man at disadvantage. Only one member here trying to defend.
Yeah, Redemption is there to damage Chinese one, Bambi along with the minions, but they just want that gold plate. And they got it, and now Bambi has that 4.5k gold. 1k gold advantage against their individual lineup against Pago.
Yeah, and Grindsky is supposed to be the team who is kind of in the back foot when it comes to going against the Morgana Caitlyn, but they're showing here. I think the right now the thinking in terms of the pick of the Oriana and the Janna is put two ranged champions in the Dragon lane so that the Morgana and the Caitlyn won't be able to just easily harass the melee support. Because if they put a Galio there, the Galio will just be a guy standing there until they get to about level 5 and be able to use his ultimate. So I think that is right now, seeing how the game has been progressing, that is the mindset for Grindsky. And with that, they are able to get this lead because the bot lane the supposed bot lane advantage that CE would have had is nullified with the pick or the play and the picks coming out from Grindsky.
Yeah, picks and plays are very important. And you know what, Crazy Apple, an interesting thing that I've observed from this game, Grindsky Esports, it is up until 5 minutes and 30 seconds before they bought any boots from any of these players. So there was no boots, none whatsoever, from the first 5 minutes and 30 seconds of that match from Grindsky.
Yeah, but there's a fight right here, Infinity.
Yeah, it's a 2v2. It's Tante going in with that CC onto Evilis and also Floor. But Zappy is here to the rescue, so now it's a 3v3. Dark Binding will not connect. Sonic Wave is there, forcing out the jump from Chinese One to go back to safety. So no all in here from CE.
That was a very cheeky Sonic Wave right there from Zalpi. He went in, then safeguarded out, which forced the flash on Tactical for free. Now Tactical has no flash here.
Yeah, and now he is in danger. CE secures that kill easy with Evilis with an option guillotine. Now Chinese One goes back in, gets the trade from Zhao P. That's a 1-for-1.
Bambi's here.
And they go in for the response. Floor is very low. The Ignite is there. He is getting burned. And now that Aerie might just have killed him, but he goes away with 1 HP.
Whew. Okay. Still, even though there was a trade of kills right there, in terms of the momentum right now, feels like CE has a bit of that just because of the mid lane shove, but in regards to the top side, it's going to go back into equilibrium there. No one's going to take another objective at this point in time. So going back, it was a very... I'm still not over yet that very cheeky play from Zalpi, which forced Tactical to move up, try to clear the wave, and got the pick right there. Great series of plays from CE. It looks like they're still feeling very comfortable coming here, but Ocean Drake is up and Grindsky is positioning themselves to take this objective.
The Team Shadows is cheeky from CE, getting information on that Pixel Brush in the river. Zalpi here is on the jungle, on the blue buff, so if ever a fight occurs, he can just jump in, get the kick out, especially with his ultimate ready. But Ocean Drake is now being started by GS.
Yeah, and we'll see if it's going to be contested right here by CE. Redemption has been used to spot this out. Ivan starting to fight out.
Yeah, they're going for the apprehend. Zez with the ultimate as well, getting the kill onto Tactical. So 1 man down for GS. Make it another as the trade is there. Pago is down. And CE going in for the fight as Tante will be killed by that Caitlyn. So 2-4-1 in favor of CE.
It's actually a 2-4-2 Infinity. I think Pago was killed right there by Qeon. As soon as he popped away from the shadow using his death mark, Qeon was there in his waiting arms, getting in. I think, wait a minute, another kill here.
Bambi with a flash, getting the kill onto Zhao P with no jungler. GS can now start the Drake.
Yeah, and GS, good plays right there. Qeon is still going in.
Yeah, he's very low. How doesn't have any flash or heals as he gets killed with Chinese One just jumping him, and 2 dragons secured by GS.
2 straight mistakes coming from CE and 2 different objectives. Zalpi just walking near the Herald. Grindsky's Bambi was still there, able to pick him up, while How, I believe, wanted to get some vision into the Drake, and Qeon is being this insect with very good isolation damage just able to kill him outright immediately right there. And even the Riverhound right now looks to be going to the side of Grindsky.
Pego knows Zelpy there, not going to be enough to get that steal though. As now the kick is there, Chinese one is safe, and that is Zelpy being targeted by Bambi, but CE has lost her 2 members, and now Evil is on the front line getting a 2-man upper hand, but he gets killed instead, and now GS has that number 6 advantage, or number advantage rather, with Chinese one getting killed, but 3 traded for that alone is so much value.
One more?
But that Dark Binding clutches with another kill for CE.
Yeah, at least they're able to get 2 kills out of that. Although 3 members of CE did go down, while Tante was never in that fight. He's still pushing the bottom lane turret right here. Although Bambi might be getting a kill right here.
Yeah, Bambi is going to front lines. How doesn't have enough damage to go on to Bambi, but the Dark Binding is such a clutch. But look at Tante in the backside. It's the ultimate getting the kill onto Morgana. And now flashes in, going for How. Make it the double kill for Tante alone. And now with the Twin Shadows, he might just get killed. But that is a 2-for-1 with Tante getting all the gold.
Tante's so mad. He said, I'll do it myself. I'll take down the members of CE right here coming from the bot lane, able to get those kills. Pego though, using the death mark.
Ultimate onto Pego is not going to be enough damage, as that will get the kill onto Bambi with a 1-for-1. Now that is a nice kill from Pego onto Bambi, but is it worth though?
I love that you pointed out that question, Infinity, because I personally think it's not that worth at this point. You are behind as Cerebrum at this point. You need to get more efficient trades to be able to transition them into getting objectives. You just keep going for these 1-for-1s. He did it. I think he got a bit of the bounty gold as well from Bambi, but
yeah,
it's not as big of an effect at this point in the game because you still need to. Your team still needs to scale. Your team needs some control, some pressure on the map, and there could have been a better play. But on the other hand, Qeon is going on to Ivalis here.
Those isolation damage is just too much. Evilis is low. Shock Blast is there. Evilis is dead with 2-man getting the kill. And now GS takes another kill for themselves. But this 1v1 on bot side as Pego is down low. Going in for the shurikens, getting those pokes up. Tante is down low as well. And that will secure the kill with Pego outplaying Tante in bot lane.
Great outplay, great ankle breakers right there coming from Pego. Utilize the full kit, but still mid lane.
Absolutely, it is Bambi going in the backside. Zelpy getting the kick under the turret. It might
Nice
get the
aces.
root down.
The
Takes
double
his enchant, buying some time, but Chinese one is here to the rescue, getting those kicks. And now Floor is also low. Uses up the flash to go back to safety, and GS gets a nice return.
This is just a very chaotic game at this point, Infinity. It looks like it's not over.
Yeah, he's going for it. Pego is also low, but that's Smite slowing him down. Gets the kill for Chinese one. And with Evilis as well, the solo player on top lane, he has to respect that isolation damage.
Respect. Yeah, that's what both teams need to do right now. They need to play a bit more slow because CE has been on the back foot whenever these kinds of chaotic plays has been happening. When you look at the composition for Grindsky, they have a Kha'Zix, they have a Jace, and these two champions always love to brawl. They have a lot of abilities that are low cooldown and deal a lot of damage. If you look at that side of CE, they don't really have that luxury. They have a Lee Sin, they have a Zed. Yes, you think, yeah, they're really good at these fights, but the thing is they're energy based. They're not as free-flowing in terms of ability usage in those kinds of skirmishes, and they have long cooldowns. They need their ultimates to be able to deal the full brunt of their kits, and CE will lose out on those kinds of trades each time they try to go for those.
Grindsky is going in 2v1. Tante is there to support as Pego falls. And now it's CE going for the quick response, but can they do it as this is a 3v3? And Chinese one goes on the backside. The ultimate is there from Floor to try and CC Chinese one, but he goes back in. He's ready to go. Ivalis forcing out the flash to go back to safety.
Zelpy.
And How is all as well. Going for the proto belt, but Zelpy gets a nice kick. But Chinese one easy out, and Shockwave is there from Tactical to secure the kill.
Yeah, securing the kill on the. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, look at Jace. Jace just took down second tier turret, and look at the top side. There's even another wave right there crashing into the turret of CEC. Is in full defense mode. They can't get the resources across the map. They've just been picked off one by one. And Infinity at this point in time feels like Grindsky wants to stamp this series. They want to get the win from here.
Yeah. Although, now we'll see how that would happen because now CE is already at the 12k gold deficit in this matchup, and When you're looking at GS, they have their eyes on the prize of that Baron Nashor. If CE starts this, they could go in and try to start a fight.
Yeah, and
Tega.
right now though, gonna pick here.
Upper hand over the wall. It's Ibelis going in for the front lines as well, but Tante is going back through with the ultimate onto Ibelis as he is just read out of the game. And now CE has lost their Baron laner from that fight alone.
And no Ibelis, no Darius here coming into the Baron. It's 4v5 if they do want to. Another catch here though.
Shockwave along with that jump from Chinese One. That kick saves Floor's life.
Yeah, saves his life, but still, they are gonna relinquish a lot of control in this jungle, in this Baron. It looks like this could just very well be a free Baron for Grindsky.
Absolutely. Zalpi is too far away. They don't have enough time to get the steal, so GS secures the Baron Nashor.
Yeah, and right now with the Baron, Grindsky could just go to these side lanes, go to each lane, assign one member of each from them to be able to just use the Baron minions to take down the structures of CE, and they're starting it off at the top side.
Yeah, now Tante going in for the 2v1, a lot of damage, forcing out the flash from Pago, or the Shadow instead, as that will bring him back to safety. But what is not safe is those inhib turrets, as they are just pushing top lane, mid lane, and bot lane.
Yeah, and with the top inhibitor down, it's gonna have a lot more super minions. Mid inhibitor is also down. The last inhibitor turret for C is gonna be this bot side, and Grindsky looking to just take this last tower here.
This is the end gaming push from Grindsky Esports, looking to finish this game to get the win on the series. So Shock Blast is hurt, and now Pago uses up the ultimate onto Tante, but
There's
not
nothing
enough
they can
damage
do.
to kill him. And now CE tries to defend, going in for the Nexus. Monsoon is there, bringing back the HP of every single member from GS. And now the Nexus is targeted by Tante as Nexus goes down, 300 HP, and Grindsky Esports secures the series for themselves, bringing down Cerebrum Esports.
Yeah, and with this win from Grindsky, they still are in the running to get the top two here, Infinity, in our playoffs, and that was a very much well-deserved game from them. Great job from Grindsky, able to adjust, even though they were thrown a very different, I would say very different Cerebrum look right there with how on the Caitlyn on his first Marksman champion. It's not the best of results, but still, Cerebrum still growing as a team, still improving here in the WCS. And with that Caitlyn Morgana lane in the Dragon lane, I think they still need to iron out some kinks. The thing is, Caitlyn is very oppressive with Morgana if played correctly, and we did see some sparks of it. But Caitlyn is not an early to mid game champion. She needs all of her items as a marksman to be able to throw damage on Grindsky, and they just weren't able to get to that point.
Yeah, and I think what CE wants is just the early game. It's just the early game pressure from Zhao P with that early game scaling champion, and Hao and Floor to be that poke aggression from CE. But the thing is, CE died in that early game in the first couple of minutes of that matchup, which lost them that level 5 early engage from Zhao P. And on top of all that, Hao and Floor doesn't have that prio because Tactical and Vogue got that gold. So it's such of a massive deficit for them to lose that early game phase.
Yeah, and apart from that, in terms of the early game momentum for CE, there were a lot of questionable engages. I felt like they were a bit too aggressive, and a lot of these fights they kept going in one by one, and I think that's a bad decision. If you're seeing a Kha'Zix going in one by one, he can just keep throwing his claws at you, keep killing you over and over again, because that is his specialty, killing members who are isolated. And C was just giving that towards Grindsky, which really just ballooned the deficit that CE was feeling throughout that game.
Yeah, and I think it's fair enough to say that CE wants to go for the 50-50 consistently. It's to win or to lose those fights, but unfortunately they lost those fights that you were talking about that gave GS at 10 minutes double the amount of kills that CE has, that placed them at a 5k gold lead. And on top of all that, they have the Mountain Dragon in the Ocean Dragon, with Bambi, Tactical, and Tante being so defensive because of those breaks.
Right. I do think it's fair to say that they were taking a lot of those 50-50s, but it feels like also it's a big difference in their usual style. Because we know CE as this team who plays around their jungler, around Zalpi, and also plays around team fights. They would group together a lot of times, and even though at the loss of a lot of gold, and that this style is I feel like a total opposite from their usual calm, collected group of style. That if you're suddenly changing that up in the middle of a series, it can sometimes put teams off kilter and can work. But it also has a lot of. It's also has a huge room for mistakes.
Absolutely, and with no mistakes though, coming in from the jungler of Grindsky Esports, the Globe Prepaid Player of the Game, Chinese One.
Yeah, Qeon won on this Kha'Zix is a very comfort pick for him. Weren't able to highlight it as much just because of the shocking pick coming from Cerebrum. But this guy, Qeon, has always been solid, always has been an aggressive player. And if you give this guy a lot of those chances to really show off his aggressiveness, he's gonna take the bait every time and show you why you need to fear him when he's on form and on point on the champions he's using.
I mean, this is the most picked champion for Chinese One. So this is just so obnoxious to fight against if you're talking about your Grindsky Esports. But Grindsky took that head and just took the win of that series away from Cerebrum Esports. Although, commendable play still from CEE, taking one game away from that series. I'm Infinity, and this is Crazy Apple along with me from that series. We're gonna take a short break, but when we come back, it's the panel discussing what happened from Grindsky and CEE.
Bright light feels right. I can't lie. I'm sky high. It feels like lightning, burning up in the sky, bright as the sun in your eyes. Feeling alright, I can't shine like lightning. Feels right. I can't lie. Sky high. It feels like lightning, burning up in the sky, bright as the sun in your eyes. Feeling alright, I can't shine like lightning, burning up in the sky, bright as the sun in your eyes. Feeling alright, I can't shine like lightning. Shine like lightning. Shine like feels right, feels right, feels like lightning, burning up in the sky, bright as the sun in your eyes. Feeling alright, I can't shine like lightning. Shine like you lit me up as the sun went down. Now my search is over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. 'Cause now I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground.
Welcome back to the WCSPH. Grindsky Esports takes the first series of the day 2-1 though against Cerebrum Wildrift. I think that was the big surprise for everybody. And this was an incredibly action-packed series. And what a way to start the day, right? There's a lot to talk about as we jump into our series highlights, including the debut of Aspen. We see him. We have him in the Rift. Dante still giving an amazing performance despite him feeling a little bit under the weather. And, Oasis, Cerebrum really just giving their all. That trademark up until the very last second, they can just still fight it out.
Agreed. I feel that the Cerebrum Esports is still not surrendering anything at the moment, and they would still go out with a bang here. On the third game, we saw another debut, and that's going to be How on the marksman. That's the Caitlyn. Second time that it has been picked here in WCSPH, but it still is not as effective. But looking at how the series went on game number 1, they targeted the Dragon lane so hard. I feel that there were 5 bans that were targeted against Tactical and also against Go. And so, what was left open was Dante to just influence the game. I believe he was deathless on game number 1. I think that, that's the career game for Dante, at least for WCSPH. And game number 2, Aspen tried to relieve some duty for Dante. However, it did not pan out, did not work out, but we'll see. I really love, Aspen as a friend of mine.
As a friend.
I love how you put it that way, Oasis. But yeah, also seeing the series earlier, I do want to commend CE. They had a really good plan for game 2. They were able to take control of it early on, and they were just able to snowball the game from there. I do love seeing CE when they're in control and just snowballing a lead on their side. Game 3 though really felt off for me, as we've been seeing CE for the past couple of weeks here in the WCS, because this is a more, I feel, chaotic style, free-flowing style gameplay from CE, where they just kept going in one by one, and it just felt like CE was a bit too hyped from game 2, having that really good win against Grindsky. And yeah, it just felt kind of off for me. But at the same time, seeing the new pick from How, well, first time marksman. We've been talking about this guy has just been this player who loves playing AP carries a bot lane, and seeing him have a Caitlyn shows diversity and growth that we'll be seeing more of from this team.
I mean, they're playing Lee Sin in the jungle, which means that you cannot really play around your jungle that much. So they're already in the phase of diversifying their strategies, heading over possibly tomorrow or the next week's games. It's just a pleasure to watch and a welcome sight.
Yeah. Definitely love the diversity and the creativity that comes in, and Grindsky Esports definitely making their way to being one of the more creative teams for this season of the WCS. And we can ask them all about that creativity, because we are going to welcome them over here on the panel. And you gotta love having these guys over here. It's always a party for sure. Welcome, Grindsky Esports. Welcome back to the panel desk, and congratulations on that win against the Regum Esports. Now, medyo ila-lightning round ko kayo so ibabato ko muna kay Crazy Apple for the questions, and I'll do the lightning round later.
Sige. For my question, it's, I think, not necessarily for Aspen, but for the team na yun at para kay Coach. I was saying in the cast earlier na sa tingin ko ng game 3, Galio might have been a better pick, pero you guys went with the Janna against the Caitlyn Morgana. Ano yung mindset doon? Kasi ang naisip ko lang, maybe kasi pinik nyo yung Janna kasi lane siya. At least hindi siya mas mahihirapan if it's a Caitlyn Morgana. But I want to know lang, guys, like, what was the thinking on that last pick for you?
Basically, ang nangyari kasi doon, magde-decide kami if we want to fight fire with fire. And sa rotation na ginagawa nila from the first 2 games, ang nangyayari is nagpo-focus sila dun sa Dragon Lane. So, ang nangyari, since nakita na natin yung Caitlyn Morgana, meaning gusto nila ng away. So, tinanong ko lang sila, gusto niyo labanan o hindi? So, ang sabi ni Sob, since ang strong side natin is nandun sa Baron lane, might as well defensive na lang. Tapos parang panisan na lang sila na if ever na mag-try silang gumawa ng play sa bot side. So, kagana yun. If Galio, medyo matutulog yung Galio.
Risky.
Risky to, pre, kasi talo na kagad sa priority sa lane.
So it was a team decision in that regard. So yeah, thank you for that. Thank you for that answer. Who's next? Is it
Oculus
next?
Aspen, nandun kasama ko si Bertin sa watch party. Ang tanong ko lang is kung naban yung Darius mo, ano yung ipipick mo? Sabi kasi ni Berting, may training ka daw niya eh. Ano?
Training ako ni Berting. Mag-isa lang ako kagabi.
Naku.
Hindi, yung mundo nga nasa list namin. Supposedly mundo nga. Para maano na rin yung wish mo.
So nga eh, kung Cerebrum pala eh, no? Dapat binan nila yung Darius para na nakita na natin yung mundo. Pero salamat, Aspen. Pata debut. Sayang. Pero next time.
Sayang nga eh.
Guys, dagdag ko lang, no? Sayang kasi kung nakuha ni Aspen yung win doon using a Darius, main niya yun. Tapos, hindi na namin siya makalaro yung 100% win rate.
Kasi talo eh. 0%. History pa
0 or 100 lang.
0%
Kailangan
win rate.
pa maglaro ni Aspen. Isa lang ibig sabihin nun, Coach, kailangan pa maglaro ni Aspen.
Okay, 50% na. May patuloy na 50%. Okay. Aspen, ito na yung lightning round natin. So you just have to tell yung name ng teammate that fits the description. First sa lightning round, sino yung last na magising sa team?
Last na?
Magising. Yung late na do.
Si Ralph, ang hirap eh. Gising na, ayaw pa bumangon eh. Gising na, ayaw pa bumangon. Gusto sisigawan eh.
Marami nakaka-relate ata dyan. Sino yung pinakamagaling magluto sa team?
Ay, sa team? Si Bambi, oo.
Wow!
Si Bading daw din, kaya lang.
Sino yung pinakamatakaw sa team? Sino yung pinakamatakaw sa team?
Ay, ako ata eh.
Honest.
Sino yung, kung maghihiram ka ng pera, sino yung una sa team na lalapitan mo?
Si Sob. Manager!
Germany!
Sino yung mas madalas nagpapalibre sa team?
JC, yun po.
Ba't parang pinilit? Sino yung pinakamatagal sa banyo?
JC ulit!
Thank you. Thank you very much, Aspen. Aspen, do you have any shoutouts that you'd like to give? Tsaka siguro mga messages that you'd like to give all of the supporters ng Grindsky.
May isang concern lang ako guys, panelists, casters. Yung IGN ng player ko, si Ralph, nagtatampo na kasi siya. Hindi sa chia seeds. Chinese. Oo. Hindi sa chia seeds, guys. Chaya.
Kasi ang
Chinese.
actually, yung info galing Lakan eh. Kaya Chianis tawag namin sa kanya dati. Pero
questionable yung Lakan.
Hindi, kasi tinanong ko talaga yan. So it's Chinese talaga.
Chaya.
Chaya, yes. Okay.
Chaya.
Okay, shoutout sa
Salamat, Aspen.
boss namin, Sir Don. Thank you din. Shoutout sa boss namin, Sir Wee, Sir Don, Miss Cheng, Sir Dennis, and Berting, Earl. Shoutout sa girlfriend ko, nanood ngayon, sa family ko rin, and we are fighting lang.
Yay! Thank you very much, Grindsky Esports. May last pala ako na tanong. may last ako na tanong. Magkano ba yung tumbler?
Diba?
Magkano yung tumbler? Ang ganda ng tumbler, tinan nyo, ano?
Naku,
Let's go!
Limited edition.
Ang ganda ng tumbler! Oh my gosh!
Okay.
Ganda. Diba? May promotion pa yan. Congratulations, Grindsky Esports. Ang saya. Ang saya. It's so nice to talk to Aspen and dito na may panel time siya dito. Sobrang saya nila. And of course, you can see how much of a party it is at Grindsky Esports. I think win or lose, that team is like, it's just like that. And Dante, I hope you're feeling okay. You can rest now, and I hope you rest well before the matches tomorrow. And now we have our second series of the day, which will be RRQ and Fennel Adversity. Now, these are two teams that pack a lot of power, of course, with amazing players all around. And Crazy Apple going over to RRQ. First of all, we've seen some roster switches over the past season of the WCS, and right now it's looking like this RRQ is the version of RRQ that will be making it into the playoffs.
Yeah, I agree. And it seems like they're stabilizing. This is going to be the roster. They're really feeling each other out. And I think we were hyping this team up as the King of Kings, a lot of veterans. And when you think of veterans, you have this notion that old dogs can't learn new tricks. But on the contrary, for Exosen, this guy has been learning a lot of new champions. At first, we were seeing him in the support position, only having Galio and Gragas. But yesterday, he showed a Thresh, and that was just phenomenal to see how aggressive and how much he was hitting his hooks. And I would love to see more of that today. And this whole team has just been slowly improving over the course of the season, although they are currently, I believe, in tied for 5th to 6th place in the standings. So hard to say how this team is gonna go onwards in terms of the playoffs. But if there's one player that we will be highlighting here in the side of RQ, it's gonna be Helios. Helios, the mid laner for RQ, started out the season in the top lane, but we saw an early sign of him playing the mid lane with the Zed, and now has been playing it more often with a lot of assassins and a lot of other AD champions there in the mid lane. If you see here his champion pool, he plays a lot of Ahri and Fizz, but I think the champion that really has left a mark on me for Helios is his Zed and his Riven. These two champions on his hands have been very pivotal for this team and provides a lot of balance as well, just because Marky has been playing a lot of these poke champions that are usually AP like the Ziggs, and Helios provides that AD damage for his team. And right now RRQ going against FLA, I feel like FLA has gone on a hot streak yesterday, but RRQ is gonna have a fighting chance here coming against FLA.
Of course. I feel like, they are still definitely one of the strongest teams that we have here in the Philippines, and for good reason, of course. On the other side, though, we do have Fennel Adversity, and Odloose, they came from a very important moral victory yesterday, and the question is, can they carry that over to this match against RRQ?
Definitely. This is, that's the best momentum builder of anything. Having to go over the hump, and the hump or the arch nemesis being Oasis, definitely a huge morale booster for Fennel Adversity. And it's day 2 today, right? So we know that Fennel Adversity is undeniably stronger day 1 and day 2. So yeah, following the trend, I feel that Fennel Adversity will put on a show once again. But expect that it will go the distance. I feel that against RQ, wherein they also would bank on the experience. The team fighting of Fennel Adversity will be tested. Do not be surprised if we see 18-minute games or Elder Dragon fights, because again, when we talk about Fennel Adversity, it's all about the controlled aggression. They're not really going to go for risky plays. Rather, they prefer to be the counter puncher and wait for the opponent to commit mistakes and then just punish it all the way. One person that we also would like to highlight is the mid laner, Arise. This is a very, very intense matchup in the mid lane, because primarily they have similar champions. I know that yesterday we saw Nakshan for Arise, and Lucid, shout out to the previous coach of Fennel, has been shouting on top of his lungs. Finally, he said, because this is actually one of the picks that is really very comfort or very comfort-ish pick for Arise. Akshan in the mid lane also gives another set of marksmen in the mid lane, allowing Danny to go for AD champions. But yeah, this champion pool that Arise has, control mages, you could see Galio, you could see Oriana, but do not forget, he still has the Zed. He also has the Fizz, Diana even. So this is going to be a very intense mid lane matchup, especially against Helios, which is known for the same type of playstyle.
Yeah. And that's going to make our head-to-head very interesting indeed. It's going to be Helios versus Arise. And as we mentioned, these two are very, very, very flashy. And Arise, I believe yesterday, as you mentioned, Autolus, apparently he has been, saving this Akshan pick. And he's looked very, very comfortable indeed. And I think he got the MVP from that series, or at least one of those games. And, again, these two, Crazy Apple, very, very flashy, pretty much almost the same style of champions, or they can both play pretty much anything. What kind of dynamics are we going to see, though? Who do you think is going for, the flashy assassin sort of like mid laners, and who is going for, maybe the tanky ones, or who is going for the mage and the first mid laners?
The thing is, I think one of the difference, and has been pointed out as well by Autolus, is that for Fennel Adversity, they play more as a unit. They played more of this controlled aggression. So in that regard, Arise would be more likely to be playing very flexibly for his team. He would, depending on what the team needs, would play either the Galio or maybe more a tanky role, more a facilitator rather than the damage. So I think when it just coming to expectations in this series, we will be. I feel like we'll be seeing Helios more on his damage. A lot of the carry champions that he likes to bring, like the Zed, like the Riven, and while on the other hand, Arise would be more flexible. But the thing is, the dynamic right now is very different because, as Autolus has mentioned, Akshan is on the table for Arise.
Yeah. I think that's only one of the few picks that really is on one side. Arise has Akshan. Actually, Helios has a Riven. And yesterday we saw Arise on the Twisted Fate. Do not forget, Helios also plays the Twisted Fate last year.
Yeah.
That's been, a pocket pick for RRQ. So when it comes to playstyle, these two are so alike. I feel this is just a perfect match to highlight because of just how important they are on their lanes or on their teams.
Equally important as well is our predictions, because we do have our consequence for today. It's a little tame though. It's a little tame, and this is more like, for banter for us panelists over here. It's basically that we have to call the other one master. So far though, it's of course pretty much even. I think everybody got Grindsky correct. Although we do differ on the score, so that might be a tiebreaker. I'm still collecting, by the way, the other predictions from the other casters, because they are in on this as well. We're gonna make sure that by the final series, they get to join in a little bit on this, because they think they can get away with it just because they're not part of the post show. No, not this time. Not this time around. Crazy Apple, what is your prediction for this series? RRQ or Fennel Adversity?
I know I started out talking about the teams earlier on with more of a glowing review of ARC. I think more glowing than what I would go for when it comes to these kinds of matchups. But for me, I think it's going to be Fennel Adversity 2-1 against RRQ.
Autolus?
Just more stable at the moment, more confident, and that will bring them, a clearer advantage when it comes to, the overall series. But if there's a way for RRQ to defeat Fennel Adversity, they will have to bank on their experience, especially in the late game team fighting. Again, do not be surprised if this will go the distance, a full 3 games in where we will see the Elder Dragon on all 3 games, because that's how I picture this. Although I'll be giving, a prediction that will not support that when I'm going for a clean 2-0 in favor of Fennel Adversity, just because it's day 2.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there is that. There's a little bit of a day 2 buff. I'll let Autolus explain that in just a little bit, but I will probably go for Fennel Adversity. I'm gonna give this a 2-1 though, just because I still believe in the prowess, of course, of RRQ. But Autolus, what is this mysterious day 1, day 2 thing that you have been noticing for Fennel Adversity, just in case others did not catch it?
Exactly, day 1, day 2. Flawless record overall for Fennel Adversity, and so far in the 3 weeks that we have, again, day 3 is where they struggle. Day 3 is where they faced the Oasis Gaming during week number 1. During week number 3 was Grindsky that did defeat them. On week number 2, I just couldn't remember to be honest. But
Yeah.
those are the small things that we have to consider.
We'll check that. We'll check that for sure because I mean it could be a trend, of course. Like teams might be more refreshed on day 1 and day 2, day 3. It might be a little bit. Of course, it gets tiring. It does. Of course it does. So that might be a factor as well. Now, of course, we're gonna see indeed if that happens. But for now, I think Fennel Adversity are still very much refreshed. We do know that in the WCS there was a pencil buff from Grindsky Esports. There was a pencil buff. There was a swimming buff, I believe, from
For Fennel Adversity.
For Fennel Adversity. There you go. So they probably still have the swimming buff with them somehow, some way. That nice R&R buff that apparently gives our teams so much strength going into the rest over here. Yes.
Plus 10 stats.
And team camaraderie too. You can't count that out for sure.
Yeah.
So we're gonna see if that swimming buff does indeed carry over in their match against RRQ for our second series of the day. Casters, over to you guys.
Thank you so much and welcome everyone to WCS Philippines for the second series of today. I'm Infinity and with me is Deadeye for the second series cast. Deadeye, how are you doing? Once again, are you ready for the series?
I'm ready, and as you can see, of course, the panel's talking about buffs here. And remember their first meeting, Infinity, they just forget that Doming birthday buff as well. That was the infamous 3-man kick. I don't know if this will carry over here. So we have talked about the first day, second day buff for FLA, swimming buff right in there. But you know what? Looking back, Infinity, on their first meeting there, that was a stomp in favor for the side of FLA. And that was also the time that RRQ is pretty much experimenting their roster, their player roles there. On the first game, on the first series, it is still gonna be Exosen, of course, on the mid and the Helios on the Baron lane. But on the second game, though, in the first series they met, it was the first time you see their current roster right now. So many things have happened already. I think RRQ is pretty solid right now, and we have seen improvement on the chemistry here. Now, this is gonna be wild this time around. I don't think this is gonna be a one-sided game. Our panel said it that this will probably go to reach the distance here, and I do expect it will happen as well.
Yeah, and I echo the predictions of the panel. I feel like RRQ and Fennel Adversity has been playing really well so far, and has Oasis, I said it a while ago, has been winning quite a lot over the past week. But now, we'll see if that will continue here today for Fennel Adversity, if RRQ can stop this win from FLA. As we are jumping into the draft for game number 1, Gragas banned away immediately from RRQ.
All right, the Gragas has been taken away. Usually right now we are seeing the Gragas have been the prior pick for the teams here. And remember that FLA is their gameplay here is to stretch it into the late game. They love those controlled aggression, as the panel have said it, and the team fights as well. And this was the mistake that RRQ have been committed on their first meeting as well, that overcommitment here. They have tried the 3-man assassin comp there against FLA to provide those split pushes instead, but it did not yet happen. But I'm looking forward if they will implement it again against FLA, and this is going to be interesting.
Yeah, and with Garen banned away for Fennel Adversity, this is going to be an interesting scenario on what the prio would be for RRQ, because as of yet, you have Jace who is open, Camille, Galio who is open as well, for any of these teams to pick up, without the consideration for Jace, as it has been banned away from RRQ.
Wow, I'm surprised that Camille hasn't been banned. And speaking of the roster changes, this is going to be the Com joining in as well in the ranks of FLA. On the first meeting, it was, I do believe, their sub there.
Horizon.
Let me, yes, Horizon. Sorry, thank you for that one, Infinity. Now Com joining in here, and Com's Camille is perfect when it comes to the win rate here. But RRQ having the priority pick, there you go. They will deny it. They will not give it to Com this time around, and this is going to be a great opening for the side of RRQ.
Yeah, and FLA has to deny the Galio because we all know the devastating effects of having a Camille and a Galio in the same exact graph. Fennel Adversity has to remove it if ever they want to go for that route, as Raph has played this 4 times already and has won 2 times. But Morgana being the priority by Fennel Adversity here can also be that support that dual lane or that mid lane flex here by FLA.
I was thinking of a Morgana pick as well, because you mentioned that Galio is very devastating. That is true, but FLA considered his Morgana as well. They cannot give it to Marky, one of his comfort champions as well here in the series. Now, Doming right now, the listen is pretty much open. His listen is incredibly very strong as well, but they will not secure it for now. But it is going to be Renekton here at the top side, probably going to go against this Camille here, and this is going to be a pretty good matchup.
Yeah, 100% win rate on that champion for Horizon, but Com has been using this for the very first time, I believe, from week 1 up until week 3, if ever it goes into top lane. But Zed has now been locked in by RRQ, so instead of the Camille Galio, I think they want to go for pick-off comp here for RRQ.
This is what I expect for the side of RRQ, Assassin team comp here. And one of the most contested champion as well, forgot to mention it earlier, is the Zed as well. Arise can play it, Helios can play it as well, and will now be secured here on the side of RRQ. Instead, there's going to be a Darius being picked here. Probably we are going to see Chaz here on the jungle, Camille, and Darius here on the top side. And with regards to the big impact here, we have to look out for Chaz as well. I think Doming and Chaz, not only Helios and Rise having the same play style, it is also Chaz and Doming having this carry jungler prowess as well. And there you go, the listen is up. This is very, very dangerous. This is one of the key champions as well that FLA has won over RRQ in their first meeting.
Yeah, I mean, Doming playing the specific champion has around 83% win rate so far for the Lee Sin, so very, very strong, as well as that early game potential that can kick off RRQ's ability to go for some pick off. And there it is, the Galio banned away a very important deny by FLA.
That's true. That's great. I love the Morgana pick now as our draft goes on, because so many single targets right now we are seeing from the side of RRQ. The Black Shield is very, very valuable right now. Now here in the second phase of our picks, both teams need that bot lane carry here. We have seen Marky on that AP champion. They need this one. They are lacking the first. I do believe Marky will secure AP champions here. On the other side, FLA here. We have seen the Lulu Vayne combo here. The Lulu Vayne combo is pretty much open. The Lux has been taken out. They expect Marky here to use their AP champions, and let us see what is going to be the next here. I believe they can also go for the brand here for the lockdown coming in from Camille Brandt with that Pyroclasm as well with the spread AoE damage here. But meantime, the action respect ban against Arise. FLA here can go for, of course, that hard carry Danny. I expect Vayne here. Vayne is pretty much open. Let's see.
We'll see about that if ever FLA wants to go for that route. As Lulu Vayne, as you called that, is open for this one, but with Leona there, I don't think this is an option for them. But I want to take note about the Lux and Galio ban by FLA, because this is a great deny. I was just about to say that Lux is open for Marky if ever they want to go for that route, especially that they are a pick-off composition. So with that out of the way, now RRQ has to find another route. If they want to go for some pick-off, they could completely go for a Kha'Zix and Zed pick here, but go for the Orianna instead to have the security on some AoE engage for RRQ.
At least they have that synergy here when it comes to a team fight. the Hexic Ultimatum onto the Shockwave here. But what's interesting with the pick coming in from FLA, Leona and Morgana, and again, that crowd control is insane. And we have seen the first duo here on the side of Cerebrum Esports, I do believe, and it was devastating. They own the lane with these two champions here. Probably we are going to see Danny here on Morgana, possibly, and Rafe here on the Leona. But I'm pretty much excited to see Danny on the hard carry 80 damage champion here. But let us see, they have the last pick here. And Akali, oh, this is going to be Comms for sure pick here, because they have taken down, of course, they have taken down the Camille, the perfect champion of Calm, and we have seen him on the Akali as well. So probably Calm's Akali will be picked here, will be chosen here.
Yeah, I like how you take a note of that. Akali has won a game in WCS Philippines as far as I know. And Renekton might just go mid lane, Lee Sin to be the jungler, and Leona Morgana for that bot lane engage and poke there. And as we have discussed prior to today's series in WCS, when you have a Morgana bot lane along with another champion that can support when it comes to single targeted CC, it's going to be an obnoxious lane to fight against.
Exactly. Now that our draft is done, Infinity, this is actually a switch here of the victor conditions. Usually we see FLA to have a pretty solid team fight composition and to have that hard carry on the late stages of the game, but this time around they do have those pick of comp here. I think this listen, the doming will enable it, especially during the early stage of the game. Very strong dragon lane as well. On the other side, Hexic Ultimatum, you have a Shockwave as well. You have a Zed for the flanking maneuver. This is also a team fight heavy coming in from RRQ. Now, the typical pick of comp coming in from the side of FLA versus a 5v5 team fight comp.
Absolutely. We'll see what would that be for that mid-game, late game, as now we're here into the Rift. Welcome everyone to game number 1 between RRQ and Fennel Adversity.
And this is it. Very excited for this one because this series will also show the improvement of RRQ. Again, I've mentioned this one during the drafting phase that the first meeting was a stomp against RRQ here. FLA right now is pretty solid. And with Domings, listen right now, being locked in here in our opening game, I'm really looking forward for, again, those flashy kicks coming in from this listen. Now, not his birthday today, but I do expect his gameplay is still there.
Yeah, I mean, he has provided a lot of team fight prowess for his team throughout the WCS Philippines with that Lee Sin so far. So a lot of expectations on the shoulders of Doming for this game 1. But now Fennel Adversity is going for that aggression. We have discussed this a while ago with a Morgana and a champion that has poke CC. It's going to be annoying, and Exosen just got the huge chunk of that obnoxious combo.
That's true, and yeah, very, very true, Infinity. Very scary, and we have seen that one. This is just the early stages of the game. Once they control here, the bot lane priority coming in from FL8 is going to be danger, but we are seeing here...
Doming in a rise, jumping in. Sonic Wave still ready, but not going to go for that as RRQ is too far away, and we're seeing Chaz to go and support them. And now with Rakan going for the grand entrance, Arise is very low. Black Shield going in for some anti-CC. And he's back to safety, and FLA wants to play this very safely. That's through with their playstyle of methodical, controlled aggression. And RRQ is back to safety as well. No kill so far.
Yeah, no kill so far. I love how RRQ disengages that one. They do have a skill set to go for that a retreat as well. Because once you are caught with the spider's web here from the side of FLA, you are pretty much dead here. Very deadly for the pick of comp. RRQ right now, I've mentioned this one, of course, they have those disengaged skill set. This is very valuable as well. I think this is one of their victory conditions here, Infinity. They must avoid team fights as much as possible, especially here in the early stage of the game. Focus on this objective takedowns because they can. They have the mobility here. On the other side, FLA, they need to have those opportunities to control the early game. Doming is the catalyst here, and I think this is going to be a team fight though in the mid.
Yeah, Rice is very low with that ultimate from Zed. Finishing blow with first blood from our RQ.
And that is big. That is big. Helio is having the first blood right now on the Zed as well. This could spell danger here against FLA. FLA, pretty much their gameplay stretching into the late stage of the game. It is usually their comfort style to play against their opponents, but RRQ securing the early stages here, it is one of their key here to provide those breathing space in order for them, Helios, to secure across the map. They must secure objectives, especially with the objectives right now is going to spawn in the Rift.
Yeah, objectives is going to be key here for both teams as 80 seconds left for the Infernal Dragon and Rift Herald to come up. But interestingly enough, I want to just give a huge shout outs to Daming for getting those 2 Rift Cutlers that actually made it so that he has now a 200 gold lead away from Chaz, because Rift Cutler gives you 120 gold, which is huge. But we'll see who will take those 2 objectives, as those 2 are going to be very important depending on what you want on your win con. Is it early game? Is it late game?
I think FLA right now will go for this pick off first prior to that objective takedown with his vision. As mentioned, of course, the Sculptor being secured on the rivers here, gonna give them those information where RRQ is. But RRQ is pretty much ready for the team fight as well. Their team composition has so many kits to go for that AoE damage as well and lockdowns, and this is going to be interesting. While FLA right now is going for this Infernal Dragon.
Everyone has their ultimate. Solar Flare is theirs, and it played to catch up. Exosendo has made it so the Grand Entrance goes in for the knock-up on that Pixel Brush. And now the Lee Sin gets the kick off Devil J. That will be a double kill for now for FLA. But Calm is dead. This is a trade that RRQ wants and needs as they get Leona as well. And Doming forcing out the flash over the wall to go and disengage. And RRQ and FLA gets 2 trades each. We're here in the 5 minutes of this game.
Wow, beautiful. That combo wombo connected for RRQ there against FLA. And it is going to be Helios waiting for the perfect opportunity to clean up the team fight. And we have seen that one. Pretty much ultimates are down for Marky. Ultimates are down for Chaz. This is now the chance for FLA to take those objective takedowns on the bot. And I think we're seeing some contest still for the side of RRQ.
Fennel starting that Infernal Dragon. RR2's role is too delayed, but not going to be enough though. So handshake when it comes to objectives. And it's played over the backside. Marky, a CC. Solar Flare is there. No one to target it too, but nice zone away. But Rafi is just stuck on that brush as he is killed by Devil J.
Beautiful isolation play there. Rafi has been picked off. But, of course, it is going to be FLA securing that Infernal Dragon. This is what you want here. At least you do have the scaling potential right now in this game. The clock is ticking, to be honest, on the side here of FLA. With regards to scaling, you have to be very careful here for the side of RRQ. Comms, Akali, Domings listen, and you have also this combo of Danny and Rafi on the bot. You need to utilize the skill sets here of these champions. You need to provide opportunities here. But yep, on the bot lane here, Arise will still going to back away here. They do not have the vision, but he safely escapes. And look at, of course, Danny here. Just having the deep wards in there, I think this is very important. They need to know where RRQ is moving across the Wildrift to go for this pick off.
Yeah, and here's the thing. RI's got the advantage there. Because here's an interesting fact that happened in that bot lane engage. Chaz used the flash to get ahead of Arise, but Arise did not use the flash over the wall. He just dashed over the wall to safety. So Summoner spell disadvantage there for Chaz. It will take quite some time to get it back. But now we're having a standard play here in the laning phase once again. But paint me a picture, Deadeye, on what could happen later on, as you were talking about the winning condition a while ago, but pick off in 5v5s.
Yeah, I did expect, but hold that thought, Infinity. I think we're going to see some action on the top side.
Doming, Dragon's Rage onto Double J. Sonic Wave to follow up. He's going to go in for the kick, but now Hex Golem made him locks in onto Calm. And now Grant entrance to follow up with a shockwave to secure the kill as Calm will get disintegrated by RRQ.
Beautiful. RRQ is dictating the tempo here, and as you have asked me what is going to happen here, I do expect that it is going to be FLA who's going to have this aggression, but it's going to be 1v1. Oh, whew, man, that hurts a lot, Doming. You need this one. You need those pickoffs. And this is the very conditions you need to set in if you are FLA. But look at this one. RRQ is just everywhere. They are in the driver's seat. And with this aggression right now coming in from RRQ, it spells danger here for the side of FLA because map control is crucial for them. They need this map control to roam around. If RRQ holds this factor here, it's going to be difficult for them to go for that pursuit, to go for that pick-off that needed to win this game.
Rift Herald got the second charge on that tier 2 turret bot lane. So obnoxious, that Rift Herald. And one of the winning conditions for RRQ is split push. They have Camille, they have Zed, so a lot of split pushing potential and some pick-offs up against Fennel adversity. But FLA got the trade back in top side tier 3 turret, so nice trade by FLA.
Now this is it. They are using, of course, their mobility as well coming inside of RRQ. And man, this is going to be difficult if this continues here on the side of FLA. I think their chance to have this big win is through those objective takedowns, and we have seen that one. But RRQ also has a team fight kits. You have the shockwave, we have seen that one, and it is going to be Helios just jumping in out of nowhere, picking off the remaining players for the side of FLA. And for now, Doming here has a 2-0-0. I have said this one, he is the catalyst here. He needs to dictate the tempo, but with this RRQ controlling the whole map, now controlling this objective fit on the bot side. Let us see if FLA will be able to force their way in, and I do believe they will.
This is what FLA wants. For RRQs to start the Dragon, for them to engage after. But we'll see, as now the Dragon is half HP already, and RRQ is ready to take that Mountain Dragon. But FLA slowly going for it. Two-man Grand entrance. Now RRQ secures that Mountain Drake. Solar Flare is there to go into the backside to go for the stun. But FLA has lost the rise with a trade for the support of RRQ. And now with a 4v4 situation, even number, but Rafi in the front lines will get disintegrated, will get killed by Devil J. And now the apprehend is so big, but he gets traded. Devil J is dead. It's a 4-man kill from RRQ. And Doming will be next as the ace will be secured by RRQ.
That was insane for the side of RRQ there, Infinity. I love that one. That connection we're talking about when it comes to a team fight. Hexic Ultimatum, just Shockwave connects. It is going to be the disengage after from the side of RRQ. And look at this replay here. It is going to be Exo-Sen first on the charm, trying to stop the advance coming in from the side of FLA. And there you go, the big combo wombo. They now disengage here. This is very smart for the side of RRQ. Now without a chasing power coming in from the side of FLA, surprise, the counter punch, easy to pick off the rest of FLA. And this is what you want for them. RRQ, different beast from, compared to the first meeting here against FLA.
Yeah, now RRQ is starting that Rift Herald, another objective that FLA wants, considering that they have the Lee Sin early game advantage champion, but not getting utilized so far. The Sonic Wave is there jumping in, but RRQ secures the Rift Herald, and Doming is stuck in Chaz's Hextech ultimatum, and he's dead. And FLA loses that objective once again.
Snowball effect coming in from the side of RRQ. Secures Rift Herald, secures one more kill, and they will secure another.
Ooh, Noxian Guillotine followed from that apprehend. Such a great thing for Devil J. And now with Rift Herald going for the push on the tier 2 turret. Might just be that tier 1 as well.
Oh, they are going to push indeed. And this, wow, this is good. This is very good for the side of RRQ. Usually in the first meeting there, they are going to push through. That was their mistake. I imagine it was that overcommitment when it comes to the team fight. But now RRQ just grown so strong here. Controlled aggression. Basically, they're doing Infinity is what FLA does. I think this is beautiful gameplay for the side of RRQ. Now, at the stage here of our game, FLA falling short They are behind for target objectives. They are behind in economy as well. Usually they stretch the game to provide those late game insurance, but with this team composition, with this peak of comp, I don't know if they be able to go for this another chance for the big team fight. Especially RRQ is very strong in that aspect. It's difficult for them to provide those pick-off plays. Doming is having a hard time right now.
Especially with Double J, the force of nature, not going to be able to burst him that easily now. FLA though will collapse onto the jungle, gets in, pinned down 2. That's a kill onto Marky, that's a kill onto Exocent. The follow-up stun onto Double J. Rafi went in for the Zenith Blade onto the Double J as well. The flash is there, Akali jumps in with a shuriken, max Q. Final execution is no longer there to be used, as Double J will go back to safety easily, and FLA starts the Baron Nashor.
Oh, this is great. FLA, they are 5-man, fall short here from the side of RRQ. Numbers advantage, but there's going to be a contest.
The Chaz though, he's there and ready to go in for that steal. With Hextech Ultimate securing onto Rise with Danny down, Rafi down, calm down with an ace from RR2. Thank you for the leash, FLA. We're going to take the Baron Nashor and finish the game.
Thank you for the leash. Amen. Oh my goodness, RRQ. And just like that was big, Infinity. I think there's going to be a GG push.
And gaming push. RRQ is going for the Nexus. FLA cannot defend. And RRQ gets the advantage in the series.
Oh my goodness, RRQ. That was beautiful. That was just insane. A 5-man Baron takedown coming in from FLA. Free, of course, numbers advantage there for the side of RRQ. Okay, we'll go for the contest and bam! Oh my goodness, that was sweet. And you know, there is a debuff for sure. When you are going to aggro the Baron Nashor, there's the debuff there. But with regards to this birthday buffs, day 1, day 2, I don't know if that buff is also being debuffed there in the Baron Nashor area, but for sure that was a sweet play coming in from the side of RQ. But the rundown here in our game, this team fight's pretty solid, especially for the side of RQ. This is the first time you see them brawl here in that objective. An equal trade so far, but as the game continues, the maximum potential of RQ just blows up. Snowball effect here. It made a hard time for FLA to go for this pick-off opportunities because of the lane controls as well that RQ has done against them.
Yeah, and that's just a shocking part, right? On how RRQ was able to secure the Camille pick. And the shocking thing is FLA didn't ban it. Considering that they are on the red side selection and RRQ is on the blue side selection, it was a huge priority for them. No questions asked. And with that pickup, they can now go for Zed. They could go for this balanced composition that has a split push late game win con if ever they don't get that early game. So nevertheless, they have that security to lean back on. And a couple of times here, FLA has forced something that put them on a disadvantage with 2 aces for the whole game by RRQ.
Yeah. And this is one. This is just beautiful for the side of RRQ here. Their team fights prowess is just insane as well. You know, I mentioned this one that their gameplay here feels like much of an FLA thing here. I think they mastered here as well. Those pick off team fights coming in from RRQ is just perfect as well. And this is just a great outplay here. Look at this one. Look at this one. Oh my goodness. Beautiful. Hook shot in with a tactical sweep. Too much damage here in the backlines as well coming in from Helios. And this is just a cleanup party for RRQ. As you mentioned, thank you for the leash and goes for the GG push.
Nah, absolutely fantastic there from RRQ. And of course, the Globe Prepaid player of the game, the exact player that the panel highlighted a while ago, Helios with a Z.
Yep, and you mentioned, of course, that they didn't ban the Camille. They didn't ban as well the most comfort champion here on the side of our Globe Prepaid player of the game, Helios. So this Zed, I think this will be banned here at the second game. And I think that FLA will stick to the guns as well to have Danny there on that hard 80 carry as well, trying to have those controlled aggression. But when it comes to this pick of comp against RQ this time around, they're pretty much prepared. It's going to be a different thing if they are going to use this one once again. FLA must go to their comfort playstyle.
We'll see about that later on in game number 2. If they are able to go back in their comfort playstyle, as you have stated, if they can bring this to game number 3. That is the question for this series, because at the moment, RRQ is now on match point, 1 game away to take that series out away from Fennel adversity. I'm Infinity, and this is Deadeye. We're gonna take a short break. After we come back, it's game 2 of this series.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Pag pinanghihinaan na tayo ng loob, where do we go? We go where our power lies. With Go Plus 99, 8 gigs for all sites plus 8 gigs for our favorite apps. Let's own the future with Globe Prepaid.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Pag pinanghihinaan na tayo ng loob, where do we go? We go where our power lies. With Go Plus 99, 8 gigs for all sites plus 8 gigs for our favorite apps. Let's own the future with Globe Prepaid.
Welcome back, everyone, to WCS Philippines here tonight. I'm Infinity, and this is Deadeye with me for this game 2 between RRQ and Fennel Adversity, with RRQ at match point.
Yeah, I think the RRQ's done a pretty good job there on that opening game, Infinity. And let us see if those buffs really is still there for the side of FLA here, because RRQ is pretty much prepared here. They have done incredible job in securing objectives in the early start of the game. Their team fight prowess is incredibly insane as well. FLA, this is what I want for them here in the game 2, to stick to their traditional team comp, have Danny there on the AD hard carry, and go for this proper team fight. You have to have a proper setup as well. I think this is going to be now Com's job to do. If they're going to ban the Camille here, if ever they go for that first pick as well, I think Comms should be the role player here in setting up the team fights.
Yeah, so we'll see if the setups are correct, if the expectations are going to be met here that you've talked about a while ago, to go back to their comfort picks. What are those comfort picks here, Deadeye?
Lulu Morgana, it was open there in the first game, but yeah, you have mentioned there off stream, Infinity, they have secured first that Morgana, so that Lulu Vayne was not being secured there for the side of FLA. I think this duo here is one of the most high performing picks for the side of FLA. This has not been respect banned by RRQ. So pretty much to say this game too, if this is going to be the same trend we're about to see, I think FLA could adjust to their traditional comp.
Yeah, adjusting is going to be very important, especially now that we are in game 2 already. And Camille, if it's left open once more, it can go to the side of FLA or RRQ. But now we're jumping into the draft here for game number 2 between FLA and RRQ, with a head point for the side of RRQ in this game 2. And Deadeye, coming into the bans here, what are the expectations from FLA and RRQ?
think FLA could ban the Zed if this is open here for both the teams in the first phase of our bans. It could go to the side of FLA. There you go. RQ going to ban out the Camille here. They will not give it to the side of FLA because Comfort Shield will secure this one. So Zed is, I don't know if Zed is not the priority ban here for the side of FLA for sure, but RQ possibly go for this ban on the Zed champion. And this time around, we're seeing the Ziggs, of course, the Garen for sure, one of dominating champions right now here in our competition. And FLA could also possibly going to ban out the comfort champions there for the Helios. We have seen him, of course, on the Zed. We have seen as well of RQ's Helios there on his on his Bruiser champions. That is going to be the Riven. Let us see. RQ still going to ban the Gragas here. They don't want as well FLA to use this one.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Helios is probably the worst player you'll want to ban against because of how much champions that he has played in the past with Twisted Fate, as panel has discussed a while ago, being a pocket pick by this specific player. But now we're closing up the bans and set is left open. If it is, FLA can pick it up for themselves or just let it through for RQ and do a double bluff because they know they have a counter to the set.
There you go. They have banned, of course, the Zed this time around. I don't know if FLA going to prioritize Lulu here, or they can go for the comfort picks for Doming as well. I think his Listen
or Jace
will probably go for that one, or Jace for sure. They need that power as well, but it is going to be set though. So interestingly, of course, we haven't seen Com on the set for now, but as I mentioned, they need Com to be the role player here to provide that setup when it comes to team fight. So for sure, FLA will go for the traditional composition here.
Yeah, and there you go. Jace is there. I mean, Set and Jace was open a while ago, and we talked about the importance of these two champions being such a huge value for any of these two teams. And with that locked in, Renekton can be there as an option for Helios or Devil J to pick up.
All right, for sure. I think RQ is ready for the heavy team fights here. They have bruisers as well. Can go into the front line, dish out damage here. FLA next pick. There you go. The hard carry that I'm waiting for is going to be Danny here securing the Kaisa. But I'm just surprised that it is not the Vayne. So Kaisa right now being secured here on the side of Danny here. Yeah, probably could go for the Lulu. They need this Lulu Kaisa combo because the Kaisa is pretty much weak in the bot side. Having this Lulu in her side there will give her additional damage, will give her additional sustain as well. And there you go.
RQ.
Thank you, FLA.
Yeah, definitely. And now RQ can go for the jungle, actually, since Fennel University still doesn't have a jungle. They could deny some of the jungle picks here from RRQ, and they could focus ban it in the second phase. Now I'm really curious what that would be, but Varus being locked in here by RRQ, they would have mirror matched this in the dual lane instead. So a lot of those poke damage will come through. And now we're in the second phase ban with Galio immediately banned away by RRQ.
Yeah, and I love how you pointed out that RQ's jungler could be the possible bans here on the side of FLA. Chaz comfort picks on the Fiora is also to be considered here. But we have seen also Marquee on that Varus. Pretty good here. Probably we are going to expect Exosen on the Enchanter champion here because this is very deadly as well. A great counter as well for this Kaisa Lulu on the bot side. Fresh has been taken out there here for the side of FLA. They don't want those aggressive supports anytime now. But the Galio, being banned right now. But let us see here. They are going to take down the Jorvan instead. So it's probably going to ban out the jungler champions as well for the side of FLA.
Yeah, and this is really clever ban from Fennel Adversity, the Thresh specifically, because we all know Varus is a champion that is probably the most immobile champion when considering the Dragon lane in the marksman available for it. He doesn't have any dash like Kaisa, he doesn't have any blink like Ezreal, he doesn't have any invisibility like any other ADC's champion. So banning Thresh away by Fennel Adversity is a really, really good ban away from RRQ, despite having Exosen not played it a single time for week 1 to week 3. With Rakan being there, RRQ wants to go for that hyper aggression support instead. Now, Fennel Adversity still has a missing jungle and a mid laner, and I'm curious what that would be here for Fennel Adversity.
Yeah, Arise. I don't know if you are going to see another Qeon here, but it is going to be instead an Orianna here. Now you do have the crowd control that is also missing here, and the AP damage. This Orianna pick can fill in the role. On the other side, RRQ secures the Rakan, which is pretty good as well, because when it comes to a team fight, they also need a proper setup here. And lastly, FLA, they need a jungler here. Probably go for the Kha'Zix here, no, but it's gonna be Olaf instead. So basically, those crowd controls will be mitigated. I love the combo of having Orianna as well. At least those shields will provide additional sustain for this Olaf on the forward here. This is pretty great composition right now for the side of FLA.
Yeah, and that's not it. Because you already have a Lulu in the composition for Fennel Adversity, and we all know how an Olaf-Lulu combo would work. It's so devastating, and what Fennel Adversity wants is that security as a balance for the two lane or even the jungle support combination. And this is such a great thing for Fennel Adversity. But with RRQ going for Ari here, what are the winning conditions for both teams?
Wow, I think this is what you want for both teams, to be honest. Their team composition for the FLA, this is their comfort, to be honest. Having this hard AD carry on the late game, and now you have doming on the Olaf with additional sustained backlines, which could probably wreak havoc on the formation of RRQ. This is big, and you have the setup needed for comms there on that set. RRQ on the other side, comfort picks here. Marky on the Virus is very, very dangerous as well. We have seen Helios as well on that area. He won the first game and now probably could go for this pick off here. Speaking of pick off, a Rakan can also have those early aggression rotations, because Marky and the Virus could probably clean up that lane on the bot side very easily. So I think here, this is going to be about tempo here. When it comes to a team fight, for sure, FLA just going to go for the controlled aggression, wait for the power spike of the Kai'Sa, and Olaf will do its job on that wreaking havoc on the team fights. On the other side, RRQ here pretty much strong as well, especially on the bot side. Marky, Helios for the pick off, and you have two bruisers as well to go for that additional damage and sustain during prolonged fights.
Alright, the pickup versus a 5v5, but now RRQ is going for a bit of an aggression there on bot lane. But with that said and done, no kills here for the first 10 seconds of this matchup, and welcome everyone to game number 2, match point for RRQ.
This is Helios here on the Ari. I think Arise here could probably be having a hard time on the matchup, because Helios is very aggressive here, and we have seen the power spike of an Orianna once her ultimate is up. But Helios here on that Ari could go for this lane priority here in the mid. Just bully out Arise and go for that early game rotations I've mentioned a while ago, together with Exosen here on that Rakan. On the top side though, Calm here on the set. This is going to be the first time we're about to see him on this champion as well, and very, very crucial for the team fights. They need his proper setup on that showstopper, while you Arise in the backlines to follow up on the big bam boom shockwave, while Danny of course will wreak havoc on that DPS.
Absolutely. Big bam boom shockwave. Although, what I have noticed is Chaz went in for the Jungle Jays. And they're really going in for sort of a glass cannon here with Devil J. Chaz, Helios, Marky, and Exosen. Only Devil J being that frontliner and Exosen being that engager here would be a difficult time for them, but those glass cannon would hurt later on.
Yeah, that's true. But I do love the aggression coming in from RRQ here in the early. They prioritize that vision here on the bots, and now transitioning here for the top as well. Securing 2 scuttlers in the early game once again for RRQ Infinities. We are seeing here incredibly early game control on the map, vision game as well. And remember, they need this one. They need information across the Wildrift in order for Helios and Exosen to go for the roaming.
Yeah, and RRQ though, being a bit aggressive here in the bot lane, placing Danny at a very low state. Really, really nice there as a start for RRQ, denying some CS from Danny, which is very important there. But Bia Sword already secured alongside with Long Sword, so a bit more gold can secure that level up upgrade on the queue of Kaisa.
Right, this is going to be the downside of having a Kaisa and a hard carry. Of course, you need proper time. You need those itemizations locked in order for this chapter to go online, which will be RRQ's perfect opportunity to go for the pickup, to go for the early game domination, and go for that objectives as early as possible. But FLH team comps, they need those ultimates up before they are going to go online. Remember, you need that wild growth, you need that shockwave, you need that showstopper for the side of FLA in order for them to own team fights. RRQ in the early game, for sure, they do not need such heavy resources here. They can go for the early aggression, and we have seen that one on the bot side. Marky Exosen is here just harassing, bullying here against FLA.
Yeah, and as we constantly have talked about this individual matchup between two ADCs, Danny is down low once again because of those piercing arrow that hurts so much. But with 3k already for Danny, that is a Qeon Rain going to be upgraded once you go back into the fountain and buy some items, which is really important as the dragon will come up at 10 seconds here in this game too.
And here we go, Infinity. The objectives are now spawning into Wildrift. FLA mass recalls. We've seen that one ready and preparing for this objective takedowns. RRQ is pretty much prepared as well. And this is going to be a fiesta we're about to see, since Infernal Dragon is going to spawn first. Same thing on the game one, and expect heavy action here.
Yeah, absolutely. As both these teams rely on the damage output, they could go for the Infernal Dragon, but FLA is starting this Infernal Drake. And Chaz is a bit far away to go and contest this, as now Ari jumps through with the charm onto one, as Exosen went in for the quickness and the grand entrance. But RRQ has stolen the Infernal Drake!
Oh my!
What a steal from RRQ! Chaz going in and getting the double kill on top of that. 2 for null for RRQ.
That was disaster for FLA. Look at Devil J with that isolation plays against Scum on that set, and the damage dishing out from Marky as well as Chaz. The backlines of FLA just very low health, and that was just a quick cleanup from the side of RRQ. Preparing for this Rift Herald once again. RRQ is pretty much ready for it. FLA, without those ultimates up, is gonna be difficult for them to go for this objective. Instead, putting pressure on the side lanes.
Absolutely. RQ has the information, has a ward and a Risk Cutler there ready to go, and gives him information if ever FLA starts this up. But RQ is now going for the Depth Brush Jarman. CC Chain is flawless, and RQ gets a kill onto Calm.
Oh no, Calm once again being caught off guard, and RRQ easily going to transition here for this Rift Herald objectives. Oh my goodness, this is not what you want for the side of FLA. This is the map control you need though for the side of RRQ. 2 objective takedowns, very big objectives, mind you. Infernal Dragon for the late game insurance, additional damage, plus this Rift Herald for the First Blood Tower. It's gonna hurt the economy here for the side of FLA. And with this itemization comparison as well, look at RRQ here. They have secured the first items already, while we see FLA here not even secures the first item.
Yeah, but FLA starting that turret in bot side, and they're gonna do it as a trade for a trade from RRQ and FLA. Not even the Rift Herald spawned as of yet for Chaz. Might be waiting for the next objective to come, which is the Ocean Dragon in the Rift Herald for that second spawn, or that mid lane turret is going to be very important to open up the map in favor of RRQ.
That's true. Now RRQ having this map control, they are indeed in the driver's seat. Look at the pings here. They're ready to smash through this mid turret here. Very important. You have mentioned this one, Infinity, and RRQ is doing it right now.
Yeah, and Shockwave is there to delay the push from RRQ, but can you delay a Rift Herald on damage? Just charging under the tier 1 turret, securing it for the kill. Now RRQ takes their second turret in this game.
Now FLA is going to be passive here. Passive defense will be the key here. You have Olaf here. Olaf usually is very aggressive in the early stages of the game. You have additional sustain on the backlines as well. But with the map being open here against you in the mid on the top here, it's it's hard right now to make opportunities yourself to go for the pickoff. RRQ though on the other side is very confident here right now with Helios on the Ahari. We have mentioned this one. Of course, you have as well Exosen here on that Rakan. They do have enough crowd control in Chaz to dish out that damage as well. Once this pick off will go through, any player, any champion here on the side of FLA will be disintegrated for sure.
Absolutely. But now FLA is looking for a trade for a top side turret, for a bot lane turret, or on the side of RRQ as well. This is important as FLA doesn't really want to fight with a 5k gold deficit, but now RRQ is starting up a fight. Devil J is on the front lines, and Kaisa with that killer instinct onto the front of Devil J, but Flash is going to be there to burst out, and FLA secures their second turret, and now Exosen quickness. The grand entrance knocks up onto two. Good engage, no follow up though, as he is too far away, and now it's Arise taking the kill onto Exosen.
Beautiful disengage with a pickoff against Exosen. Shish, that was great. But meanwhile, here there's gonna be Chaz securing the bot turret as well. But that was actually, this is a good trade coming in from FLA. You have to avoid these major team fights, and that was FLA did after securing the turret. Automatically they retreat happily. Exosen wanted to chase. That was a great grand entrance as well. But unfortunately though, FLA just outplayed him in that matter. So many poking potentials, we have seen that one. But right now RRQ securing this next dragon objective, and FLA is ready to go for the contest.
Fennel doesn't have any information on the Dragon Pit, so RRQ is gonna get the Ocean Drake uncontested here. But the Rift Herald is the prize for FLA that they're looking for. If they don't get it, it's an extra pressure for those turrets from RRQ. So we'll see how that would happen. But for now, RRQ is playing on the bottom side quadrant jungle of FLA here to secure that red buff. So no red buff for Domeng.
I love how RRQ is moving right now. They are not giving any breathing space at all. The side of FLA here, invading the jungle, taking that red buff as well. Gonna hurt so much against Danny here on the Kaisa. They need that the buff to deal out more damage here. I think this is gonna be another objective. Uncontested once again. Two Rift Heralds being secured for RRQ. They have the driver's seat once again. They're going to go for the push in the middle lane.
Yeah, Shelly wants to join the fight. Chaz is there. Rift Herald summoned. Is Shelly gonna take that tier 2 turret in mid lane up against FLA? Because now they're on a huge disadvantage here. And the RRQ might just secure this tier 2 turret, and they do. That opens up the left side and bot side quadrant jungle here from FLA, losing their map control in their very own side of the map.
Wow, RRQ, different level here, to be honest. Infinity. This is the next level RRQ for sure. I have mentioned this actually second week of our group stages, that this lineup, Devil J on the top, Helios on the mid, and of course Exosen as the support, is the best lineup for RRQ to dish out here in our competition. But they are just different level here. This is FLA. This is the second top team right now. The first meeting was a stomp there. They have been swept away by FLA, but RRQ pretty much done their homework. They know how to shut down this late game strategy coming in from FLA, cutting off those early game advantages coming in from FLA here, and they cannot even farm here. Look at the gap on the net worth gold between these players here. They are just being overcome by this heavy aggression that RRQ is doing this time.
Absolutely. When we're talking about this team, the weakness is that pick-off composition, similar to how TS played against UDG in the past. That pick-off composition just screwed them over, and now it's FLA's turn up against RRQ. And they're waiting on the brush. Graffy is going to go for the face check, and now he's dead. CC chain is flawless, and the support just get eviscerated by RRQ.
Doesn't even took 1 or 2 seconds there for Rafe in that situation. It feels bad, man, and they still continue.
Oh, grand entrance, nice prediction as Kaisa went in for flash. He cannot go anywhere, and RRQ secures those 2 kills. as Danny and Doming is dead, and RRQ can now push that bot lane.
Just sad sight to see here from the side of FLA. They are going to go for this inhibitor turret, Infinity.
They do. Chaz is just shredding those turret damage, and they're going for mid lane as well. So 2 lanes pressure here, 20 seconds before the Baron Nashor comes up. A huge objective. If RRQ takes this, this might just be an end gaming push.
Oh, I really did expect as well, Infinity, that our series, our matches will go, what, 15, 16 to 18 minutes? But RRQ here, man, 13 minutes right now, almost taking down those inhibitor turrets on the side of FLA. They really know how to take down FLA this time around. And this is going to be an insane 5v5. Oh, the Death Brush is ready.
Oh, they don't know. They don't see him. But nice shock blast. Now it is information to the side of RRQ. And now the Grand Entrants are going for the 4-man knockup. And now RRQ has killed 2. And Domeng arrives. Danny is also dead. And Domeng cannot live for long as RRQ has pincered them down. Now FLA is going in for the inhib turret in mid lane. And this is it. RRQ is pushing FLA over. With the Rise being the solo player here left standing, RRQ can finish the game. That first arrow puts Arise HP down low. And now with the TPs there, Double J is looking for that Nexus. But the Grand Entrance going for the knock-up to get that extra bit of food. As RRQ takes the series away from FLA.
Oh my, bow down to the King of Kings, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone's dancing here in the hall. Oh, Mark is feeling it, guys. Mark is feeling it. And this is just an insane performance for the side of RRQ Infinity. Oh my goodness, they now know how to shut down FLA's late game prowess. That is to secure early game domination, early game objectives, cutting off those economy, of course, advantages with those invasion on the jungle, pick up play, securing objectives in the early game, and without those starts as well, difficult for FLA to have those gold flowing in their team. RRQ done their homework, done their job, executed properly, and this is looking great for RRQ.
Absolutely fantastic there. A play from RRQ, defy the expectations of the panel going into Fennel adversity, but RRQ has showed up big time in this specific series. And with that said and done here, Deadeye, what happened there in that series? How did RRQ go from that win from those 2 games?
Those pick of plays, man. Infinity, Calm has been picked up twice already. The bully from Marky and Exosen on the bots. The item disadvantage, the item difference as well with the pickups coming in from RRQ against FLA. They cannot just move freely across the Wildrift here. They have been shut down coming in from the side of RRQ. They are just everywhere. Every movement, look at the spider senses coming in as well from Chaz without the vision. A quick look on the shock blast. They know the movements here for the side of FLA. This is just a perfect game for the side of RRQ. Again, remember the first game or the first series? That was 119 in favor for FLA. Now in the second game, 111 in favor for the side of RRQ. Our Glow Prepaid player of the game.
Look at that
again. Look.
Let's go. I love it. I love to see that.
Oh my goodness. Going for that Ramadan's Cup. All right, let's go. Glow Prepaid player of the game. Infinity is Exosen on this Rakan. Oh my goodness. Fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, on top of what we're seeing right now with the Rod of Aegis and the pathway to the Rabadon stat cap, Exosen has showed a lot of mechanics there that he's highlighted for game number 2. I mean, those 4-man setups, those 3-man setups was on point with 100% kill participation as well. So you know that Exosen has provided a lot of value for RRQ in that game 1 and 2.
That's true. Oh my goodness. I think the buffs that we have mentioned, Doming's birthday buff, day 1, day 2, FLA buff, and you have the swimming buff as well. It's just a fluke maybe for the side of FLA. But it is RRQ improving their gameplay. Pretty solid lineup right now, Infinity. And this is great because we are nearing the playoffs. Now they have found their chemistry. They have found a solid lineup right now. They are really prepared to take flight, especially in the next level.
Yeah, and with that win from RRQ, getting the series away from Fennel Adversity, now we're back to even footing on the top 2 spot between FLA and Grindsky Esports when it comes to series wins and series loss. That's it. Fennel Adversity has lost that series against RRQ with a fantastic play and draft from RRQ. I'm Infinity and this is Deadeye, your shotcasters for this second series. We're gonna step away for now. We're gonna take a break, but when we come back, it's a panel discussing this series and analysis for the next series.
as the sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. That's how I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows. Right here in the shadows. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, 'cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose.
Welcome back to the WCS PH. Hello to Coach Kaigo. Hello to Kingmaker. We see you. We see you. Surprise, surprise, ladies and gentlemen. It is RRQ taking the series 2-0 versus Fennel Adversity. And jumping into our series highlights, we were just laughing, of course, behind the scenes because we were tagged many times. I believe Otulus jumping into our series highlights over here. We were just saying, RQ, oh my goodness.
I mean, I voted for RQ 2 times last week. 2 times they disappointed me, and I don't know what's happening. Right? If I don't vote for them, it feels, they get another surge of energy. And against FLA, that's no easy feat. We did say that FLA has been so consistent, but I love the fact that we highlighted the mid lane matchup. The mid lane matchup of Helios and Arise. Helios just decimated Arise out of the contest or out of the picture. I was talking to a couple of friends of mine in the watch party, and I did say that once Zed goes ahead or comes ahead of Renekton will have a hard time on the side lanes. And that's what Helios did. As soon as he hit level 5, he did not wait for Arise to go level 5 and just pop a solo kill, a lane kill. And in the pro scene, it's actually a huge mental advantage. Not just a mental advantage, but an advantage overall. High risk, high reward, as we say it or as we call it. And Helios, man, game number 1, game number 2, what a day for him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're showing up big time today. Defy the expectations of the panel there. And on top of Helios, how you highlighted the amount that he has provided for his team in game number 2, I also want to highlight Exosun, because those grand entrances was such an amazing power play there for RRQ.
I mean, 100% kill participation, right? And we did see it as the MVP of that final game. He barely even needed any items with that. with that, I believe you guys highlighted Infinity, and I think we owe somebody an apology. We owe a team an apology here, and we have Chaz speaking on behalf of RRQ here. So let's bring him on to the panel. Chaz, welcome back to the panel desk and the rest of RRQ as well. Congratulations! Congratulations! Hello to Exosun, hello to everybody over there. Congratulations to everybody. Kami ni Otulus. We see you, yes. Natag kami ni Otulus. But before we get into that, let us know my big questions overall. What is different? Ano ba yung iba? Hello, Coach Kaigo. What is different? Maganda ba yung breakfast nyo? Is it just something today? This was an amazing performance from RRQ.
Ano po ulit? Hindi ko po nagets.
May nag-iba ba sa teams in terms of communications? Ano yung adjustments nyo? Or maganda lang yung gising nyo today? Or maganda yung breakfast nyo? What is different about the team?
Ano po kasi, simula nung... Ewan ko po parang yung umalis po kasi si Sean sa amin, parang sa bahay siya naglaro kasi may emergency po ganyan. Doon po kami lalong lumakas. Parang naging komportable po kami maglaro. Ewan ko po bakit eh. Hindi ko po alam, ganun.
Difference in
Siya ba yung
dynamics.
malas? Ganun ba yun?
Hindi ko alam eh.
Oculus, you have a question?
Infinity, may question ka ba? Kasi nag-iisip ako ng tanong
Yeah.
for Chaz.
Well, mine's very simple here, Chaz. Like, how were the preparations that you guys were doing up against FLA for this specific series, if there are any?
Last week po kasi, parang nag-warm up pa lang po yung new roster namin eh. Dami pa pong, lahat po ng problema na roster, siguro po na ano na po namin ngayong week. Kaya confident po kami. Naglaro lang po kami, parang naging consistent lang po kami sa mga scrims na nun. Hindi na po kami nagtaas ng pride. Mga ganun.
Okay. Ayun. O sige, ako na. Chaz, kung matapos ang playoffs ngayon, sino yung gusto mo makatapat sa first round?
UDG
Groups
po
pala,
para
kung
sa
matapos
akin.
ang groups ngayon. Kung sino yung gusto mo makatapat sa first round ng playoffs?
UDG po, para mainit agad.
Ay, grabe!
Di ba, malakas po kasi talaga sila. Malakas po kasi talaga sila.
Pero sige, magtatapat pa kayo ng UDG. Hindi ko lang alam kung tama ba? Bukas na ba
po
ang
siguro,
UDG?
bukas. Papa.
UDG, sakto, teaser, diba?
There you go. Much awaited na matchup. May question din ako, pero actually this is for Marky. Kanina
Marky.
nakita natin sa victory cam na sumasayaw si Marky.
Hello?
Marky,
Yes.
nakita natin sa victory cam na sumasayaw ka, 'di ba? Tapos parang may kanta kasi nakasama. May kanta ba yan nakasama or may sinasabi ka ba habang sumasayaw?
Wala. Sabi lang kasi si Chan kapag nanalo, vibing daw kami, sayaw-sayaw. Sayaw daw lagi kami pag nanalo. Kahapon nakalimutan kong sumayaw, siya lang yung nakasayaw. So ngayon, sinabayan ko.
Okay. Ayan pala. Nakalimutan pala niya sumayaw. So, bumawi na lang ngayon. Thank you very much, Marky. Of course, Chad, do you have any shoutouts that you'd like to give for all of the supporters ng RRQ? You have the floor. This is your time for all of the shoutouts and messages. Ayan. Para you don't miss anybody out.
Shoutout po kay Boss Ricky, Boss AP, and Boss Nano, and the whole team RRQ. And shoutout rin po pala sa tropa ko kay Boss Rai, tsaka sa inaanak ko po kay Qeon Fiore. Tsaka po sa mga family ko, shoutout po sa inyo yan. Pati po sa girlfriend ko. Yan. Sino girlfriend? Ayoko sabihin.
Sabi sa iyo, best in jowa tong RRQ Nikki.
Dito ba? Actually, ayun, best in jowa. Totoo ba? Like, siguro majority ng RRQ may jowa buff?
Siguro po, para po kay Marky, siguro po jowa buff eh.
Ayun.
Jowa buff. Jowa buff po yan eh.
Ayan, so iba talagang klase yung buff ng RRQ. Chad, thank you so much. Congratulations. And we are looking forward definitely to the matchup tomorrow.
Thank you pa.
Ayan, it seems like Chaz is gonna get that wish, of course. So it's gonna be a much awaited matchup for sure. And yeah, we just have to say, Oasis and I are like, okay, we gotta prepare a special something, I think.
Yeah, we'll see. But really, I would love to commend RRQ with how they dismantled FLA in the series that just finished, because I did say that the games will last long, and it will come down to the Elder Dragon fights, because I just think that FLA is so disciplined, but RRQ was just able to make proactive plays one after another. The Rakan of Exosen was actually so good, to a point that he was able to punish Doming on that Olaf multiple times. And yeah, this is just a testament of us counting out the team in WCSPH, and we have to learn our lessons as early as now, that this WCSPH team, especially top 6 stack, has been the best stack that we ever had
Yeah.
for competitive Wildrift, and it's really hard to predict.
I agree.
Mhm.
I agree.
Yeah.
You really can't predict which way the games are going to go with this, because it's like, you sometimes you feel like it's one-sided, but it turns out it is not at all. As as we've seen so many times actually in these past weeks. And we have, of course, our third series of the day this time, and we can't wait to see what other unpredictable things are going to happen, because it is going to be Team Secret versus Sunsparks. And now, of course, Infinity, I think it's really reassuring that Team Secret, it looks like they've managed to work out all of the kinks based on the course of yesterday's amazing performance. They've made the adjustments that they've had to, and it seems like Team Secret has stabilized.
Yeah, and I like how you mentioned about the adjustments that they need to do. And now it's here. I mean, Team Secret has been playing quite well for the past week, including this one. And with yesterday's performance, right? They played the Yasuo and the Katarina from Tatsuri, which was fantastic to see. I mean, remember the Icon series last year with Tatsuri playing the Kata consistently to get the penta kills 2 to 3 times in the fall season and 1 time in the summer season. But on top of all that, this lineup is just stacked. I mean, Rox has been entitled one of the highest mechanical players in the support pool, and Azar as well has been entitled to be that hidden weapon last year in C Championship. So really, Team Secret has been playing out, has removed the anxiousness, if you can consider them, and has been quite confident over the past few weeks in this series in particular as well. And now let's jump into the solo highlights. That's Suri playing on Ari, which was quite shocking, as we've seen in the past week, I feel, on playing this poke composition up against UDG, and has beaten UDG with the same lineup. And just playing this champions are amazing to see, because I think that Suri, correct me if I'm wrong, is one of the players that has the most champions in his champion pool. And that's just amazing to hear when you're talking about mid laners bringing out Set, bringing out Diana, Oriana, Morgana, Graves, and all these champions in particular at his disposal.
Yep. Pretty much definitely one of the most flexible players that we have seen in the entirety, I believe, of Southeast Asia too. I mean, he was praised for that as well during the Horizon Cup, for being incredibly flexible, and it just definitely changes the pace of Team Secret when he brings out something totally different. On the other side, we do have Sunsparks and Oasis. This is a big question, of course, for Sunsparks. They are trailing behind on the standings, and of course, it begs the question that what else can they do? We know we've seen a little bit of Arjuk and Mjan switching it up a little bit there, and possibly switching up their tempo, but right now, of course, up against Team Secret, the new and improved and revamped, so to say, Team Secret, it's going to be a tall order for Sunsparks.
I mean, the last time that they met, it was already a tall order, but Sunsparks was able to dismantle Team Secret Throw. Who would ever forget the inspired performance of Grindsky on that Vayne, right? Lulu and Vayne really packs a punch for Sunsparks, because they are willing to augment it further by picking the Nunu and Willem. Remember that this Sunsparks is the same stack that Rebecca played with, and they are very confident in having Consi and Hayes run the show, and then come late game, Consi will just pop off late game. And if I'm not I'm not 100% sure if Arjuk will be the one playing, because I've heard that Mjan will be playing. I actually prefer Mjan to play with Consi a lot more, at least for the moment, because last week we saw Consi and Mjan's synergy. It was undeniably better than Consi and Arjuk, at least for WCS PH. Now, on the mid lane, again, is our solo player highlight, and that's going to be Hayes. He will be going against Tatsuri. Now, Tatsuri is, again, we did say that he's the MVP, the hitman, right? And Hayes has to control Tatsuri. That's it. That's his job. Because if Tatsuri gets his hands on the champions that he's very confident with, namely the Zed, it will be a lot harder for Sunsparks to pull another upset. Again, there is a possibility of another upset here. I think the key ingredient is for them to really unlock Consi. Consi, when he has 4 items on that Vayne, he's so undeniably good. But Hayes is the one to make sure to make that happen by controlling the early game and the mid game.
Yeah, he just has to hold the door basically against Tatsuri, and so looking at this head-to-head, it's going to be, you know, the ball is basically in Hayes' court over here, and he just has to make sure that he plays it well against Tatsuri, especially since, you know, as we saw yesterday, Tatsuri looks to be in top form indeed and feeling a little bit cheeky, bringing out those assassins, and, you know, even though it might not be optimal for the current meta, but Infinity, it seems like Tatsuri, he's very much willing to play and flex a little bit, especially bringing out that the team secret of, you know, the yesteryear, so to say.
Absolutely. I mean, he is flexing. Well, not flexing, but adapting to the situations for his team, right? We remember the first couple of weeks where he brought out the Renekton just to adapt to his teammates, what is going on, what is our team composition that we want to do. This is Tatsuri. And I like how Otolus mentioned about Zed a while ago from the same player, because Zed currently from Tatsuri is 100% win rate, and it's just so fantastic in the Rift. So we'll see how that would happen here up against Hayes in the individual lineup.
We'll see. This is really a tough task already for Hayes from the get-go. Even during week number 2 or week number 3 that they faced each other, we did say that it's going to be an uphill battle. And the version of Tatsuri right now is the more confident Tatsuri that we used to see for the whole year of 2021. So Team Secret, again, we did say that so far in the second round robin, 0 losses for them.
Yeah.
Perfect so far. Are we going to curse them? Are we going to jinx them? I don't know.
Well, jumping into our predictions, I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm Team Secret 2-0. I'm not gonna vote any other way.
Okay.
Again, Infinity.
Yeah, I echo your thoughts. I feel like Team Secret has their eyes on the prize right now here in the second round robin. So I think they'll win 2-0 up against Sunsparks.
Otolus?
Are we ready for another screenshot? Okay. Yeah, it's going to be hard to bet against this version of Team Secret. You know, it says a lot. You know, after the games, you would see their smiles, and that's the Team Secret that we saw from last year, right? Pulling up different tricks from their hat, and again, they are close to that already. The doubters, I would say, or the questions that has been raised against them in the first part of the season is slowly dying. And Team Secret again should win this very handily given their form, 2-0.
Yeah. Again, it's a different Team Secret. We know that last time they were still, you know, working out everything. They were still adjusting. They were still, they still had their new roster. They had to work it out. So this time around, I know, you know, when you say history repeat itself or something, but this time around, I don't think so. I'm like a second guessing myself because like we just came from that RRQ match, right? We're gonna get tagged again and everything on social media, of course. But we will see indeed. It's, of course, a very interesting matches today, and this one no less. As we jump into our third series of the day, it's gonna be Team Secret versus Sunsparks Casters. Over to you guys.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, here in WCS Philippines group stages 4th week, and this is going to be the third series right now. Will this be another upset? But many things have already been happening here in our group stages. Of course, my name is Dada. Together with me is Crazy Apple. Looking forward for this series, Team Secret versus the side of Sunsparks.
Yes, that I'm also very much looking forward to this because this rematch holds a lot of meaning, I feel, for Team Secret, because this was the team that beat them in the first round robin. And I think the panel has also mentioned this. This is a very different Team Secret we're going to see here compared to the first round robin, because the first round robin Team Secret was far and away more of a very different kind of beast. Like they were still a bit sleepy, still groggy coming on from the Horizon Cup, but here comes second round robin. Team Secret looks to be on form, on point, and this is just gonna be a different series. I believe we're gonna see here, Deadeye.
Well, that's true. This is also the time the Team Secret could show up their full potential. So we have mentioned, of course, that they have this momentum on their side right now, but of course, aside from Team Secret, Sunsparks on their previous meeting there, that was really surprising. That Lulu Vayne combo was the bane of Team Secret. Gonna expect, of course, a ban here for the side of Team Secret, or if they are bold enough, open it. Let's decide how Sunsparks choose this one, and let's see what's gonna happen if they be able to counter it. Yep, that's true, Crazy Apple. And here we go. The start of our third series. The drafting phase begins.
Yeah, the drafting phase begins. We'll see if it's gonna Vayne immediately right there. It's gonna be the Vayne ban coming from Team Secret. The thing that we were thinking of and the panel was thinking of. They could leave these behind. Maybe challenge Sunsparks, because yesterday we did see Team Secret having dominating series against Cerebrum with comfort champions on their side. So we'll see if that's gonna be the case here. Although one comfort champion is immediately being taken out by Sunsparks.
Okay, so far they have the first pick here. Usually they go for they go for the ace comfort champions. The Nunu was there as well on the first meeting, but this time around it's going to be the Grag has been secured. Still a flex pick. On the other side, Team Secret secures the Galio. Camille's pretty much open, and Zed was the main champion that the panel has been talking about as well. It is still unbeatable in the hands of Tatsuri.
Yeah, 100 on the hands of Tatsui. We have seen a plethora of champions from Tatsui in the past couple of weeks, and Zed has indeed been his most successful so far. Alongside that, Galio will probably go now into the hands of Rox in that support position. So nice synergy right there. If the Zed goes in too deep, Galio can come in and help defend Tatsuri so that he won't just immediately die going for the death mark kill.
Wow, very strong opening coming in from Sunspark this time around, securing the Riven, heavy damage. He's securing the Corki, heavy damage as well, especially during the late stages here. But Team Secret, oh, I do love this combo for sure. Mega Infernal Bomb onto that hero's entrance, but they need that proper setup still. And I do believe this is going to be the next priority for the side of Team Secret.
It could be setups for them in terms of picks. It could also be just a strong pick for the side of Azar or Trevor for Team Secret. I do think that the bans right now for Team Secret will most likely be focusing on the bot side, because there's still the supports for Mjan. Yes, Corki has been picked, which could be going to the hands of Consi, but still the flex remains, wherein that Corki could still go in the mid lane in the hands of Hayes.
You know what? With regards to the bans, I do love Team Secret right now respecting their opponents. This is what's missing on the first few weeks, because I do believe Team Secret has some confidence in them that they can own these underdogs. But right now, this is a great characteristic that Team Secret just removing the pride. This Sunsparks is very strong on that Lulu Vayne combo. Let's take that out. So this is great respect ban. But here comes the final bans here for the side of Team Secret, taking out Lulu, as you have mentioned, Crazy Apple, the bot side, Rakan as well. And here comes the second phase of the opening, Viola.
Yeah, Olaf for the side of Team Secret, most probably going to go into the hands of Trevor. This is a comfort champion on his side, and I do want to also emphasize your point right there, Deadeye, where it's a lot of respect picks from Team Secret. They're just not trying stuff out randomly. They're going back to their roots. They're going back to some of their more comfortable picks, which also shows a lot of respect for your opponents, because you are putting your best foot forward here in this series, in this game. And right now, with the lineup of Team Secret, they just need to round this out with Baron Laner in the hands of Azar.
Okay. Qeon has been used. We have seen incredible performance of Rise there on the Qeon. Now Team Secret flexing their zone out, and we have mentioned how flexible as well this team is. Probably goes into the hands of Chewy here.
I think the Akshan will go into the hands of Azar, Because if you look at the
Okay.
matchup right now for Sunsparks, it's gonna be the Darius and Lance of Nostril. And Akshan immediately has the advantage there because he's range. It's not going to be the same effect as we've seen being used by Mitsula in the mid lane, where he can just go anywhere and help his team out, maybe reviving some of them in some of these ganks. But with the top side, it gives Team Secret a lot of control there alongside this Olaf. It could be something Team Secret builds upon. Could be some early tower dives we're gonna see, or maybe just some good control over the Rift Herald when the first few objectives comes out.
There you go. So as you have predicted, of course, Crazy Apple. But I'm also concerned for the pick of Jarvan here for the side of Sunspark. And yeah, that Cataclysm, very good. Proper setup here. Probably have great synergy as well for the explosive cast. But if you have that Cataclysm, you want to contain your opponents there. But explosive cast, you want to go for that boom. Splashes out. I don't think that is a great synergy there, but you have a follow through in that combo. But anyway, our game starts here. That is going to be the draft coming in from Sunsparks. Same thing for the side of Team Secret here on the last pick, Akshan. Now our revenge match here will commence here, the game 1 between Sunsparks and Team Secret.
And we're starting things off with just a bit of a skirmish here, the bot side, as the both dual lanes see each other there. But yeah, I'd like to add to that where you mentioned the Cataclysm is a bit of a anti-synergy when paired up with that Gragas. And I think it's where Sunsparks ended up in because of they prioritized the Gragas. Team Secret was definitely not forming their pick and ban towards the Gragas. Instead, they just picked their own style. And Sunsparks needed to react when they saw the Olaf pick, putting Ace in more of a comfort champion, but also to contain the Olaf. But yeah, it is a bit of an anti-synergy there. So we'll have to see how Sunsparks will adjust with the current lineup that they have.
So basically, they're just going to shut down Trevor here on the Olaf for that counter on that Cataclysm as well. But remember, the first Chewy Mega Infernal Bomb is going to be also a great setup here on the side of Team Secret. So anyway, Team Secret, I think this is the comfort pick coming up from Tasman to hold the top. Yeah, there's going to be a brawl here, 2 versus 2 here. Ace as well as Trevor joining in the mid fiesta here. Both still going to go disengage, but it is going to be now Hayes moving forward, going to go for the first blood, but the outplay is there on the side of Trevor. Ace with a revenge kill, but I think this is going to be a 2-for-1 trade, and Trevor gets the kills. On the top side though, action never stops while this duo has an equal duel there. Oh my goodness, less than 2 minutes, we have 5 score kills in the board.
Come on, bot lane. Go fight. Your other lanes are fighting. But anyway, yeah, non-stop action across the map right there. But still, I think there's a bit of a fighting here in the mid lane. But no kills there. Going back, Deadeye, as we get a bit of calm here, although I do see some members right now from Team Secret going to the bot lane. I'll hold that thought for now, Deadeye.
Yeah, I think this is going to be another pick off initiated here beside of Team Secret, but great vision here being put on the ward on the bushes coming in from Sunspark. They are aware. Now that is with Trevor disengages Chewy and Rocks, providing this lane pressure against MJ.
All right, let's go back. The start of that fight in the mid lane was when both junglers were visiting to provide their respective mid laners a shove in the mid lane. They were both there, and Trevor was the first one spotted. So it became a bit of a handshake at first, but Hayes suddenly turned around and chose violence. Although Hayes here might be setting up a gank on Azar.
Yes, he will with a Cataclysm. There you go. Azar doesn't have the flash available right now. It is going to be Najo dragging him in with an upper hand, but still goes for the trade. Azar with an outplay there. And there's the handy fruit for additional sustain, still holding this ground on the top side.
Oh no, that was not a great gank right there coming from Ace. Ace really wanted to lock down Azar, didn't hit the flag and drag, so only used the Cataclysm. Azar couldn't get out, he doesn't have flash, but instead he chose to fight, and fight he did, was able to get that 1-for-0 kill there in the top side of the map. Going back though, mid lane, Hayes turned around, chose to fight Tatsui. Wasn't able to finish the kill. And if you saw there, Ace was already running away. Trevor was just hiding near the wall, and he was able to give that back up immediately to Tatsui to be able to get that kill. And now the momentum right now is on the hands of Team Secret as we approach the 4-minute mark.
I think Sunsparks here want to control the early game here. They want to shut down this mid because we have seen time and time again this heavy aggression, heavy rotations from Sunsparks on the mid lane. But it is going to be Team Secret just outplaying the skirmishes here against Sunsparks. And meanwhile, to say that, it is going to be now the Dragon takedown taking over here beside of Team Secret on the bottom.
Yeah, no contests probably gonna come from Sunsparks here because of that denial from Rox for Amgen to recall. Amgen wasn't able to pick up any item, so now he's in a bit weaker spot compared to some of the members of Team Secret. With that clean dragon take from Team Secret, now they are having their eyes set on the Rift Herald. Sunsparks is here though for the contest.
Yeah, we have mentioned this one. They need this early game control. They need this Rift Herald though for that prioritization. But Team Secret is in the vicinity preparing for this contest. Amgen is here hiding brushes. There's the vision coming in from Team Secret anytime soon. Who will initiate? Consi though in the middle of the battlefield. His positioning is kind of scary, but that's going to be the package. But there's going to be Tatsuri on the back lines here picking up Amgen. It is going to be a brawl as well in the middle lane. Look at the splash damage of the Ziggs. Chewy with the big bombs there, eliminating 2 players to the side of Sunsparks, and Nasjo left alone. The flash is out coming in from Chewy there. Did not go for the upper hand, and Nasjo very angry at that one, going flash in, but he's not successful on that steal. It is going to be still Team Secret securing that objective as well as a win in the skirmish.
Tatsuri just showed there why you don't let this guy play Zed. He found the pick of Enja and started that fight out, put Sunsparks in a very awkward position wherein they were just in this tight corridor where all of the bombs of Chewy just hit them all at the same time. The AoE damage was enough. I thought right there Team Secret was trying to time out the package. That's why they weren't going for the engage. But when Tatsuri saw the pick, immediately went for it. And because of that, 4 kills did go to the side of Tatsuri along with that Rift Herald.
And I do love the confidence coming in from Tatsuri here on that Zed. He knows who to pick up. That's why he's called the Hitman for a reason. And he knows how to have that opportunity to go for the flanking maneuver as well. But now Team Secret, with these 2 objectives in their hands, they are in control for the early game.
Yeah, they are in control. Looking at the items also, Azar has a clear item advantage against Nasho. Nasho hasn't even completed his first item yet. Just a bunch of components here in his inventory, while the Black Cleaver ready in the hands of Azar with that Vampiric Scepter. I believe he's going to go for a Blade of the Ruin in second, but another fight here.
Oh, this is going to be outnumbered, but still, it is going to be a trade from Tatsuri, even though he failed in that engagement. However, on the top side, Azar and Nasjo will try to brawl. It is going to be a comeuppance up. Azar, and there's the follow-up on that side of Trevor with Ragnarok as well popping up. This decision making coming in from Team Secret Crazy Apple is just insane.
Yeah, it's insane alongside the terrifying nature of a mad Viking just running at you, killing you, while Akshan just has his aims at your back. And at least there's a trade right there for Team Secret. Tatsuri did fall on the bot side trying to 1v1 Chewy, but Ace was there for the backup, for the reinforcement. That's why there was a trade happened there. Looking at the items, going back in Deadeye, there's a lot of components that I'm seeing right now.
Oh yeah.
For Sunsparks. I feel like there's this huge priority right now from the Jarvan to have that Grievous Wounds, which yes is very effective since it's Trevor, but at the same time, having that as your first item instead of going for maybe a full tank item is a bit questionable on their side because it doesn't give him enough of that damage. But right, because he knows his power is a lot and that ganking potential, Sunsparks is forming up here.
And especially this is going to be the Infernal Dragon next in the Dragon Spit. Very confident, of course, Elemental Drake here in the Rift. Team Secrets They do have the confidence right now. They have to own the map, but look at Azar with the poking potential. That was Haze on the Riven, and the damage dishing out from that Azar's action is just incredible. Now Team Secret going for this objective. It is going to be MGen on the backlines though. That is going
Ace
to
is
be
here.
preparing for the contest. Ace with the banner going in, but that still is not successful with Team Secret secures that one, and no answers for Sunsport.
Yeah, Sunsparks really can't go for an answer. MGen though going in.
That was bold. That is going to be MGen with the Massive Plum there, and they did pick off Trevor in the process. It is going to be the counter attack from the side of Team Secret here, out of position. Haze will going back away, cannot do so. A double for Azar once more on the action. Now it is going to be Team Secret transitioning here for the Tart takedown on the bot.
And what a timing right there on the revive, on the kill for Azar, because of the revive on Trevor. Trevor right now is taking control over the other side of the map, taking control over the Rift Herald, while Team Secret is going for the bats.
Oh, this is going to be a 1v1 once again. Nasho apprehend with the Decimate combo. Trevor here full stacks on the passive, but that's the dunk. There you go. Showtime for the side of Nasho, taking down Trevor once again, but no revival this time around.
Yeah, no revive. Nastro's running away as fast as he can. Great pick though, although Tatsuri might be getting caught out here.
Another action. There you go. Tatsuri with a back mark. Rocks joining in as well. Ace very low.
Nice
He's
thought.
been picked off as well. Great response for the side of Team Secret, and Sunsparks will go for full retreat.
Yeah, and Sunsparks is a bit... they are getting things one at a time here, but it really feels like they're a bit out of sorts. This is not the pace of the game that they usually play. They like to play, protect the consi. And because of just how Team Secret has been very methodical at picking out members of Sunsparks and getting objectives, they have an 8k gold lead at this point, and the Rift Herald has been started.
And their positioning here across the rift is very chaotic as well. I don't know where will they go for the prioritization. Will they go for the lane? Will they go for the objective here? It is going to be Team Secret though, focusing on their goal, and this is going to be so much chaos happening here on the side of Sunsparks. Team Secret once again secures the second Rift Arrow.
Yeah, and right now, if you're Sunsparks, you need to take a breather, take control of the game at this point, because it's really falling out of their favor. With the gold lead right now for Team C, it's almost 10,000. It actually feels like at this point this is going to be Team Secret's game to lose at this point. Tatsuri is very comfortable on his champion. Shu is just throwing the bombs out and even chunking out MGen right there. That's not a good sign for them. Ross is even very deep now into the jungle, putting down Vision, and Team Secret just putting on the pressure on Sunsparks.
And Luden's Echo plus Rabadon stop equals ouch. And that is indeed,
no.
But on the bot though, oh my goodness. Tatsuri, the hitman, once again find its spray. No Haze currently in the rift, while Team Secret players here invading the jungle area of Sunsparks, cutting off the breather here for the side of Sunsparks. Difficult for them to move across the rift.
Right, and they do have a late game condition, late edition, which is Consi on that Corki. Can still deal a lot of damage, or still the members of Team Secret are fairly squishy when we get to the late game, although they do deal a lot of damage. If Consi can just throw a lot of his auto attacks later on, he can melt the members of Team Secret, like Tatsuri, like Trevor, like Azar. But the caveat is they need to get to the late game, Deadeye, and at this point in time, with Team Secret just have huge control over the map, Consi's gonna have a hard time getting a lot more resources, because it's only gonna be mostly coming from some minions going near their towers. Their jungle, they don't have control of that anymore, and at this point in time, Consi and Sunsparks needs to make a play to stop Team Secret's momentum here.
Basically, this is gonna be Team Secret looking for team fights here, while Tatsuri goes for that split push. It is going to be the Dragon right now, spawning here in the pit. Mountain Drake is up. Sunsparks looking for this objective here. Rift Paddle been summoned on the bot side as well. No response here for Sunsparks with a split push coming in from Tatsuri. Great diversion it is. While the side of Team Secret here still continues to go for this Mountain Drake objective. This is going to be Nashjo and Haze as well. A 2 versus 1 situation, but Tatsuri is very quick to his feet. Kagebushin technique. They cannot chase, but that ignite hits its mark there. That is going to be shut down in favor for the side of Haze, but at what cost? The Mountain Drake is gonna be taken for the side of Team Secret.
Sunsparks' decision right there was to go for the more safer play, go for the 2v1 and just the dragon, maybe look for a steal if they can get it, and Team Secret was able to secure the Drake. It was still a kill for the side of Sunsparks. Ace though getting caught out here.
There you go, you don't want this one here. Ace safely backs out here. It is going to be a bait here coming in from Team Secret here in the Baron takedown. Sunsparks should be very, very careful here in initiating these fights. But I think it is going to be Team Secret waiting for the proper waiting rather for the opportunity here to go for the pick-off. Speaking of pick-off, this is what you want. Ace flashes out, but still being chased here by the side of Team Secret. Godlike for Azar. Man, this guy is just on fire here on the Qeon.
Yeah, and that could just be the Baron call right now for Team Secret. No jungler for the side of Sunsparks. Split push coming from Tatsuri. At best, this could be a 4v4, but still, the TP right now coming from Tatsuri. They want the Baron.
They indeed want this Baron here. While Sunsparks cannot do anything about this one. I don't know if that explosive pass is enough. Nope, it's gonna be freely given here for the side of Team Secret. Now this spells danger once again for the side of Sunsparks.
Yeah, the danger here from Team Secret is you've already seen this in this game that where Tatsuri has been split pushing on that Zed while there's a 4-man unit coming from Team Secret. I think what they could do here is a 1-3-1 setup, but Azar in a side lane as well with Tatsuri on the other side of the map, and just keep shoving the minions towards the base of Sunsparks. They're gonna have a hard time to defend this because of the Baron up minions. They don't really have good wave clear, and with that kind of push, it could prove for Sunsparks to be a hard time for them to defend because it really stretches them thin, and Team Secret can just pick them off one by one.
This is going to be a siege right now going here on the side of Team Secret mid. The bombs has been thrown here beside of Chewy, while Tatsuri here on the top side as well. On the bot, there's Trevor as well as Azar. Too many lanes here try to defend, but Sunsparks here try to go for a cohesive formation, but still no avail here. But there's going to be a brawl on the top side, and this time around, the damage coming in from Tatsuri picking up Ace there, and the last inhibitor tart is gone. Potential GG push here. Team Secret will seal the deal. It is going to be now the side of Galio going for the taunt, but he overcommits his position. It is going to be the counter attack. The dunk is not enough, but the damage from the backlash here coming inside of Azar is just insane. He's just going for the 360, no make it. 720 revolving around the Nexus because he can. Triple kill, and this is going to be the game. Oh my goodness. Team Secret only the game one.
Team Secret's Azar finishing the game in style with a merry-go-round, circle, round and round, over and over on that action, getting a triple kill, ending the game on a legendary streak. And man, Team Secret, we were talking about how this could be coming for them coming in same as yesterday, a pick-me-up game, showing that they're still very much dominant, padding up their stats in terms of confidence for themselves in these series. And this is a crucial game for Sunsparks if they still are having if there's still hope for them for the playoffs. I haven't done the math yet for points, but I do believe they still have a bit of that in terms of if some of the teams keep losing. But this is one of those crucial games for Sunsparks to prove themselves that, hey, we can still be in the running for top 6, and that just felt like a dismantling for Team Secret.
Oh, exactly, man. Team Secret is looking great. I really did miss those smiles, Crazy Apple, man, that broadcast. And it only shows how confident right now Team Secret is. Azar on his, performance on Qeon, and I really thought Arise did a pretty good job, but Azar just showed us he's really capable on this champion as well. this team fight is just perfect here for the side of Team Secret. Azar is just dealing a lot of damage in the back lines. Great protection here coming in from the frontliners as well from Team Secret. And the split push has been as well as a key factor for this win from Team Secret.
Yeah, and to be very fair to this game, it all started with that I feel like a bit of miscommunication between Haze and Ace in the mid lane. If Tatsuri didn't get that lead in the mid lane and having the kill on Haze, it might not have been a snowball towards Team Secret to such a way that in the first couple of fights. But at the same time, it was always Team Secret having better answers to a lot of the things that Sunsparks was doing. During the objective takes, yes, they're letting Sunsparks in, but they're still there threatening the kills against Sunsparks. And they find the pick. When they find the correct play right there, they immediately go for it. And just, this is the Team Secret where this could very well be the start of the Team Secret that might just be undefeated here in our second round robin.
True. The start of the second round robin for the side of Team Secret is just having this great momentum, different gameplay compared to the first round robin series. And of course, our Globe prepaid player of the game, no doubt, it is going to be Azar on that auction.
Yeah, and Azar has shown his champion Ocean. He has played a lot. He has played Garen. He also played Zed. He also played Renekton, and now showing a new look on that Akshan. Akshan has grown to be a more popular champion here in the WCS. We have seen it. I think Azar is now the third player who has played this champion and is the first Baron laner to have done so. I've seen this champion being played in other regions in the top side of the map, and I'm glad to see that we also have our own Akshan here in the WCS. And Azar, nothing. I don't think we had say more just the praises on this guy. Just taking control of the top side, even outplaying a 2v1. This is a well-deserved player of the game for this guy.
And exactly. And we have seen the interview there of RRQ. You do believe that the girlfriend buff is real. And I think Azar also has a girlfriend buff. Big shout out to the girlfriend as well. And man, that was a perfect gameplay indeed for the side of Azar as well as the whole of Team Secret. And it is comparing here for the first meeting against Sunsparks. This is really the big deal right now for the side of Team Secret. Now, Sunsparks being banned away their Lulu and Vayne comfort here. They need to formulate another composition here. The Nunu hasn't been banned there. I don't know if it's going to be a big factor for Ace to choose this one, but let's see into the second game later on, because we are going to have a few minutes break, and after that one, the match point game will commence. So this is Deadeye. Together with me is Crazy Apple. See you guys in a bit.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Pag pinanghihinaan na tayo ng loob, where do we go? We go where our power lies. With Go Plus 99. 8 gigs for all sites, plus 8 gigs for our favorite apps. Let's own the future with Globe Prepaid.
Well, this is it, ladies and gents. Will Team Secret seal the deal here against Sunsparks? Welcome once again here in WCS Philippines group stages in the third series. My name is Deadeye. Together with me is Crazy Apple, and we are your Crazy Eye tandem.
Crazy Eye tandem indeed. We'll be together the final series of the day. So looking forward to also the next season. We still have game 2 of Sunsparks versus Team Secret, and Team Secret with a very dominant win here in game 1. It feels like just outplayed Sunsparks in some degree, but at the same time, just the I feel like a lot of the left turns, curveballs, right? I was looking for the right term. The curveballs coming out from Team Secret just really put Sunsparks there off filter.
Yeah, especially on the last pick, Qeon coming in from Azar, credible performance there. But on the other side though, with Sunsparks, you can really tell that they want that late game insurance here. Consi was their main man, and I do believe they are going to revolve this one and make possibly changes here for Ace's champion as well. I think he used that Nuno. I don't know. I'm questioning here before we go into the break there on first game. Questioning if Nuno will be viable here for the side of Sunspark this time around. You have the proper setup because on the game 1 they are just everywhere across the rift, and they need proper solid team fight initiator here. And I think that is going to be one of the key here. What do you think, Crazy Apple?
I think the Nuno on the hands of Ace feels a bit more of a comfort pick for him. I have seen him have very engaged and ganks.
Yeah.
I don't think necessarily the champ is the difference maker. If we were just looking at the pick and ban phase there for Sparks, I really do feel like it's the game snowballed in favor of Team Secret with the first gank and also the 2v1 by Azar into the map. So individual plays from Team Secret really pushed them in that position to just really take over the game 1.
Yeah, for sure. That's what is there on the Zed. So many solo kills there. The Hitman tops off. And that bounty leads, of course, to that snowball as well for the side of Team Secret. And we are seeing the same bans here for the side of Team Secret, respecting that Lulu and that hard carry. Possibly going to be the next ban. It will be the Vayne here against Sunsparks. On the other side, of course, Rocks Fresh, 100%. Automatically being banned here. Side of Sunsparks, Meal has been taken out as well. And we can see as well a next ban here for Sunsparks on the top side here. Could possibly go for the set has been banned already here. What do you think will be the next ban?
In terms of for Sunsparks right now, it could be one of more flex picks on their side that they could ban. They could also at least take that immediately away from the equation for them. But it looks like they are taking away the Fiora, which is also a flex pick for Team Secret because Azar and Trevor both play this champion. I also want to put a bit of the Team Secret because, as we all know, Sunsparks was the team that was them in the first round robin, and that's on the board the only series win right now for Sunsparks. So they're really carrying that that pride here, going for that. We have that one series win against Threat. And Team Secret with the respect, taking out both of the first phase of the ban while on the blue side, so that there's really no chance for Sunsparks to do like Vayne Nuno pick in the first 2 picks. Just shows right now Team Secret is really wanting to make their stamp here in the series.
Yeah, and there you go. Mentioned, of course, the Zed will be one of the priority picks here. It is now being secured here on the side of Sunsparks with, of course, the prior pick here for the side of Team Secret, that Jace. So he's possibly going to go for here in jungle, possibly a flex here as well in the mid. And Sunspark goes for the Zed this time around. Again, having the Zed, you need a proper setup here. And I don't know if they're going to secure a Jarvan for this time around, but with this Mega Inferno Bomb, with this burst damage coming in from the Zed as well, Sunspark secures the damage department already.
And secured the diamond. I'm just not sure if this Ziggs is gonna go in the hands of Consi or where the Zed is gonna go, because I don't really see Consi too often, not on his usual marksman picks. He's a very pure player, really loves the Lucians, the and the Corkis and stuff like that. With Team Secret taking with the Corki, limits right now what Sunsparks would go for. Zed is also, I think, a good pick for Sunsparks, because it takes away that threat coming from if he would do if they lose to pick the Zed for the side of Team Secret.
Yeah, that's true. And actually it was Hayes using there you go, the Nunu has been taken in, but we have seen Hayes 5 times already used the Zed. Probably this is going to be the champion here, and this is now the proper setup. I'm trying to see the Sunsparks will take into this game too. Nunu for the setup. You have an Acer in the backline with the Mega Inferno Bomb. I think these 3 picks right now are the comfort. You have mentioned this one, of course, Crazy Apple. This is now going to be comfort picks for the side of Sunsparks. And this is great for them. But Team Secret here, you have a Corki, you have a Galio, you have a Jace, one of the top tier champions in our competitions right now. Fair to say, both teams secures what they want in this game too.
Yeah, Team Secret, they have a lot of good right now, and I also like the from Sunsparks in terms of their fort ban. Just say as well, because Team Secret has already shown that they have more of a magic damage marksman than the bot side of the map with that Corki. Corki is still a marksman, but still deals a lot of his damage in terms of magic just because of his passive. So taking away a lot more of those options for Sunsparks is a good sign for them in that regard. Although looking at also the bans, they have taken out that Lee Sin, so also not wanting Trevor to have any of these early playmaking jungle. Thinking about it as well, the pick for Sunsparks here, I'm very much confused here, Deadeye, because I'm still kind of in disbelief that this Ziggs would be going in the hands of Consi. So I am kind of hoping that maybe they're gonna go maybe a marksman for Consi.
Yeah, we have seen him actually on the on the Lucian. We have seen him as well on the heavy 80 carry the Kaisa. But having this Ziggs right now on Consi here, probably they want to own the lane here, and having this and securing rather early aggressive support. Seraphine though has been secured. Heavy magic damage here will dish out on the bot side for the side of Sunsparks.
Yeah, if it's gonna be a Ziggs and a Seraphine bot lane, it's just gonna be very supportive. So if that is the pick they're going for, we do expect maybe to add a bit more damage on their side, maybe a bruiser there. But in a minute, Team Secret, we have been not as focusing on them just because of very much questions right now on the Sunsparks draft. But Team Secret throwing out the Tryndamere right here. As Tryndamere is gonna go into the hands of Azar.
Probably yes. I do agree that. And this pick coming in from Sunsparks, Crazy Apple, having this Seraphine, having this Ziggs, back of my mind, they want champions here that could go into the back lines here. I think they have chosen the Kha'Zix, which is okay already for me, but the last pick, Tryndamere, will support that tactics right now coming in from Team Secret, eliminating that heavy damage dealer on the back lines. And this could possibly one of the victory conditions here for the side of Team Secret.
Yeah, it could be. At the same time, Tryndamere also has a different fill a different role. Is that push, and we saw earlier that he's utilized that really. So it could be that, but it's also a tool used to good ultimate audio. When the Tryndamere in, looks like the Tryndamere is gonna be in his hands, not on Azar. So really a big cup right here that we're seeing for the side of Team Secret.
All right, actually. Infinity mentioned this one, the Tatsuri has the most unique champions used in the competition, and that is a +1 for him once again. So how flexible Tatsuri is now, having those 15 champions now, that's going to be the 16th unique champion that Tatsuri is going to use. That is a Tryndamere there, and I do love that skin, Crazy Apple. Here we go. The second game, the match point game between Team Secret and Sunsparks.
Yeah, and starting things off, it's just gonna be our default setups, and with the mid lane right here, Tryndamere won't really have as much of a good time because Zed has a lot of damage that it can throw. So I do expect Zed or Haze to have a bit more advantage there. Although when it comes to level 5, Tatsuri could very well just use his ultimate to escape the death coming from the death mark.
And that's true, but this is now, as you mentioned, Hayes is taking opportunity here for his range, his skill set, and his damage as well. Tatsuri is pretty much exposed here for that firepower coming in from Hayes. But you have mentioned, of course, the synergy as well. I do love that one. Tatsuri moving forward with a follow-up here on that hero's entrance is gonna knock up everyone in that area as well. But though on the other side, they do have the burst. Consi here, Mega Inferno Bomb, Hayes here with the death mark. You have MGen as well on the Seraphine dish out ultimate. Could probably burst anyone at the side of Team Secret, but so will this be a one-sided itemizations here for the magic reduction item?
It could be in terms of that because a lot of damage is the one that they really need. At the same time, there's a lot of AD on the side of Sunsparks. They still have the Lucian, they still have the Zed, so a lot of threats right there. It's gonna be for Team Secret. That one shade them, but goes to the hands of Nacho on the top side.
Well, this is big. This Nacho just 1v1s Azar there on top side. Meanwhile, they're here in the middle lane. It is gonna be Ace with Hayes and Trevor joining in the fray. There's going to be just lap taps here, and that is big. That solo kill on the top side, Apple coming in from Nasjo is gonna give him great advantage here. Look at the goal difference right now.
Yeah, the goal difference is because of that. And yeah, it's a good job right there for Nasjo. He did control because Azar on that be also side of Sunspark. So good job right there to start things off here. And earlier on, we were saying that the fight, but all about that.
Wow, great dive coming in from Tatsuri here, and that taunt initiates that first kill from Tatsuri. Great synergy between these players right now. Snowball is up. This is going to be incoming rotations from Ace. Chewy did not caught Valkyrie out. Unfortunately for Sunsparks, there, of course, rotations there did not connect for the kill.
Yeah, and right now, no additional kills right there, and just a good couple of gaps coming from both of these teams. Now it's a 1-1. A lot of the advantage for the side of Sunsparks is on that top side of the map. So let's go back to where do I think this is gonna go in terms of win conditions for both of these teams. In terms of late game damage, it's gonna be a lot on Team Secret, just because 4 members deal damage. Kha'Zix, Tryndamere, Corki, Azar on that Jace deals just so much damage. On the side of Sunsparks, they have a lot more tankiness on their side just because they do have the Nunu, and Nunu will scale a lot faster than the Galio. In just thinking about it, because the Nunu is a jungle champion, but another wait a minute, we didn't see that. That was too fast on Deadeye. Just both the Baron laners dive right there, and I think it might have been Nasio diving Azar under his third. But since both of the Baron laners are down right now, they could very well decide to go to an objective, because we're nearing the 4-minute mark. Infernal Drake and Referral is about to come up.
And look at this one. It is going to be Trevor going for this pick of play. This is going to be the perfect opportunity, but diving on the turret is very risky. But it is going to be Engine being spotted here. Isolation play on the damage. That is going to be a leap and a solo kill once more. Trevor secures the pickup.
Very fortunate timing right there for Trevor. As soon as he went into the brush, he was able to catch Mjan, and this Seraphine is just too squishy. Whenever she gets to see an assassin, she immediately gets taken down. And with the man disadvantage from Sunsparks, the dragon has been started for Team Secret.
There you go. The snowball did not hit. It is going to be Ace on the Fun Guard here. They need Ace setup. Ace is here as well, but Dragon already been secured with side of Trevor. It is going to be now Team Secret forcing the team fight. Absolute zero, but not enough damage there. It is going to be Team Secret still surviving that insane AoE. and they will take as well the Dragon objective.
Yeah, the Dragon, along with 2 more kills onto their side. That was a big win right there for Team Secret, although the trade has been for Sunsparks that first started at the top side of the map. Overall, it is in the long term more in the benefit for Team Secret, but currently where the gold stands, Sunsparks has the lead.
Exactly, and I do love the rotations coming in from the side of Sunsparks right now. Split pushing coming in from Hayes and Ace. Tatsuri is the target. That is going to be a snowball stun there, but Chewy is here trying to reinforce the defense. A 3 versus 3 situation. Oh, Chewy very aggressive with the Valkyrie in, and Drox almost goes for the taunt there on 3, but it is still going to be Ace falling down in that skirmish.
I was about to say that was a bit too much of a macho move from Tatsuri. He went into 2 members not having his ultimate, trying to bluff them that, hey, I have ultimate, I can be invulnerable, not dying, but he wasn't. He was still a squishy Tryndamere, but great job from Team Secret. I think the plan all along was also to have Chewy and Rox to get there in time. We were able to pick up 2 more kills, and off camera we're also able to see Trevor picking up the Rift Herald. Right now, both objectives went to the side of Team Secret. They could choose to summon this Rift Herald to a lane where they're shoving. The best right now would be in the mid lane so that it could open up the map against Sunsparks. But if they want to just have an even trade in terms of towers, they could also force the top side of the map, where it could also summon the Rift Herald there.
That's true. I think the top side could also be considered here, especially this matchup right now is not favoring Azar because he's been picked off time and time again. So right now it is going to be Team Secret though, looking for the opportunity. Speaking of which, Ace spotted Chewy there. Barrage been used there, MJ on the back lines, and looking at it, it is now going to be Rift Herald on the bot instead. There is going to be Tatsuri here. Our predictions is wrong, but anyway, this is going to be Team Secret going to force this way through. I think this is still a big win for Team Secret.
Yeah, 2 out of 3 predictions were wrong. But Ace though, forcing the issue here.
Oh, this is going to be a 4-team fight indeed. Ace on the forward here with Nash though dishing out the damage on the back lines. Nice hammer out. Baseball bat. Ace backs out. But look at the re-engage from Rox there. And joining in, that is going to be Chewy as well. Mega Infernal Bomb though. Trade again for Azar.
Yeah, good trade from Sunsparks. Still, with the Mega Inferno Bomb, was able to give that in terms of a 1-for-1 kill for their side. Although the bot lane tower has fallen, still, if you look at the gold, it's still pretty close with Team Secret with a bit of a gold lead. But with the kill on Azar, you can really see where the focus of Sunsparks is at this point. They know that Nastra is ahead, so let's keep reinforcing this guy. He's also the only marksman now on their team, and with Ace being there as the Nunu, really gives him a lot more benefit to be always on the side of that marksman champion. Roxo, he might be getting caught out here.
Again, this is going to be a stun coming in from that Barrage. Rox here, popping out the taunt, additional defensive stats there. Now they are going to defend this mid lane tires. Very important. Team Secrets is huddled in the mid lane.
Yeah, Chewy though, getting a bit hit here by Nastro, but I also want to talk about Chewy because he does have the package right now. 15 seconds on this Mountain Drake, although Nunu is rolling to the bot side.
Guys, everywhere here, Tatsuri.
Oh my god. He's feeling it. He's feeling it, Dada. He's feeling it. He dared the Nuno. Hit me.
Exactly. That was an insane move from Thatcher. And speaking of which, this is going to be Ace. Very low, but that consume and plus the Scuffler takedown enables his life to rejuvenate. But that is going to be a burst against Rox. Numbers advantage for Sunsparks here. Going to transition for this Dragon takedown. I think this is going to be a free Dragon indeed for Sunsparks, while Team Secret going to push through in the middle lane.
Yeah, they're just shoving the mid lane at this point because they've lost a member. Also, Chewy needed to recall because he was very low. I thought it was a good death mark timing for Hayes because when Chewy used the package, he was gonna knock back the members that were near him during the package. Hayes got knocked back at the end of the package, so he wasn't able to throw more of his damage to be able to finalize the kill on Chewy, which would have been a good thing for Hayes because look at Chewy's KDA, he's 302. He has a bit of a bounty on him at this point in time. Team Secret though, fortunately on the top, almost getting the tower. Sunsparks is here to contest the Rift Herald.
A nice save there. Clutch defense coming inside of Sunsparks, and now they are going to go for this Rift Herald. Rox hiding in the brushes. Chewy is there with a vision. Here comes the Twin Ghost as well. They do have the information here. Rocks going to deward the pit. A reset here probably for this Rift Herald right now, but on the sides, that is going to be Tatsuri waiting for that opportunity as well to jump in, disengage, both teams respecting the damage, and look at the diversion here for the side of Team Secret, going for the push in the middle lane instead.
Yeah, Mega Inferno Bomb was thrown to the mid lane to prevent the push. Oh, there might be a kill.
Ooh.
Quick kill right there for the side of Sunsparks. A fight here in the Rift Herald.
Yeah, it is going to be Ace popping, of course, the absolute zero, but it's not enough. It is going to be secured by the side of Trevor, that Rift Herald here. A trade for the kill. Azar falls down once again, but it is going to be Sunsparks forcing the issue here in the middle lane with Savar. Nice poke. Chewy as well with Rocket Barrage. It is going to be Sunsparks calling for the retreat.
Yeah, calling for the retreat right here. Sunsparks looks like Haze going to the bot side of the map. Tatsuri might be catching out someone here though.
Exactly, Tatsuri here is gonna go for Najo. Najo with a poke. There's gonna be a chase. The snowball save, but that is gonna be the stasis being pop up. Timing with that knockoff. And Tatsuri backs away. Big chase steal coming in from Ace. Bouncing bomb. Look at the dodge here, but he cannot dodge that satchel charge anyway. But that is gonna be a kill against the side of Tatsuri trade for Najo.
I thought that was to be the great escape for Tatsuri there, Deadeye, but unfortunately he was still hit by the satchel from Konzi. Great answer right there from Sunsparks. But as well, something that Tatsuri did is to prevent Sunsparks from just having these quick recalls, these very safe recalls as are getting jumped here.
Oh, Zar, first damage, not enough. Coming in from Haze. Here comes Rocks with it. Re-engage. Flashes in with
Chewy's here.
Ace has been caught. Chewy with the flanking maneuver as well. DPS damage here. Look at the shot blessing the backlines as well. Woo! Picking off Ace in the process. And the flanking maneuver coming in from Trevor secures the kill against Haze.
Now, Team Secret had a great answer right there. We're so deep into the jungle of Sunsparks. They were able to react to the aggression in the bot side of the map and getting 2 quick kills for them. At this point in time, Team Secret is very much in the lead. I wanted to talk about earlier after that Rift Herald fight. It seemed like if you're for a viewer perspective, or Team Secret just feels like a very close match. But looking at the replay right here, could immediately see where Corky and Kha'Zix is. Trevor immediately electing, I'll go the farther route because I'm gonna go for the Zed. You guys go for the Nudu. So great job right there. Good communications coming from Team Secret. But looks like they're not going to be a fight soon. So I just want to talk about how it feels like Team Secret and this game with Team Sunspark feels a bit close when we saw the earlier Rift Herald fight. But the thing is, Team Secret scales a lot more in the late game fights, and also their main job here, the main strategy that they could use and utilize alongside Tatsuri is for Tatsuri to go for these split pushes. We haven't even seen that yet. They were going for these fights, and a lot of them going very much even or just slightly behind for Team Secret. So in that case, with how things stand, Team Secret is just getting more advantages just because they're not even playing to the strength of their team comp.
Yeah, and I really thought that was a Baron call, but instead that was just a bait here. On the side of Sunsparks though, their team composition, the only tank they can rely on is Ace. And the rest of the champions are very squishy. I think we have seen Trevor and as well as Tatsuri could go for the flanking maneuver. They can easily dish out that damage and take off the back lines here. But you have to command, of course, that Ace is just everywhere here. He's also protecting the back lines coming in from the side of Sunsparks. But one mistake here, because the damage, you have mentioned this one, Crazy Apple, that this is the scaling composition from Team Secret. It can wreak havoc to the lines here for Sunsparks. So they need to be very careful. Rely for Ace on the team fights.
Scaling is the name of the game. IE just picked up by Chewy, has the 3 items he needs on the Corky. 502. Chewy has been going a bit under the radar just because we have been focusing a lot on the Tatsuri pick, on the Tryndamere, because it's a more unique pick. We haven't seen that often, but now a lot of the members, I believe, almost all the members except the support on Team Secret has 3 items. If Sunsparks is baited into a fight, goes for a fight against Team Secret, it's gonna go great for Team Secret at this point.
Ace has information here. Trevor as well in the Baron pit. Here comes the leap. Haze on the back lines, providing firepower support. This is gonna be a burst here and knock up on 2, but still Chewy is there. And it is just going to be a poking game here. And Tatsuri doing the split push right now on the sides as well. And Team Secret, perfect opportunity for them to go for this diversion while Tatsuri go for the clean up siege on the bottom lane.
Yeah, and while that was happening, the bot side Mega Inferno Bomb was thrown on Team Secret to prevent them to keeping chase at the top side of the map. And it's not a good sign when you saw how much damage Ace got right there though, but Ace might be getting caught out here.
Oh, it's very low, 50%
Nice
health.
encore.
This is going to be Rocks once again with a taunt, but no follow-up there. The stage has been popped for Amgen, but the burst is just too much here for the side of Team Secret. No Amgen here, while Tatsuri free split pushing here on the bot. There you go.
Slamming the sword,
down
man.
here. Tatsuri is doing his job here. Hard working right now, but it is going to be now Tatsuri going for the
Oh my
kills.
God.
Haze, the damage flashes in. Nasjo backs out. The stasis has been popped in the last minute there, and Tatsuri backs out. They do now have the BR buff for the side of Team Secret.
And Tatsuri just being the biggest nuisance right now in Sunsparks. Needed two members to approach him. They even almost died to Tatsuri because he has
Exactly.
3 items already. He even has the IE at this point. And if that battle happens again, Sunsparks members is gonna keep falling down and off camera. We did see the Baron going to the side of Team Secret, which will just keep on. Sunsparks is going to get a harder and harder time at this point because it's going to be a 1-3-1 setup. Azar pushing the bot side, Tatsuri going to the top side while 3 members of Team Secret in the mid lane. Sunsparks needs to pull a rabbit out of the hat here at this point.
Yeah. It's going to be a challenge here for the side of Sunsparks indeed, but 1-3-1 formation we're seeing here in the Rift. Team Secret want to seal the deal already. Outer turrets falling down. Tatsuri is doing his job once again with the split push on the top side. It is going to be Azar on the bot. Going for that minion push as well. Here comes the defense. Amgen is here. Haze as well. Will they be able to defend this inhibitor turret on top? But look at the damage here coming in from the side of Trevor. Tatsuri very low there, but still going to push through. Ace is here as well. 4-man defense for side of Sunsparks, but the turret here is been destroyed from the side of Team Secret. They are still in the outskirts of the base, looking for opportunity to go for the pick-off with Sunsparks. Here comes the re-engage. Ace with a snowball, but no, they are just going to go retreat and come down this time around. Prepare for the next siege.
Yeah, they're gonna prepare for the next siege while Team Secret will be looking at the Elder Drake. It has spawned right now, the Elder Ocean Drake, but Tatsuri is still being very much of a nuisance, sneaking his way again into this Baron lane. At this point in time, Sunsparks needs to put members on him or he's just gonna finish the game.
Exactly. Now Nasjo is trying to defend this one. Tatsuri backs out here. Amgen as well. And here comes the calling. The Tatsuri's just very, very quick to his feet here. And now there's going to be a recall while the rest of Team Secret secures this Dragon. But, oh, Ace is left alone here. I don't know, man. I don't know in that decision. He's just solo going to go for the snowball, but this is going to be a double kill already for the side of Chewy here. Here comes the chase. Nasho wants his head. Tatsuri is here. Oh, surprise. Here it comes. Oh, the outplay. But then again, Tatsuri falls. Rox is here looking for this revenge kill. Nasjo has been taunted here with the crowd control onto him. Nasjo will be able to escape. No, Rox flashes in. So many anime battles we are seeing here, Crazy Apple.
Yeah, the guy with the 2 guns going against the guy with the strongest right arm in the world. It's gonna be the guy with the two pistols wins that fight. But when you see a huge concrete statue, it's a different story. But with the Elder Ocean Drake going to the side of Team Secret, it seems like at this point it feels over for Sunspark. They need some magic. They need something. They need a miracle at this point in time to be able to keep holding on and look for an opening that Team Secret hasn't shown in this week so far. They have looked so clean in their games, and this is again another indication of how much on form they are this week, especially at our second round robin. Team Secret though, looking for a member of Sunsparks. They want to finish this game.
They found, of course, Ace this time around. Ace backs off with Flash as well. And it is going to be a Baron call right now for the side of Team Secret. And this is the Team Secret we are seeing for the controlled aggression. Patchery providing this split push, of course, are still going to harass Sunsparks here. They are not going to give any breathing space. But again, Ace here for the Hail Mary contest, going for that Rambo mode. But then again, he's not going to be invulnerable this time around with Tatsury looking for his head. That is going to be a kill. Calling has been used for the side of Nash Joe here, the back lines. They do have the poking potential, but it's not enough here with the rest of Team Secret going to clean up the battlefield under the turrets. This is how confident Team Secret is. The Comeback Kings secures the second game against Sunsparks.
I could see how happy they are that
yeah.
getting this victory. I remember seeing them last week when they got their first series win. It felt like they weren't as ready to celebrate yet, but you can see all the happy faces, the faces, because this is really something to celebrate for if you're Team Secret and if you're a fan of Team Secret, because Sunsparks was the team that beat them back in the first round robin, one of the series where we had a lot of against Team Secret. But now, as the panel have mentioned, with the wins, the Team Secret has been showing that that disbelief, that doubt that we had on them is slowly fading away.
True. Very, very true. I think now I can feel Crazy Apple why they are dubbed as the Comeback Kings. Oh, they're just warming up on the first on the first round robin. But here we go, second round robin. Let's go, Team Secret. Looking great, looking spicy here. Their team fights in the second game was just incredibly good as well. This Team Secret, too much. The confidence rather. The confidence is there already. We are not seeing miscommunications on those team fight calls. You have seen their easy somehow responses from the players themselves when it comes to team fights as well. And they prove, of course, that their first series was not the best form of Team Secret. But here we go, viewers. This is the Comeback Kings.
Yeah, the Comeback Kings literally came back from not a good first round robin, but I guess one also the players that I want to highlight here is Rox. Rox has shown that he has really fit in well with the team. The team is now very much comfortable. The only new member Secret, and there has been some doubts on how he has been the new player, and it might have been not a lot of good communication or team play from Team Secret. But now those doubts are definitely no more, because Rox has shown to be a very pivotal member in a lot of these fights. Just having that aggression, coming up for the defense. Like, look here where Rox is gonna in this kill against Nastro. He came from the bot lane, man, and he's now running towards Tatsuri to help him out and get the revenge kill on Nastro. It's just showing here Rox is just, he has fit in with the team. He was he was the one chosen by James to be the successor here. To the legacy of right now here in the Philippine scene of Wildrift. And just a lot of props to Team Secret, to Rox and the team right now, showing us what it means to be the Comeback Kings.
Alright, our Globe prepaid player of the game. In the second game, it is going to be Chewy on the Corki. Oh my goodness. This guy... actually, this Team Secret, every time they win, you can see different players having this MVP. It only shows that this individual roster, player in this roster rather, is mechanically skilled. To be honest, this is the Team Secret we are expecting to see. What a great way for them to have this momentum prior to the playoffs. And with the patch coming, Apple, this is going to be another challenge for them. But what's important, of course, is the chemistry. That is great.
Right. If you already have an established chemistry, if you have an established game plan with your team, knowing your strengths and weaknesses, the patch is not going to matter as much. But Chewy on this Corki just have full items at the end of the game. He was really pivotal, and also one of the Corkis that we see that does the Black Cleaver first. But because of that Black Cleaver first, he was able to support his team in those team fights that were taking them, and got that 3-0 lead early on, which just really snowballed the game for the side of Team Secret. And mentioning the patch that I'm kind of ready to see what will be the new things that we're gonna in terms of how explosive or surprising the teams are gonna come out from that patch. But yeah, that's gonna be next week. But before that, we still have a lot more games ahead of us.
Exactly. So that was it. The third series here in our group stages. Fourth week, Team Secret has their revenge match. Of course, taking over there against Sunsparks. 2-0 in favor for them. So this has been your casters. Of course, Dada here in Crazy Apple. We still have one more series until the end of the day here. So we will have a short minute break and see you later, guys, on last series.
Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose.
Welcome back to the WCS PH, where Team Secret gets that 2-0 against Sunsparks and Otalus. Infinity, no tags for the panel. We are
Yes.
safe. We're safe.
Yeah,
I
for
think,
Team Secret, they haven't been tagging people.
well,
Right.
you know, sometimes I get PMs.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Sometimes I get PMs, so like it might not be a tag, but sometimes I get PMs. Sometimes it's not even Wildrift, and I still get PMs. So at least we're okay. I think this is the true consequence for the panel. Actually, this is the true consequence of we're
It's a
experiencing.
very
that we're-
interesting development, you know, the thing that we have here in the panel spices things up, but at the end of the day though, yeah, Team Secret back into form. We saw solo kill from Nastro, but immediately got punished by Azar. I think we missed the highlight play. I did post on my page, Azar the 1v2 vintage Azar, right? As I would love to call it, because this is the Azar that we knew from last year. He's now able to absorb pressure and even punish it for the side of Team Secret. And again, this was already highlighted by Infinity. Tatsuri on that Zed, 100% win rate so far. And yeah, as soon as it got picked, I was like, oh my god, this is panic time already for Sunsparks. And we were right on that one. Sunsparks, though, they're now trying different stuff, going for different draft, even putting Consi on the mage. But yes, if you are going to play Ziggs in the Dragon Lane, you have to have attack support. That's, you know, an unspoken rule that we know for APCs. What's your take on this one, Infi?
Yeah, I was just absolutely shocked, especially on this game number 2. Tatsuri picking up, I believe, to be his 17th champion in WCS.
There you go.
Absolutely insane how Tatsuri was able to just be adapting for his team, always be. And we have discussed it in the panel a while ago, pre-game, on how Tatsuri was able to just do everything for his team here for Team Secret. But on top of all that, we have to look at the early Team Secret was able to capitalize on that. Rui a while ago, for 5 minutes, I think was already 2-0-2, which just gave huge for this team, considering that they have a lot of damage, so having more gold also scales very, very well for this lineup for game number 2. So it's just a wonderful play overall for Team Secret.
Love that you mentioned about Shui, because I think there is currently a two-way race for the most MVPs for the season. I am actually referring to the Liquipedia for this one. I think it's a two-way race between Shui and Danny. And lost in all, you know, the limelight, Shui is actually very effective so far in WCSPH.
Lots of interesting stats here. And Infinity, I just want to clarify, that was 17 unique champions, right? For Tatsuri so far?
Yeah, 17th. I was counting it one by one.
So how much have they played? So point that they were able. Yeah, it's possible.
He's counting again. He's counting again. So we're going to let Infinity study some more.
35.
The ever soon.
26,
okay.
26, along with the ones a while ago.
So
There
17
you
out
go.
of 26, they've been fielding unique mid laners. All right.
26 to 28. Just a rough estimate.
Yeah, still 17 is a very remarkable number.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
yes. Amazing
Absolutely.
indeed. Amazing indeed. And we can welcome back Team Secret, represented by Chewy, onto our panel and our post-game interview. Chewy, welcome back. And congratulations, of course, to the rest of Team Secret. It is nice to see you guys on form and back into, you know, into the thick of everything. My questions are actually a bit on the personal side, so just in case Otlus has a bit more like game-oriented or serious questions, I'm gonna hand it to you first.
Me, okay. I'm actually looking forward to the playoffs. Same question, pare, that I asked RRQ kanina. If the group stages ends today, sino yung una nyong gustong makatapat sa playoffs?
Kahit sino po kasi. Ngayon po confident na kami na kahit sino kaya namin talunin. Kasi may naayos na po namin and na-identify na po namin yung problem. So, nabalik na po namin confidence kahit sino po.
Nice. This is
Prepared for it.
and yan yung swag, 'di ba? Yan yung number 3 team sa buong mundo. Going back to the Horizon Cup, this is what we expected from Team Secret. I'm so glad, parang Chewy, that you are back on track. And yun nga, kung na-miss mo yung discussion kanina, sabi ko nga pare, may two-way race. Kayong dalawa ni Danny for the most MVPs. Sino man nanalo?
Di ko pa sure kasi magaling naman din po talaga na player si Danny. So, I'm just doing my best
So
every game
humble.
po.
Nice.
What? So humble. So humble. Kita nyo yan? There was the opportunity to say me. Me, of course. Infinity, do you have a question for Chewy?
Yeah, for me personally, I don't have any questions here, Chewy. I just want to say congratulations. That was an amazing game that you guys have showed us from that series.
Chewy, I do have a question for you. Flashback, of course, Oculus mentioned the Horizon Cup, so flashback to Singapore. I'm really, really curious. What was your favorite food that you guys have managed to eat in Singapore?
Para po sa akin yung mga smoked salmon kasi mahilig po talaga ako sa seafood.
Wow. No chili crab?
Sarap po ng salmon.
Alam mo yung panel kasi dito hindi pa nagde-dinner so medyo gutom na kami. No chili crab, but yeah, smoked salmon. So good. And then my second question for you is also Horizon Cup related, Chewy. So when you guys were shooting the promo video, yung sumasayaw kayo, did you know na kailangan nyo pala sumayaw? And when Riot gave the direction na, okay, ito yung gagawin nyo, ano ba yung reaction nyo? Prepared ba kayo? Nag-choreograph ba kayo?
Wala po. Bigla na lang. Nalaman na kami sasayaw. Di yun na yun. Kinapalan na namin. Since kami yung huling-huling team na shoot. So, ayun. Kinapalan na. In-enjoy ka lang namin.
Gusto ko magsingit ng tanong kasi kung di ako nagkakamali, may 8-8 buff di ba, sa sister team nila. Di ba? Kung may 8-8 buff dun sa Valorant team nyo, sa inyo, ano yung version nyo?
Siguro Turk. Hindi ko. Okay. Mema.
Turk buff, okay. Sige.
May twerking buff. Okay, I like it. Chewy, if you'd like to give any shout-outs or messages to all the supporters of Team Secret, now is the time. You have the mic.
As usual, thank you po sa mga palagi sumusupport sa TS. Ang laki po ng tulong nyo sa moral namin, sa boss namin, sa staff ng Team Secret. The best po sila. And yun lang po. Shrimp.
Shrimp. Let's go.
Thank you so much, Chewy. Congratulations, and we're looking forward to the rest of all of Team Secret's games.
Thank you.
Okay, so, Autolus, Infinity, meron tayong pansol buff, may swimming buff, may jowa buff, at ngayon may twerk buff na rin.
Let's go.
For Team Secret. Okay, different
Bago
kinds
magsimula
of
ang
buffs.
laban, mag-twerk muna tayo.
So, alam na pala natin when they say that, we've addressed the problem, we know what we need to do. You guys know what Team Secret's doing.
Bago mag-ranking, mag-twerk muna, no? Let's go. Why not?
Well, who
such
knows?
a fun interview.
Maybe the rest of the teams catch on to this twerk buff. We're gonna see if our final series of Oasis Gaming and Team Underground, are they trying out the twerk buff? Maybe they might coming into this because this is gonna be quite a series indeed. Now, Oasis, they are coming off of the loss against Fennel Adversity yesterday, and the momentum isn't quite on their side, right, Infinity? So I don't think that this affects the team too much because they're still very, very strong.
Yeah. Well, so yeah, I think this is just a very, very hype matchup in this series in particular, especially when we're looking at this specific team, how Oasis Gaming has been playing for the past couple of weeks. They have evolved into a different type of beast here. At the moment, I believe they are fighting for the 4th slot against RRQ at the moment, and they're racing towards that. And how Astilla has played all throughout, especially along with this team, Demon Kite and Dragon, they have been playing quite hugely in this particular game. And Dragon, as as for the viewers watching at home, has probably one of the highest assist average per game, and that's just exceptional here. And jumping into the solo highlights for this particular series and this particular team, we have Oasis Gaming's Demon Kite, as far as I know, when it comes to the solo highlight, that has been performing quite well, especially when we're looking at Corky and how he's playing the specific champion. And the Demon Kite is also quite flexible because you have Morgana in his champion pool, you have Vayne, which is probably one of the most banned champions against Demon Kite and against Oasis Gaming. It's such a difficult scenario for them to adjust, but they were able to do that. And it's just a lot of commendable plays here for Oasis Gaming as a whole. If you're looking at his champion pool, right? Jinx, Kaisa, and Lux is up there for Demon Kite. Such a flexible champion and player as well.
Yeah. What damage? 28% is amongst the leaderboards that we have, I think. When we talk about Demon Kite, we will talk about Demon Kite, especially later as we, highlight the solo player highlight. But of course, if we have Oasis on the other side, on the blue corner, is going to be Underground. Come on, let's go, Team Underground. All right, well, Team Underground, we did say, the hype is real. Coming into the season, they were undefeated during the qualifiers. And although Team Secret and Fennel Adversity weren't part of the qualifiers, having to go undefeated in that tournament alone is actually a testament by itself already. And again, when we talk about Team Underground, so far, I'm loving that they play around Sayonara. They just make sure that Sayonara will get everything that he needs in the early game to make sure that he can impact the map moving forward. Don has been so stable, so solid as a rock. Even if he's playing on the weak side of the map, he will still be able to make plays. Mitsura, he's the original Akshan player, and we have seen Akshan multiple times already today, so I won't be surprised if Underground will go for the Akshan once again. Now on the bot lane, we have Larawan and Orthra. Solo player highlight will be Larawan. This is actually very interesting because the last time that Larawan and Demon Kite did meet each other, on those two games, there were marksmen all over. However, I just feel that today we will have, Larawan go for an AP champion. And even as we build up the hype of the marksman duel between Larawan and Demon Kite. By the way, Larawan is formerly named Demon. So former Demon versus Demon Kite is going at it against each other. Average KDA of 7.03, but the average damage is 23%. Reason being, Sayonara has been dishing out a lot of damage from the jungle.
Yeah, and I just want to find how you stated about Sayonara and Larawan, because as the viewers have known on how we talked in the past, he has one of the highest average, if not the highest, with 5.06 average from week 1 to week 3 in the regular season. One of the highest gold player in this game, and how he keeps on just playing this whole for his team, right? For Larawan as well, to just be so flexible. I believe Larawan to be one of the players that brought out first the Caitlyn and the Saya bot laner. So it's just a humanable plays here in champion pool for Larawan and UDG overall.
For sure. And going into our head-to-head, we have Demon Kite versus Larawan. And I feel like, part of this head-to-head matchup is, of course, their partnerships with their supports, right? So you have the twin buff coming in from Oasis, and then you have Larawan with Orthros, definitely one of the best supports that we have here in the Philippines. And Odalus, I'm just really, really curious how you think this is going to go down, the showdown's going to go down. Of course, previously, Team Underground took it. Is it going to go in Oasis this time?
It's so hard to predict when talking about these two teams because, again, although it was a 2-0 in favor of Team Underground, I remember it as clear as a day that it went down to the final team fight. And for Underground, when it comes to team fighting, they've been number 1, number 2 in the Philippines, right? The numbers between Demon Kite and Larawan, you're right here, Mika. It's not just about them. We also have to consider their support, Dragon, and we also have to consider the number 1 support in the Philippines, I believe, and that's Orthros. Now, Demon Kite has a bigger responsibility when it comes to dishing out damage. You can see 1,123 to 950 of Lara 1. But if Lara 1's number is called, if he is tasked to play the Vayne, make no mistake, he will play it.
Yeah, and that's why the showdown is gonna be really really special indeed to watch the dragon lane over here, right? And Infinity, do you have anything else to add between this for our head-to-head matchup?
Honestly, Autolus has already summarized this individual matchup against the both ADCs. I'm just really excited to see on how both these teams are gonna work, because we have entitled both of these players as the some of the top ADC players in the Philippines, in WCS PH, and further on in the whole Southeast Asia.
Yeah. And it's also exciting because, looking at the previous games of Team Underground, we do know definitely one of the strongest teams, but we have seen, other teams take games and even series away from them. So slowly, you're seeing the gods bleed, in a way. And Oasis Gaming, I definitely think they're up to the challenge here. I just wonder if we're up to the challenge that we have. It's pretty mild, actually. It's pretty mild that we just have to call each other master for the rest of the post show. So Infinity, for your predictions, are we kind of united here? I think we are, but Infinity, just checking, Oasis Gaming or Team Underground?
I'm going for Team Underground here for this series. They're performing really well for the past couple of weeks, so UDG all the way.
And Otlus.
I haven't
Same as
voted
well.
for any other team when UDG plays. That's just, me being so confident in them. And I will remain true to my word and my faith. UDG will be taking this. Ding, ding, ding.
And with good reason, right? Because they're definitely a powerhouse here. I also think this is going to go the way of UDG with a 2-0. I think that history could possibly repeat itself over here. But of course, it is weekend number 4. There's been a lot of things that's been happening here. So maybe Oasis Gaming takes this. We don't know. We've seen a lot of things happen.
I mean,
Maybe.
I'm ready. Okay, let's ready ourselves. We'll get tagged. We lose. All right, Abby. Hello.
that is actually the real consequence of being on the panel now. We've been seeing it as a very interesting trend, but it's definitely fun. It is definitely fun indeed. Don't worry. We'll own up to it. We will say sorry for doubting you all and everything.
No, just I'm loving the fact that I already have an album of wrong calls and tags by multiple people, and just adds flavor, something to look forward to each day. Oh my god!
Yes, indeed. So here we go. Autolus is keeping track. Autolus is keeping track of all of the receipts, and for sure, by the playoffs, maybe by the end of the WCS, you'll see that album in
Montage.
all its glory.
Let's
In
go.
all its glory.
It will be an NFT item. Okay.
Well, we are gonna look forward to that, and I know a lot of people are gonna look forward to that for sure, most especially our teams. But right now we can look forward to our final series of the day. It is going to be Oasis Gaming versus Team Underground.
Watch party.
Final series of the day. Casters, over to you guys.
Yeah.
Showdown in the last series. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to WCS Philippines. My name is Dada, together with me, Crazy Apple. I'm just very excited, Crazy Apple. Sorry for the stutter. And here we go. Team Underground versus the side of Oasis Gaming.
That's perfectly fine. And A and S are just beside each other on the keyboard. You could regard it as a typo, but anyway, yeah. We're coming in here. We have Oasis Gaming versus Team UDG. As been all the matches we have seen the past this week, it is another rematch on our hands. And last time these two teams met, It was a 2-0 for UDG. At that time, UDG felt very, very unstoppable. But coming into the second round robin, yeah, it's only been 2 series that that UDG has lost. But I feel like they're not as unstoppable, just seeing as how much every team here in the WCS has leveled up, and Oasis Gaming in their own right has also leveled up themselves. So coming into this series, I'm not 100% sure if we're gonna see another clean sweep from Team UDG.
Exactly. I have the same thoughts here, Crazy Apple, because as far as I know, Oasis Gaming has their momentum run as well. They have improved a lot, and the panel mentioned, of course, the brawl in the bottom lane, and this Dragon lane here, I am expecting it as well. Orfrost together with Lara 1 against the twin connection here, Demon Kite here, and of course his twin brother there. This is going to be a battle as well with regards to the traps, because both teams, Oasis Gaming and UDG, can also flex their team compositions, different strategies here, and it is going to be truly a showdown here in our series.
Yeah, it's gonna be very much in the draft. I do agree with that, Deadeye. And right now, I feel like in terms of just the plethora of champions we've been seeing, UDG has been very, very flexible. If we want to focus on the Dragon lane, right now both teams have shown to be very flexible in the Dragon lane. Lara 1 has shown that he can play both the AP and the Marksman. AD champions can also play very much of a supportive style. Demon Kite has showed that as well. I think they're the two out of the 3 Dragon laners that have shown the Ashe pick, and that just shows a very different style for your team, because you're putting one of your players who have the most damage potential in the team on more of a facilitating champion, and those teams that do that have very strong junglers, and both Sayonara and on the side of Oasis Gaming, they also have a very strong jungler on their side.
Yeah, exactly, and I'm looking forward for ETAP as well to blow up here in this game, because ETAP here as a jungler on the side of Oasis Gaming has been following the role of a carry. And you're right, Crazy Apple. Same thing coming in from Sayonara, but for me, Sayonara has been the undisputed jungler, the best jungler right now. What we have seen on his performance here in the group stages, and this is actually, I'm also going to expect that this is going to be a fiesta as well. In their first meeting there was action everywhere. It just showed how these two teams are capable of using their team fight tactics, the disengage, proper initiations here. And with, as you mentioned a while ago, the growth of both these two teams, it is going to be a different level here, a different step up into the game between these two.
Yeah, and that if you'll allow me, since I think we're still not into the pick and bans, I want to tackle that conversation in terms of who is the best jungler right now in the Philippines. We had that off-cam, just this talent meeting in terms of who we think are the top 8 junglers. And a lot of people I know have Sayonara up there at the first place. But I do have a differing opinion, and this is more of recency bias from week 3. That was when Team Underground looked the most vulnerable, and I think I think some of the weaknesses were shown there, and one of those weaknesses is Sayonara being very new as a player, being a very young player himself. So he's still very much of a rookie. So he sometimes makes rookie mistakes, I would say. So I think in terms of, also again, recency bias, I think Eta is the best performing jungler so far here in the WCS. He has been the catalyst for the 3-0 streak of Oasis Gaming in week 3. And I think he's just shown to be a more mature jungler on his side, and has also been I think he's just really a really strong jungler in his right who can carry a team. For Team Underground, the reasoning behind it, or I think there's a bit of doubt for me for Sayonara, is that they're just really strong as a team. Everyone can carry, and it's easy for a jungler to shine if your team can win lanes, if your team can just win the game outright just because of how good they are. So I think Sayonara at best right now is a second or third, but I am here to be proved wrong by Sayonara. Although as far as I know, that we won't be seeing Etaf today, so I won't be seeing the jungle matchup that I'm hoping for. But still, it is Sayonara's turn right now to dispel any doubt that he is the best jungler here in the WCS.
Exactly. I was about to point out that Crazy Apple that this is gonna be the series that will dictate that is it going to be Sayonara, better jungler compared to ETAF or ETAF or otherwise here as the veterancy or can perform the role better, and this is it. The Oasis Gaming versus the side of Team Underground. And we have mentioned as well the flexibility of this team as well when it comes to their drafts. And I'm looking forward for this typical AD versus AD matchup on the bot side because there's so much action happening. Because if you have an AP here, just one burst, the game is over. I would love to see a DPS prolonged team fight, DPS damage here from both teams as well. Who is the better carry this time around as well? Demon Kite or will it be the Lara one, Mr. Universe? Oh my goodness. Now we are going
I want to shout out your page right here. That I really love the graphic. If you follow Deadeye on Facebook, he made this post where Lara One is the Mr. Universe, and it's just so funny. It's just so well edited. And enough stretching here. Right. We are about to get into the picks and bans between the first game between UDG and Oasis Gaming.
Here we go. It is going to be the first ban coming in from UDG. The Lulu has been taken out. Probably, of course, they are going to cut off that babysitting champion here on the bot side or the funneling strategy. And Oasis Gaming respecting Dawn. And I do agree what Autolus has said. Dawn has been one of the consistent players here of the side of UDG. I respect this guy. His bottom lane performance is top-notch for me, setting the place especially on that set.
Yeah, Dawn has been the most underrated player here in the WCS.
True,
and it's
true,
hard
man.
to
True,
be it's hard to be recognized when you're just filled with a team with so many great and flashy players.
Mm-hmm.
You have Mintzer, you have Lara One, Arthos, even Sayonara in his own right. And right now, UDG, they need to show that as a 5-man unit, as this 5-man team that's very good individually. We do rank them as the first or second best team fighting team here in the WCS, and I still do believe they are the first when it comes to that metric. We're gonna see here how Dawn plays things out with the ban on the set. We usually see another Garen ban just to really take out some of those comfort picks for Dawn.
Yeah, that's true. But this is going to be a Jace, though, being taken out with the side of Oasis. But, of course, before saying anything else, Renzi will be in sub for ETAP this time around. And comparison with Renzi to ETAP has been on the carry role, right, on the jungler. But Renzi's playstyle more of the setup here. Probably go for Jarvan, probably go for the other champions that can initiate the team fights here. And speaking of initiation, UDG secures the Galio here for their opening draft.
Yeah, and Galio has been the usual pick we see because how flexible this champion is. Can go into the mid lane, can go also into the support position on Ortho. So at least I'm thinking immediately something out away from Oasis Gaming, where Dragon is very much also a very strong initiating support on their side. So great pick right there coming from UDG.
All right, so instead it is going to be Fiora, probably go for the Renzi this time around. So it's not going to be somehow a initiator here, jungler this time around. Renzi has been using the Fiora 2 times already, but we still haven't seen him having a win on this champion here. But then again, having this Camille, having this Fiora, very strong right now for the pick of plays as well. For the side of Oasis Gaming here, UDG on the other side. Wow, the comfort pick. We have seen Sayonara the Kazakhs. He's just blow off steam there. And the Garen has been secured, not being banned here by Oasis.
Yeah, not Garen not being banned. Looks like if I was Oasis Gaming, I'll probably put the Camille now on the top side of the map because these two champions, Camille and Fiora, could have very well could have been a flex. We have seen Fiora's just melt through a Garen with her ultimate to just take away a lot of the health immediately. But I feel like in the early parts of the game, it's harder for Fiora because Garen can just run her down with a decisive strike, just get a couple of those trades with Grass of the Undying stack. So at least putting the Camille there to really wait for the Fiora to ramp up Right now, though, with the first 3 picks from Oasis Gaming with that Fiora and also the Corki, which could flex in the hands of EDUP or Demon Kite, it feels like there's a lot of scaling on the side of Oasis Gaming. So if I was UDG, I would be trying to ban out some of the supportive champions and the initiating champions that could really help out this team get to that late game point where they could scale up and have items on the Fiora and the Corki.
Yeah, that's true. They also have the same thing coming in from UDG. You can see, of course, a flex pick here for this Galio. But having this Garen here, I think you need an enchanter here for the side of UDG. They love this one. If having a Galio here with additional sustain, just running down the formation of their opponents here. We have seen that time and time again for the side of UDG. But on the other side, of course, Oasis Gaming, there's going to be the last bans we're seeing here. The Fizz has been taken out. Of course, respect ban for Mr. Fizz. Very, very good on this champion here. Akshan has been taken out. On the other side, UDG takes out the Zed and the Rakan. And there you go. The Dragon All-Star this time around. Now you do have additional setup here. Another booster to go for the team fight.
Yeah, supportive tank right there for Dragon. We do know that Dragon loves to start out fights, and Alistar is just the perfect champion for that. He goes in, he can pop his ultimate to take away any CC and have more damage resist on his damage reduction on the champion. So I think it's a good pickup right there. But the answer with the Morgana nullifies a lot of that initial engage potential for Dragon in the Dragon lane, just because the Black Shield will block a lot of that CC. And right now, does it look like Oasis Gaming has a lot of magic damage that immediately burn away from that Black Shield. But another Caitlyn pick that we're seeing here today, Deadeye.
Oh yeah, there you go. I'm loving this one. I want to see an 80 versus 80 matchup here. Probably this is going to be Corki for Demon Kite for sure. But yeah, now the Caitlyn has been picked, and it's not one of the highest performing champions right now in the competition here, but still it's going to be UDG securing this one. And Lara 1, Mr. Universe, this is just a very flexible player here, going to use this one anyway. Probably going to go for this Orthros Galio as well. Here, and Mitsura is going to be in the mid here, and Lara 1, Mitsura rather, on the Morgana. Probably this is going to be the team comp for UDG.
Let's see what's going to be the flex right here, because earlier today we saw Cerebrum, How and Floor making use of the Caitlyn Morgana combo in the bot lane, and traditionally these two champions when together are very oppressive. They're going to go against what I think it's going to be the Ziggs and the Alistar in the Dragon lane. Yeah, there you go. See the rotations right now, the swaps of the lineups, and yeah, Corki, Ziggs and Alistar going as the Caitlyn and the Morgana. The difficulty we have been seeing on Caitlyn, even when UDG was the one who used this champion, is she lacks damage in the mid game. She needs a lot of items to get to that point, and I think what UDG can take advantage of is that there's a melee champion there on the Alistar. Alistar's not going to do anything, as mentioned earlier when we had an interview with Grindsky. If you have a melee champion that only has CC on his part, he's not going to do anything in the laning phase when he's going against the Morgana. So I do expect UDG, if they get a bit of an advantage of the bot side, there might be some tower dives coming from Mitsura Sayonara to help out Lara 1 and Orthros there.
Here we go. The showdown here in our second day, week 4, between UDG and Oasis Gaming. Game 1 will now commence.
Yeah, and a bit of a misread as well on my side for where this Fiora is going to go. Fiora has elected to go to the top side, to the Baron lane, while Renzi is holding on to the Camille. Renzi will be using more of that utility again, trying to go for these early ganks, because Camille is very well adept at that, although early fight here.
Oh, Dawn! That is going to be the repose. Woohoo! Sliver of Hell flashes in, but Dawn! Wow! That was just an outplay there coming in from side of Dawn.
I would say that was a bit of an oopsie. Dawn was already out. He was already far away, and it's still the lunge flash. It's just a bit of a misplay right there for Asilla. But let's go back into the game. Let's not focus on that bit of a weirdness that was happening in the Baron lane. Here right now, looking at the bot side of the map. But in terms of Rip Scuttle has been Sayonara's getting the bot side, while the top side though.
There you go. Tower dive. 3 versus 1 situation. Dawn is being punished once again. That is going to be 2 deaths in a row for Dawn.
Good answer right there for Oasis Gaming. We were trying to forget what happened there, but there could be another jump here.
Oh, Dragon, low on life. Harassment coming in from Sayonara here. That's going to be a knock-up. Orthros flashes back, still managed to survive. The font of life is real in the early game.
What was that tower dive? That was so perfect from UDG. I really thought Orthros was gonna die right there, giving at least a trade for the side of Oasis, but no trade happened. It was clean 2 kills on the bottom side for the side of Oasis.
And here we go, Don, having the vision here. Oasis backs out, and there you go. Of course, Crazy Apple expects that this is going to be a heavy action series we're about to see. And look at this dive, though, on the bot.
Yeah, I have to correct myself if you're getting the 2 kills right here. And look how clean this dive is. Orthros almost falling down, but flashing at the right time. Font of life just gave it enough HP to be able to survive that. And just you're seeing again UDG with very good mechanical plays, individual skill right there being shown off by Orthros.
I do believe we have seen this kind of strategy here by UDG yesterday. The Font of Life did its thing for that survivability with those tower dives, and it happened once again here in the early stage of the game. I think this is one of the pocket strategies right now that UDG is just using in their advantage. Meanwhile, Oasis Gaming is now going into the bottom river looking for the pick off. Orthros has been spotted though. Now, Oasis Gaming going back to the lanes.
Yeah, going back to the lanes, just, going back to some more items. We are about to hit the 4-minute mark. Cloud Drake is the first Drake that's going to come up in this game. Orthros might be catching someone.
Headbutts, but Dark Binding connect there against Dragon. Dragon will be forced to flash his way out there. So this is going to be major advantage here for the side of UDG on the bot side.
Yeah, they're going to have the advantage with the shove right here. They're going to have the first back. They can pick up some items while the Cloud Drake is about to come up. UDG, though, focusing their sights right now on this Rift Herald. They want to accelerate the pace of the game towards their side. They really want to take advantage of that Caitlyn Morgana combo later on.
Wow, UDG is just very fast here, on time. Their timers is just on point as well. Rift Herald has been taken without even a contest, and they can go for this DR takedown as well. Oasis is here in the bot pit, ready to go for a brawl. Rift Herald been summoned in the mid for the diversion here, but Dawn is here on the forward, providing this Vanguard play. And this is going to be the flanking maneuver. The package been used for the solo steal. It is going to be Sayonara taking that Dragon objective. The Mushroom Justice to finish off Renzi there. Dragon backs away very low, being chased by Mitsura there. It is going to be now a team fight here at 2vs2. Oh, Isila! That was again of his play there. It is going to be double once again for Mitsura and Galio.
That's just so unfair. Oasis Gaming held that Dragon Pit for so long, used the package to box out members of UDG, but Sayonara utilizing the full kit of the Kazakhs, it going invisible inside the pit, then bursting it down, getting the steal on the Drake. That was just amazing coming here from UDG. And going into the replay, you can see here, Sayonara jumping it down to 1,573 HP, was able to burst it down along with that 50-50 smite. And the fight as well has been won by UDG. 4 minutes into the game, I believe we're seeing about a 4,000 gold lead with the composition coming from UDG. It's going to be oppressive right now. The later this game goes for Oasis.
And here we go. It is now going to be Oasis taking for that opportunity once again for the pickoff. It is going to be Orthros backs out though. And Dragon already is out of position. The taunt on 2 coming in from Mr. The first damage is real with the Winds of War. Orthros backs out. Mega Infernal Bomb. The trade against Orthros. They will back out. But Sayonara is here. Perfect timing once again. And that is going to be a pickoff against EDAP.
Yeah, 2-for-1 in favor of UDG right there. And another kill right here in the river though. Mitsura getting caught out. Immediately getting killed right there for the side of Oasis. So at the end of the day, it was a 2-for-2 with that extended fight. But that fight was all started out by Oasis Gaming. They went to the bot side of the map. They wanted to get a pick off. And this is classic Oasis Gaming at this point. When they're behind, Dragon looks for these picks alongside the jungler, alongside Demon Kite, alongside his twin brother to try and get something back for them. it was a 2-4-2 in the end, which if you think about it, it was still even. But because of how even everything happened, the 5,000 gold lead is still right now in the favor of UDG.
I'm looking at as well with the junglers here between these two. Still, it is going to be Sayonara has that kill without a death, but Renzi here has already 2 deaths in a row. A difference with this net worth goal between these two players right now is going to be a big difference, especially for the pick offs. Now, UDG, oh my goodness, that team fight on the DR takedown, so many mishaps has happened for Oasis. Renzi did not pop all his exec ultimatum, and Isila's flash as well somehow did not made him escape in that situation. I think those mistakes, small mistakes, is going to be costly here for the side of Oasis Gaming. But look at Sayonara here.
Yeah.
He's just very confident. Just
There's
zoning
no
out
members
their
right now.
players.
UDG there.
And this is going to be a burst. Hextech ultimatum. Mitsura has been caught. Mega Inferno bomb with a follow-up, and that is going to be a burst. That is a kill against Mitsura, but Orfrost is here. Trying to go for the takeoff path. Dragon. Perfect timing. Flashes in with a flanking maneuver. Sayonara with a trade on the turret, though. It is going to be Dragon going to go for the chase here. One more headbutt against Lara.
He wants
the minions, but still, if I'm off that ignites at the right moment, he will make off Lara 1.
Dragon's long adventure right there, Deadeye. He saw Lara 1 wearing red, and he's just like, I'm the big bull. I'm just gonna keep chasing you down like the Matador, and just kept going there, getting the ignite up. And Waste Gaming, great punish on UDG. Right now, the Rift Herald is up for the taking for both of these teams. The UDG poked their heads in, trying to just see if Oasis Gaming will continue that, but it looks like Oasis Gaming just going for the side lane push. Looks like there might be a Rift Herald fight we're gonna see here, Deadeye.
Yeah, and this is now a big decision that both teams will make. Infernal Dragon or Rift Herald here. It is going to be UDG, though, trying to spot out where Oasis Gaming. Vice versa. They're just going to spot out the enemy team information here. And now it is going to be Oasis trying to prioritize here the Infernal Dragon. 5-man commitment. It is going to be Sayonara with laptop here. The package has already been used, but they are far away. Will this be another steal we're about to see? Sayonara in the Dragon. That is going to be indeed a steal. Lara 1 secures that one. The Mushroom Justice for that execution is Sila falls down. Demon Cut very low. That will be a kill once again. A double for Sayonara. Dragon backs out. And this is just a disaster once again for Oasis.
Another thanks for the leash right there. It wasn't even Sayonara getting it. It was Lara 1 getting the Drake, getting 3 more kills for the side of UDG. And then earlier on, UDG made a mistake where Oasis punished them for that deep dive in the bot side tower. Oasis Gaming didn't get the Dragon again, and right now UDG tried to secure this Rift Herald.
Man, this is just a high-tier team fight we're seeing here, Crazy Apple, because small mistakes can really cost you the team fight here. And UDG capitalizing already that one on that objective takedown. That was insane. Lara 1 of all the players has secured that one, but this is going to be a trade we're seeing here. But Underground still pushing through on the top side though. But meanwhile in the mid, it is going to be Mitsur being caught. The stasis bomb up, eliminating that Hextech ultimatum. Demon Cut on the back line though, providing firepower support as well. But this is going to be in pickoff we're about to see in the middle lane.
Yeah, and that was a good pick right there, coming from Oasis Gaming. That kill right there.
Execution Demon Kite has been taken down. Dragon holding his ground flash out of position of this year, trying to run out, but the DPS still secures the kill. Lara 1 done. They are going to go for full retreat, but that is the 1-for-1 trade you are seeing here, ladies and gentlemen. So much action compared to the first series we have seen on first run. This game actually we have wins there, but Judy Oasis now still continues to go to surround the team fight. It's just insane here. All right. And this is going to be so far the package of ball here on side of Oasis. Oasis game trying to push their way through. Convergence here in the middle lane. UDG right now trying to put it on Sayonara is here in the flag. They are going to push from this is target once again. Very low here, but
Oh my gosh.
Dragon, but still done. Secures the back line. The twin connection has been cut off. They down with this heavy push coming in from UDG, securing this inhibitor target in the middle lane. Grindsky and defense coming from Oasis. Nice advantage here, but the advantage here trying to throw the tower of 2.
Oh no!
Here, and it's going to be Hexing goes out of the big committed here. The stakes is starting now. Against UDG.
And great pickups right there from UDG. Also, thank you, Deadeye. Great pickup as well. But UDG on the driver's seat at this point. UDG 17-9 in kills, 13k the gold. It just broke the mid lane inhibitor turret. And with the Baron gonna come up in about 10 seconds and another objective, the Dragon in 20 seconds. Oasis needs to do something at this point in time, and it's gonna be so hard with the lead that UDG has. If you want to, we can also look as well at the items. And one thing that I've noticed here that we haven't really been talking about is how far Ida is behind at this point. He's only 8,000 gold among the members of his team. He's the second lowest in terms of gold. He hasn't died often, and I think it's gonna be good to review this game. Just look at what happened, why EDF is this far behind, what UTG has done. Because one of the things I also want to point out here is Eluded's Echo on the side of Mitsuru. You don't often see that on the Galio, but a fight again here for UDG.
This will be initiated here with the side of UDG. Oh, the crowd control. Dragon backs out. No more tank on the side of Oasis. Isila, it will be the next target here. Execution in play for the side of UDG. The rest of Oasis backs out. Going to go for the full retreat into the base because UDG here is going to secure this game in the Wildrift.
They don't even need their marksman. Lalawan was on the drink. And there were only 4 members of UDG there. And UDG just keeps stamping their dominance here in this game against Oasis Gaming. And then we were thinking that, hey, this could be a close game. There's very different teams. There is question marks on UDG just because of them losing 2 series. But then again, there's only 2 series. UDG is still showing up strong right here. And Sayonara has been just been one of the best junglers here.
Oh yeah. Oh, almost Dragon has been spotted there. It could spell disaster once again against the side of Oasis here. UDG very confident here. Crazy Apple controlling the jungle area against the side of Oasis here. But it is going to be Dragon being caught here. Tried to run for his life. Sayonara spotted him in that situation. Oasis again going to back away and transition here for this Baron takedown. This is good. This could be the call, but nice space being given here by Mitsura and Orthos as well.
Yeah, space being given, but at the same time, there is a split push from Isilla, so it looks like UDG will just get this, but a pick.
Oh, this is going to be a fake. Hextech ultimatum has been forced there, but the rest of Oasis is far out. This is going to be Renzi falling down once again. Isilla is doing his best to go for the split push on the bottom side. No response yet coming in from UDG. There you go. Dawn is here to provide the defense, but the rest of UDG secures this Baron takedown. Mitsura is ready here in the bush. There's the vision coming in from Oasis. Will they go for this contest? Lone Life Baron already. There's going to be for the side of UDG, but team fight has been brewing here. Knockups here and there, but it's gonna be Dragon holding his ground, but the damage in the backlash from Lara 1 is insane. Here comes a double kill and the cleanup party for Sayonara is there as well. Oh my goodness, an ace! Incredible team fight once again for UDG.
And Sayonara goes wild at the end of that fight, and looks like this is gonna be the game for UDG. Only Renzi here to defend.
Exactly, Renzi backs away. Oh my goodness, this is it. Nexus exposed. UDG secures the game 1 with a fashionable manner.
Yeah, and UDG, they might have heard me in the caster desk here that we were throwing doubts, we were throwing shade that UDG, this might be a close game, and they just dispelled everything. They just dispelled all of that, showing up here in the game 1 of this series against Oasis Gaming, and Team Underground just playing so well, and Sayonara was the spearhead in that game with first steal on the Drake and another steal coming from the Rawan.
Exactly, man. And this one, Crazy Apple, the difference with regards to the net worth is with these junglers is big gap there. There's a big gap we've seen there. This is a review what we're about to see here the game on what just happened here, Crazy Apple.
Well, first off, that was a first blood that we all wanted to forget. I know Isilla wanted to forget that. Just so happens it's in the highlights, but still, looking at the next fight here, just kind of the script that went for UDG. They were just able to force fights on Oasis Gaming. They were able to immediately get an early lead, and the first 2 dragons on UDG weren't even objectives that they set up, weren't even objectives that they got there to be able to win the fight first before taking the Drake. It was an outright steal on 2 of these Drakes, and UDG just living by the 50-50, going with the high risk, high reward plays, just snowballing them into this first game of the series.
They're just incredible, Crazy Apple, when it comes to the team fight here. This is just perfect. 2 in a row for those objectives. Heartbreaking for the side of Oasis here. And, with this pick-off, Oasis tried their best to have these trades, but UDG is very quick as well to respond here. And Orphos, Lara 1, of all the Caitlyn performances we've seen so far, UDG fully utilized this champion here. Great poke, great defense coming in from UDG's frontliner as well. They cannot reach Lara 1 on the back lines. And when it comes to a 5v5 here, it's just Fiesta here. And UDG is coming, and Sayonara comes to eat the rest of the living players there against the side of Oasis.
Yeah, he just had the time of his life right there, and we now all understand why we see Kha'Zix's bans, especially if it's not picked in the first round of the picks and bans, just because seeing this play from Sayonara, he jumped, then first ability, then jump flashed again. Like, this guy was obviously just showing off at the end there, and Sayonara just putting his stamp here, saying that I am indeed the best jungler here in the WCS.
Exactly. Sayonara, our Globe prepaid player of the game on the Kazakhs. It's one of his best champions to use. Now we have witnessed that in the game 1 against Oasis Gaming. This is a champion to be respected when Sayonara uses this one, and is considered really one of the best because he's also flexible. Crazy Apple, I remembered his Master Yi. He pulled it through despite not a meta champion. This is how great this player is on this jungle. And remember, I could still remember the interview that he wants to be considered as the best jungler here in the Philippines, if not the whole Southeast Asia.
Yeah, and he was also an innovator in his own right. UDG was also the team that played the first Meow Meow connection, and he also just take control of the game at that point. And talk about a lot about UDG because they just were very dominant that game. They had a lot of highlight moments, a lot of flashy moments, but we also have to at least talk a bit about Oasis Gaming, how they're going to get back into this, and let's just see how they're going to do that in game 2 in terms of the picks and bats, because we saw a lot of good plays as well from Oasis. It's just that UDG just took center stage right there in game 1.
Yeah, especially on those crucial objective takedowns. I think that is morale breaking as well for the side of Oasis Gaming. But let's see, they need this reset. They need to win this game 2 to stretch the distance here in our series. And I do believe Oasis Gaming will give us, of course, intense fight here and will not give up easily against UDG, because we are going to take a short minute break, guys, for the second game. So see you in a bit. Dada here together with Crazy Apple.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Pag pinanghihinaan na tayo ng loob, where do we go? We go where our power lies. With Go Plus 99. 8 gigs for all sites, plus 8 gigs for our favorite apps. Let's own the future with Globe Prepaid.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Pag pinanghihinaan na tayo ng loob, where do we go? We go where our power lies. With Go Plus 99. 8 gigs for all sites, plus 8 gigs for our favorite apps. Let's own the future with Globe Prepaid.
Welcome back here in WCS. Again, this is the game 2 between the showdown of Team Underground and Oasis Gaming. Match point favoring Team Underground here, and Crazy Apple. That was a intense game.
Yeah, very intense indeed. And Oasis Gaming needs to really collect themselves coming to game 2, because I think they made some mistakes that could easily be remedied coming to game 2, but also they're also very aggressively and very playfully in game 1, which Oasis also punished. So I think we're gonna just two teams trying to things out. Oasis Gaming, though, I know from production, in an adjustment, they sub in their job. From Renzi, so it'll be a different look right there.
It is. Now we are now looking the matchup we have been talking about in that opening game. So ETAF versus Sayonara. Sayonara proven his way there on that opening. Crazy Apple just doing. He's the MVP there on game. Now having this here in this current roster, game 2 coming in from this is gaming, pretty good matchup. Both players are carry junglers. This is going to be a test once again between them. See if it is going to be indeed Sayonara or ETAF having the better of the other.
Yeah, and ETAF, when we were doing the stretch earlier before the pick and ban phase, I made a statement that I think ETAF is the best jungler here in the WCS, and right now we're gonna see them pitted against each other. ETAF and Sayonara. ETAF will be. I hope he plays some of our more playmaking junglers, because I remember seeing his very clean Lee Sin, which I think would be ban worthy right here. But at the same time, Sayonara just showing up here to play. Here we showed game 1 to the steal on the Kha'Zix, the steal on the Drake, and even a lot of the fancy kills that he was doing. So at this point in time, it's very debatable who is the best jungler here in the WCS. And even though I know it wasn't the junglers that we really highlighted it in the panel earlier today, but I do want to set expectations with the viewers and to both of us as well, that to just really have our eyes here in the jungle matchup between the two teams.
Yeah, exactly. I'm very excited for this one. And the Morgana Caitlyn pulled off on the first game. I think that was also a weakness for the Alistar on the bed. But literally, we have seen aggressive from Oasis Gaming. They want to control the early game there, but as you mentioned, while go punch with those small mistakes, especially I still remember the flashes coming in from Isilla, just misclick there. No ultimates been popped up from Red on the Camille as well for the zone, and probably this rather is probably what they needed here for suddenly to have their composure back, because each and a little it may be could be very fun if you are up against Yuri.
Yeah, and coming to this pick and bans, that I also want to reiterate that Oasis Gaming in the first couple of days in the first round robin, historically if they lose the first game, they have a hard time picking it up again coming into the second game. So we kind of want to set expectations as well that Oasis Gaming is not the kind of team who's really good at picking themselves back up again. But as we mentioned, there is a bit of a change in the roster, so that could very well be a good hard reset for them coming into this game 2.
Exactly. So I think I'm really scared because ETAP has been performing very good. That's why I consider him as best jungler. Well, because he can really carry the game. Now there's going to be UDG's just contributing also to the roster changes coming inside Oasis. Now the bans are up here face because of course Don's Garen now been taken down, and the Galio as well. On the other side, Lulu taken out. They don't want this one. They don't want the hard carry happening here. And the set taken out, a deny against Don's here pitch case. Follow up for UDG.
Yeah, the Jace has usually been the answer by UDG. When Garen or Set has been picked or banned, the third go-to for Dawn has usually been that Jace. So having that pick up immediately on the side of UDG is good for their side. Although also picking up the Renekton, Renekton could also go to the top side of the map. So we're gonna see here which does UDG choose. But as you were mentioning the bans earlier, the Lee Sin has been banned away from ETAF, and I really wanted to see the Lee Sin come from ETAF. But with that ban, I do think it's kind of appropriate that because of how good ETAF be when he uses this champion.
Exactly. Now they know about this just respect that snowball in the early game that happen if they are going to open this up. But Morgana has been taken actually a week. This is right now just seeing the first wrap of UDG.
Yeah, it kind of looks that way, and still,
there you go.
Adding more to your point, that they are essentially copying the pick and ban from UDG earlier, although it's a bit of a change in terms of where they're going, and Yuumi has been the pick for UDG.
So basically, this funneling strategy for sure for the side of UDG. Crable Riven, see Sayonara carrying this game 2-4, and I'm really excited. Going to be their share. It is going to be Oasis though, taking down the Vayne here. Oh yeah, of course, Laro up here on the Vayne, and Vanguard been taken out here. They don't want this coward picks coming in from UDG. The Kazakhs has been denied as well. What else could UDG be able to choose?
We'll see how playful UDG feels right here, Deadeye, because there's still the mastery that Sayonara has shown before, and I'm just imagining the horror that is mastery with Yuumi, especially if the mastery is fed. It's just gonna be a horror show. The Morgana's not even gonna matter because the Black Shield can't block death, and death is the ultimate CC here in League of Legends Wildrift. So the answer coming from Oasis Gaming, they are still missing a support on their side and also a possible mid laner. That's why we see a lot of bans on the assassins on the side of UDG. They have banned out the Fizz and the Zed. With the pick right here on the Camille, is kind of suggests right now that this could be a Morgana and Set bot side, and it's gonna be the Diana here for Oasis Gaming. Probably gonna go into the hands of Ida.
Yeah. This is somehow unconventional team composition coming in from Oasis, but I do agree what you have said, Crazy Apple. Probably going to be a bot set and Morgana here for the side of Oasis here on the top. Meal jungler here, Kazakhs, and there's going to be a Riven. There you go! Riven it is. Final strategy here for the side of UDG, and for sure that is going to be Lara 1 here. That brand. Good here. This is a perfect, Crazy Apple. Now we can see the matchup between ETAF here and as well as Sayonara, both now using carry junglers. But it is going to be the Yuumi also joining in this game as well. A big factor here. But Oasis Gaming, team fight oriented.
Yeah. It's going to be quite a challenge for ETAF to show that he's the better jungler. He's going to go 2v1 a lot of the times just because there's a Yuumi and probably the Riven alongside him. So, but at the same time, I'm having a hard time thinking about in terms of Oasis Gaming composition, just simply because they don't really have a lot of range damage on their composition. And both of these teams right now coming into this game with a lot of damage on their sides. I feel that the Diana pick could have been different for Ida. Maybe something else, just because it doesn't feel like it's gonna gel as well. Although right now, just looking at the pick and ban phase, if Oasis gets ahead they have a high chance of winning this. But I think if it goes even, the longer this game goes, UDG is gonna have more power in their hands.
And here we go. The start of our match. UDG up ahead in the series. Will this be the game ending in this series here with UDG on this Yumi connection once more? So on the ribbon. And I think the brand, crazy. Yeah, this team fight oriented position from Oasis, pretty good pick for UDG.
Yeah, it is. It provides that magic damage that they're lacking in the composition. It's also something that the Oasis needs to take note of, especially when he uses the Pyroclasm. They're gonna be more cognizant of not being bundled up together. So that would be a complication that Oasis needs to look out for when going to these fights, because their team composition right now has very good potential when it comes to a single pick. Can all be started out with the binding from Demon Kite, and then Dragon, Etaf, and Edaf goes in along with Isil. A lot of good catch potential, single target catch potential aside of Oasis Gaming. So that could very well be the win condition. Also something that we're gonna see when these objective fights start.
I do love that Oasis has so many kits to make a team fight. While UDG, I think they're just gonna run through. They have those pickoffs. I haven't seen any control that can or facilitate right here on the side of UDG. Oasis Gaming has so many kits. You've mentioned, of course, the Dark Binding here. You can have the Showstopper. You have also here the Ultimatum. It is going to be cleaned up for with Moonfall as well. The only concern for me, Crazy Apple, that the DPS needed here.
Right, and that's why I think they need to get ahead early in this game, because if they don't get ahead, they're not going to have the damage later on in this game. And even though we're seeing a couple of fights here in the bot side of the map, there's not going to be kills yet unless both of these duos just really go at it at each other at this point. Deadeye, we are nearing the 2.5 minute mark. In game 1, we saw a lot of action.
Exactly.
Now, not as much at this point in the game, and this is more indicative of there's not a lot of these early shove, early lane dominant champions, unlike game 1. So I think we're gonna expect a fight later on when we get into the objectives. And concerning objectives, both teams feel like they need to have high priority on the Rift Herald coming into the 4 minute mark.
There you go. But yeah, I'm also expecting that the team fight will happen here on the bot. So it's going to be a final chapter. Nice shot and kite. Oh, the bombs on the fire here. It's not stopper in. What was that? Dragging for the last second kite. I don't know, man. I don't know. I have crossed the play, but then again, that's a trade there.
Yeah, I mean, that's a trade. First blood does go to the Yumi, which is not as efficient as, let's say, going to a support set, because set can still build a lot of HP. And if you have a lot of HP on set, it still increases your shield, it still increases the damage on your haymaker. So if you're thinking about like that, it can work. It feels like a betrayal between the twins, the bot side of the map. But still, at least having a 1-for-1 there gives a bit of a trade for Oasis Gaming, and has enabled Dragon to immediately pick up his boots and chant. He has that stone plate right here going to this fight. So if UDG does elect to go into a contest in the objectives, Dragon could be a very tanky frontline for the side of Oasis.
Exactly. It is going to be the key for Dragon here on set. Go for the Vanguard initiated team as well. But, you know, the locket has been secured by Orpha's additional sustain here for as well. Recalls for Sayonara, and the Dragon is up. This gaming is just in the pick, but still they are looking for pick off this time.
Yeah, they really need to look for picks first before starting out the Dragon, because the threat coming from UDG is the Bran and the Yumi, and they love members that are clumped up, especially the final chapter, especially also the ultimate coming from Bran and all his abilities. If you're inside the pit, inside the objective, it means you're going to be clumped up together, and it looks like the Dragon has been started out DG. Oasis knows this is going to look for the fight.
Edaf here in the brushes as well. Quick disengage for the side of UDG. We converge the lane, both teams on Lara 1. So proceeding to the pit. that is batting, missing in Smart coming in to the side of Demon Kite. Still the advantage here with the confirmation for the side of Team Underground. E-Taff is here, waiting for the right moment to jump in. Here we go, Dragon. That is going to be a stun. He makes her for the counter attack, but it's going to be a burst damage here. That's going to be a kill. The final Chopples throw, and a double once again for Mitsura here. Another outplay coming into UDG and Nace.
And a steal, Deadeye, and another one, another steal for UTG. And this just has been the story of this series. Oasis Gaming starts out an objective and UDG steals it away from them. And I was telling you guys, I was telling the viewers, I was telling you, Deadeye, that Oasis needs to get ahead early in this game because they're gonna lack a lot of damage. And you saw right there how much lacking they were in terms of damage. When UDG went in, they weren't able to kill any members.
Oh, this is gonna be done though low, but still managed to survive.
Oh my God.
Still, Sayonara, thank you for leash. Man, oh my goodness, UDG, time and time again.
Can we have a check right here on Sayonara? How does he keep getting this? How does he keep getting the steals on these objectives? But going back into the replay right here, we do see the start of the Dragon Fight. The Moonfall was hit on 4 members of UDG, but there's not enough damage. Wow. There's no follow-up on Oasis. That's why I don't think that Diana was the right pick here for EDAP, because that's the only thing he's gonna do. He's gonna Moonfall, die, and no one's gonna get to follow up.
So Apple, now it shows here acting for the team composition is in paper. You have so many crowd control, so much synergy. Champions here comes to their skill set. Without the damage, it's gonna be for you because they are gonna punish you with a counter punch again. Beautiful final chapter there. 4-man root. That was insane. But Warfrost there.
Yeah, and right now, Oasis Gaming is really feeling the pressure. They should be feeling the pressure at this point. Looking at the gold, it's 5,000 ahead for UDG, just 7 minutes into the game. And they're still scaling. If you look at Mitsura's items, he has the Mana Moon at about the 10 to 11 minute mark. I think it's going to go into a Muramana. At that point, the members of Oasis are just going to melt towards this Jace. And Oasis needs... At this, it feels like it's so early. It's just like only 8 minutes, but I feel like they need a bit of a miracle here. They need some picks to start off the fights and force a 4v5 or a 3v5 against UDG at this point, just because they're gonna lack so much damage the later this game goes. And UDG, even though they have the Yumi that is not really the greatest of champions in terms of picking of having a team when they're behind, but when you're ahead, this cat is just gonna keep on strengthening up the members of UDG, and I need to see Oasis Gaming doing something here, Deadeye.
They are doing something, but they have spotted here. Look at here, Oasis Gaming trying to go for the pick. They easily been spotted by Sayonara. It's difficult for them to find this spots, to find this pick. UDG's map awareness is just insane. They have information as well of where this gaming is. And look at Isilas again providing the split push, but Dawn is there ready and prepared to defend the links. This is a potential fair and easily is going to be this gaming out, respecting that UDG.
Look at the positioning. Look at UDG right here, Deadeye. They're still going in.
Oh my, here you go, the pick off. We're waiting for the showstopper there. Hectic ultimate used, but no follow-up again. He makes it on Moonfall and 4. But again, no more damage has been followed up. Oasis, here comes UD diving under the tire. Sayonara with the control. Follow-up as well. Demon very low. Being balked there by Mitsura. Again, down. UD all still alive.
Mitsura just throwing down the hammer, emphasizing the point that UDG is just so far ahead in this game. We're just about to approach 10 minutes that it just feels over right now for Oasis Gaming with an 8,000 gold lead. 2 dragons on UDG. That wasn't even the steal. And UDG just keeps securing these objectives. Going to the replay right here, there's not a lot to unpack right here just because of how ahead UDG. More things to unpack here is just how ineffective the Moonfall right now is coming from EDAF because he doesn't have the items yet. Diana needs a lot more items to be able to do something with her abilities. But we do see a pick right here in the mid lane. Something that we were looking for from Oasis Gaming. A bit of signs of good things to come. Rip Herald is up 4v5 right here in the river.
Is going to be Oasis Gaming ready for that contest though? But will they be successful? Go up against Dragon. Meanwhile, on the side lane, Stick Ultimatum has been Oasis Gaming focus there. They're on the back lines with Sayonara on. They have to be a 3 versus 2. Foster and the police again. Sayonara with the troll. It is going to be now Oasis Gaming.
Can he get out?
No. Oh my goodness! Mitsura, that's a quadra there!
That could have been a quadra, but Mitsura just saying, hey, you took my bounty, you got my shutdown gold, I'm taking it back right now from you, EDAF. And that was a thank you for more gold to the side of UDG. That was the ace for them. And at the start of that fight, Deadeye, it looked like something that we're looking for Oasis Gaming, at least start of something that they could play off of. But UDG with the answer. Oasis Gaming at the start of that fight was did a good job at separating members of UDG to take advantage of the isolation damage on the Kazakhs on ETAF. They were able to separate Sayonara with the Yumi. That was great, but they didn't have enough damage to finish the fight off so that they could turn back and try and either run away or kill the Riven. They took too much time, and Sayonara, along with Yumi, was just able to clean up the fight.
Again, we are going to see some pick-up plays here. Spin pop here. Madam Sealer joining in. This final chapter 1 to the root. Again, tied out of position. Sayonara will be able to survive here. That is going to be now across class from the side of Dragon. Oasis Gaming still trying to go back. With a counter attack once more. Outplayed Oasis and ace for an ace and an ace. Everything in favor for G.
And Deadeye, you know, that was a very exasperated sigh just because of UDG really stamping their dominance here in the second game of this series. And even though the death timers right now looks to be in the single digit for Oasis Gaming, the inhibitor turret will still fall. And with an exposed Nexus with the inhibitor turret in the mid lane down, UDG will just maybe look for picks. Try to bait out Oasis Gaming. If Oasis Gaming does poke their heads into the Baron pit, UDG will just jump on them, take the objective, and end this game.
And UDG is just in a different here, Crazy Apple. And I thought that this game could be a nail-biting game, but you know, it's a one-sided game done over Gaming. The connection still needs to be respected. Team here, it is going to jump in. It is for the back. Nice start for Dawn here with the dominance. He will fall, but enough sustain. It is going to be Mitsura having the trade as well. A 1v1. The stun here, Mitsura with that last hit. He will survive. It is be UDG still win for 1 for 3 there in the box.
1 for 3 and a Baron. Mitsura is gonna fall right here in the hands of Oasis Gaming, but it looks like the game is in the eyes of Sayonara. Let's see if he's gonna continue the push here in the mid lane.
With this Baron buff right now, Crazy Apple, this is gonna be a indeed, but of course the timers are still very low here from the side of Oasis. They can still manage to defend Sayonara and Lara 1 as well as Orfra to manage to take the better target on the top side.
Yeah, and now two lanes are exposed to super minions for Oasis Gaming. The thing is, if you have lanes that have super minions, it means the wave are always going to come to you. It's easier for you to get gold, but at the same time, there's more pressure on your side. There's going to be a lot more minions that are going to hit your tower, and without a traditional marksman, there's not going to be a lot Oasis Gaming can gain out of that. And right now, the Cloud Drake is being started out by UDG. It looks like it's just going to be another Drake for the side of UDG. They don't even need to steal this one, Deadeye, and UDG looking at the last tower of the game.
We're seeing the dash rush there. Nara, the pick up with the show stations has been popped though. Here comes the follow up in backlines. The pull has been used. That's it, ultimatum as well. But where's the damage here? Just real once again from the side of UDG. Pick up on their lines. It is gonna be Oasis falling down here. No answers yet again for the side of Oasis here. It is UDG dominance over Oasis Gaming.
And congratulations to UDG winning the last series of the day, getting a clean 2-0 against Oasis Gaming. We thought that there was going to be some change on Oasis Gaming just because they had that substitution. It was Renzi out, Etaf in, but in the end, it really felt like just from the pick and ban phase, just in the draft, UDG was able to get a huge advantage over Oasis Gaming, and it played out just in that manner as well. Team Underground showing that they're also a very flexible team in their own right, showing a lot of different styles, a lot of different combinations, and Team Underground showing us that they're still just the best team here currently in the group stages of the WCS.
No doubt, yeah, you need to respect this Yumi. It is going to be locking it in, pair for a punish, because they are just good at this champion here. And please do give me the rundown here, Crazy Apple.
Do you really want me to?
Basically,
I mean, okay, fine. Then I'll give it to you. I'll give the rundown of what happened. It's just basically UDG forcing Oasis out of this game. You're not letting Oasis play. Oasis was coming here trying to even out the series, starting from the pick and ban. They just had a real time, and Oasis Gaming since game 1 was desperate to be getting a Drake, and UDG was having none of that. It felt like Sayonara had, I mean, no shade, right? A bit of a cheat code in terms of how his smites were going, just all the time.
Exactly.
And it shows as well the skill of this player right here. He heard me saying that I don't think he's the best jungler in the WCS, and he's just showing up here that he is indeed the best jungler here in the WCS. Sayonara has just hard carried UDG with a lot of those steals, objectives, and I don't think there's enough to say in terms of just how strong UDG is showing here in this series.
You know what, sir? It is Oasis game trying to have those pick-offs against Sayonara himself, but they cannot even get his person down. Yeah, exactly. This is just insane. This is for the additional resources. This is on the Yumi. I'm really excited. There you go. That was just
members,
incredible.
Not enough. 5 not enough.
Oh my goodness. This is just a side to see who are on the side of Oasis. This is actually the perfect set ready. That was the format to go for the Sayonara. And again, no doubt, our Globe prepaid of the game, my man, Sayonara.
At the end of that game, UDG was 22,000 gold lead. And Sayonara, this guy, just showing up today against Oasis Gaming. And I don't think we have enough things to say about it, just because of how pivotal a lot of those steals were. What UDG did was really put their team composition, because they brand and they did have the Yumi, as we were trying to illustrate earlier, how brand needs people to be clumped up together, and how do people clump up together while they're taking an objective. And there were 5 members of Oasis Gaming taking the Drake, and just UDG throwing everything at them and are just always with those steals. I don't know how he keeps doing that, but that's just unfair at that point. That
I you know what you said. Maybe this guy has a cheat code in having those time. I mean, but man, I do agree. This guy on how he performed very, very well. That was really through, to be honest. But Sayonara is just time and time again. You know, do it on the steal, it probably be, but doing it many times only show how mechanically skilled this guy is. Sayonara MVP from game 1 here to game 2, showing indeed that it is one of the best, if not the best, jumper in our competition.
and yeah, I think Sayonara, those steals, man. I feel like we're gonna look at them over and over again, and they're gonna be in the top place here in the WCS.
All right, so that the series here. Team UG steal hours. Oasis game sweeping through in a 2-0 manner. G Team Underground stay up team here in our group. So that was the series, ladies and gents. Here, day 2 of our week 4 group stages. WCPH. We will take a few minutes break. Then it's gonna be panel. So we have been your shoutcasters there together with the Apple. See you tomorrow.
found as the sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. That's how I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows. Right here in the shadows. In the shadows. Right here in the shadows. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, 'cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. Have you seen a phoenix rise? Rising up above the deep blue open sky.
You're watching the WCS PH, where Team Underground takes the final series, a definitive win against Oasis Gaming. I'm laughing just because Infinity over here has been
So rude,
semi-
so cruel.
Yeah, so cruel to us titos and titas over here on the panel
He needs to
behind
sleep
the
early.
scenes. But yes, jumping into the series highlights though, Autolus. We mentioned going into game 2. This is why you never give Yumi to Team Underground, of course. But game 1 as well. This was really questionable for Oasis Gaming.
I mean, this is the first win for Caitlyn, and it's a welcome one because they have been they abused the Caitlyn mechanic so well. Again, Morgana being paired with a Caitlyn is not really a new combo. This is a very, I would say, documented combo going way back into the LoL PC days, because once you land the root, you will have a very easy time of utilizing your traps. And this is actually UDG utilizing their traps very well. Just plant your traps while you're taking the objectives, and it will be a lot easier for you to secure the objectives. The first time that they did the Caitlyn composition, there was no Garen and there was no Kha'Zix to really provide the oomph, the damage in order for them to go for the resets. And I think that's the difference that we saw in game number 1 from the Caitlyn that we saw from weeks ago. For game number 2, here comes Envy.
Yeah, and Master Tita Otto, I mean, we're looking at game number 2, wherein the highlight is Sayonara and Orcross providing a lot for their team here. As we all know, Riven and Yumi is one of the combos that has seen an uprise when it comes to the meta. And this in particular is what I'm seeing, and I want to take note, because Sayonara was met to everyone from Oasis, wherein every ultimate has been forced. But Sayonara up until this point is still full HP, and that's just the power that Sayonara has been providing for his team with 0 deaths and with a clutch from topside a while ago. Just obnoxious here. And the Auto, that game 1, game 2 was fantastic.
Just master, okay? Wala tito. Ano ba yun?
So, for context, of course, we are placing Infigang as the victim of our consequence, which is basically to call the other panelists master.
Yeah.
Infinity decides to take his own spin on it and add Tito in it or Tita in it just to rub salt in the wound. Infinity has been bullying us behind the scenes ever since like
I'm
the game,
innocent.
okay? I'm scrolling you. Nagsusumbong ako sa audience, parang gano'n. But yeah.
I'm innocent!
But yes, Infinity has to call us master for the duration of the post show. And I feel like almost like this is just a technicality, just because we really want Infinity to get in on the consequences here, because like he's been given a free get out of jail free card for a really long while, so he automatically gets the consequences here. But of course, no consequences felt for Team Underground. We can welcome them back onto the panel desk. Yeah, this is like perfect attendance almost for Team Underground on our interviews, isn't it? Let's welcome Don. I think he will be speaking on behalf of Team Underground. Don, welcome back to the panel. And congratulations on your win against Oasis Gaming. This is amazing. I actually want to know behind the scenes yung comms nyo nung nakita nyo na open yung Yumi. What was it like? Was it na-excite kayo and everything na open yung champion na yan?
Actually, last 10 seconds na lang namin naisip yung i-pick yung Yumi. Kasi hindi na talaga namin pinapractice. Kasi most of the time, pinapractice ng ibang team yun. So, hindi na namin siya pinapractice. Yeah.
Ayun. So, walang practice pala yan, guys. It's like even scarier for anybody facing Team Underground, no? Don, ito naman medyo not so serious of a question, no? Pero curious lang ako. Kung meron isang champion na kailangan mo i-cosplay, anong champion yan?
Cosplay? Action na lang, siguro.
Pwede. Okay. Pwede.
Parang just nagbubuhay ng tao eh.
Oo nga. Ayaw mo na parang Kha'Zix Renekton.
Ako. Pinaka-favorite ko, hindi lang halata.
At least, no? Tapos parang style lang, naka-trench coat ka lang kung si Action. Atolus, do you have a question for Don?
Nakabaliktad yun, di ba, pare? So, paano yung photoshoot mo nakabaliktad ka for the action?
Hindi ka siguro nakaganto.
That's nice. Don, siguro ang question ko for you is playoffs related. Kasi kanina sabi ng RRQ, ang gusto daw nilang makakatapat sa unang round ng playoffs ay RRQ. Tomorrow, makikita nyo sila. Anong mensahe mo para sa kanila, pare?
Mensahe ko is good luck pa rin. Ibigay natin parehas yung best natin sa isa't isa. And sana mapakita natin yung magandang laro sa mga viewers at sa supporters natin lahat.
Okay. Nag-expect ako ng spicy answer pero yeah, this is
Same.
Don, kumbaga kung ano yung kinasiga niya talagang may gentle heart pa rin. Thank you for the answer, pare.
Infinity?
Yeah, simple question, Master Don. Do you have any tips for Baron laners to play a tip-top shape on how you play that series? Just fantastic.
Tips is siguro practice lang kayo ng mag-practice at least 1 or 2 champions at a time. Ganun lang para ma-master niyo yung laro nung ginagamit yung hero. And makabisado, kumbaga.
There we go. Thank you very much, Master.
Yun na yung ginagawa ko. Doon, ayun, kasama ka sa Consequence ni Infinity.
No.
Kailangan daw master yung tawag niya sa lahat na nandito na nasa panel. So, kasama ka na dyan. Don, do you have any shoutouts that you'd like to give? And of course, yung mga messages sa mga supporters ng Team Underground.
Yes. Shoutout po sa supporters ng UDG. Salamat. Sinusuportan nyo pa rin kami kahit nagkatalo kami ng week 3. And kay Madam Phoebe at kay Boss Shinbu. Ayan. Family ko na nanonood. Kay Tita Joy. Kay Primo, yung aso. Sana maintindihan mo to. Tapos yung si Madam Angel. Ayan, yung kalabaw namin sa Morong. Tsaka lastly is yung girlfriend ko na si Christine na lagi nanonood sa akin. At tsaka sinusuportahan ako. Ayan, hello.
Love it. Love the shoutouts. Don, congratulations to you and the rest of Team Underground. Good luck on the rest of your games. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Gusto ko yung message sa aso. He gave a message
to
us.
Arf.
Arf. Hopefully, he understands. He understands that. But you gotta love it. Team Underground with all of actually like they did mention also previously that they do have a lot of cats that they're taking care of. So they do have the animal buff working for them also, which is adorable. We're uncovering different kinds of buffs here in the WCS, so we're more welcome for sure. But now, of course, we have some interesting results that happened today. And I believe, of course, the biggest revelation being RRQ, and the one that Autolus, everybody here on the panel cannot escape, of course, because we've been tagged. But yes, Autolus, what do you think of today's results?
FLA versus RRQ, we got tagged there. But I'm also surprised with how Oasis and UDG went, because I expected more from Oasis. I know UDG on paper and just by the standings alone, it's heavily favored in the matchup. But still have to remember, Oasis is a very scary team. If they end up at number 6, I think they are the scariest number 6 team coming playoffs. So that's how brutal our WCSPH is, really, especially for the top 6 seeds.
Yeah, and Master Auto. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we've discussed this all throughout the day, all throughout the first couple of weeks of WCSPH, right? This has been the closest, official tournament in Wildrift that has ever been come through. From Icon Series up until today, the standings are just so up close. And this is just such a beautiful thing to see.
And let's actually take a look at those standings right now. And Infinity, as you mentioned, it is very close. And yes, Oasis Gaming is definitely, if they come in 6th, it's a really, really scary 6th place, as Autolus mentioned. But I do believe, if we can pull up the standings right now, Infinity, we have a tie, I believe.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, yes, we do. In 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place.
Master Tita, I mean, we've discussed this in the watch party on how Team Secret won that series today, that made it so that the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, which is currently Grindsky Esports, Fennel, and Team Secret, are all on a 3-way tie. It's just a mind-blowing thing. And last 2 weeks, we've seen 4, 5, 6 equal in standing points. So it's just really, really a great thing for WCS Philippines at the moment. The amount of competitiveness showered through in this season, in the regular season of WCS, is such an astounding thing to see.
Exactly. And I want to ask Autolus if you think that we knew that the teams that we had over here were very, very competitive. We knew it was going to be very, very close. But this 3-way tie that we have, were you expecting anything like this at all?
Well, at least I'm starting to become right in putting Team Secret at clear number 2, because look at this. I mean, there's a 3-way tie between Grindsky, Fennel, and Team Secret. One thing to note, I think this is the first time that we will have 3 undefeated teams coming into day number 3 of the concurrent week. So far, Underground, no losses yet for this week. Same with Team Secret and RRQ. So tomorrow is very, very spicy. And the momentum tells me that Team Secret is just running away with things, and will most likely, or has the potential of at least getting that bye. Remember, for the playoffs, the top 2 gets special treatment and gets to advance 1 round.
That's a special treatment for sure. And of course, tomorrow's schedule, as we see, we have Fennel Adversity versus Sunsparks. We have Cerebrum Wildrift versus Oasis Gaming. We have Team Underground versus RRQ, a match that is much awaited by Chaz, as we heard earlier in our interview. And we have Grindsky Esports versus Team Secret. Infinity, I'm really curious, which match are you looking forward to the most?
Well, Master Tita, I'm looking forward for UDG versus RRQ specifically, because I recall one of the interviews that Underground has been participating of, where they stated they were looking forward to in challenging is really RRQ, on how RRQ was really unpredictable and amazing as a team. So I'm really looking forward for that, especially with the interview a while ago as well, considering that RRQ was looking to match against UDG if ever the playoffs ends today.
It's kind of romantic, right? It's like, oh, I wanna meet up with you. Oh, I wanna meet up with you too. So wow, it's our series made in heaven over here. So that is going to be very, very, especially since these 2 teams are really at the top of their game right now. So all eyes on this series and all eyes on the others as well, especially since, you know, we're going to see some ties break. And we're going to see if our teams can scramble again to get some points. And once again, it's going to be the last day until a very big patch comes in that could potentially be playoffs changing. It could be. It could change some things for a lot of teams. And stay tuned for that. Of course, there's a lot of days numbered, and even more days numbered, I believe, for our Cloud Dragon. We're going to see if we can do a little bit of a memorial service, I think, tomorrow. A little tip of the hat to the Cloud Dragon that we're going to be saying goodbye to. But stay tuned for that. That it will be tomorrow. And of course, we can't do this event without all of our amazing sponsors like PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, together with Riot Games. Who else do we have, Otalus?
Our favorite mobile partner in Xiaomi, the hashtag Redmi Note 11 is equipped with 90Hz AMOLED dot display, making it possible for you to experience powerful and responsive gaming. Less waiting time with the 33 watts Pro Fast Charging enabled by the all-new MMT technology and a 6nm Snapdragon 680 for high performance while improving battery life. More information about the Redmi Note 11 is available at the Xiaomi Philippines Facebook page.
Hi, Kaden! Yeah, I heard that. I just want to say hi to the Yumi in the background. I think the Yumi came to life. Kaden came to life rather because the Yumi was picked up earlier. You can have the best time in the Rift, just like Kaden is having the best time right now with Globe Prepaid's Go Plus 99. Get wild with 7 days of 8 gigs of data for all gaming apps, 8 gigs data for all sites, and only all net text. So you can always be prepared to take up the challenge in the Wildrift. Just download the new Globe One app to register. And of course, this tournament is under the supervision of the Games and Amusement Board. That is it. That is day 2, week 4. I'm just so glad that Infinity's out the show with us right here.
First time.
Not the last time. Not the last time.
No. He's not getting
We'll
away.
make sure that
He's not getting away. Yeah, we're gonna rig it. We're gonna rig it for sure. But we will see you here, same time, same place tomorrow. Thank you so much for watching. Stay safe, stay healthy, and we will see you in the Rift.
down.